Set 1. Once upon a time there was a family living in the mountains. The eldest brother has a big scar on his forehead. His slightly reddish hair is called Kamado Tanjiro. On a snowy winter day clearing the forest, Tanjiro wants to take some coal down the mountain for sale. Make some money for the upcoming test. The family has something warm. The house is very old. If you don't, you can just shovel snow and eat it through the winter. Before you go, your mother advised you. Heavy snow on the mountain is dangerous. You don't have to go chi. You can shovel snow with soy sauce. The mother was worried and wiped her black face because of the son's coal dust. Even after cleaning, he looks handsome. The stubborn boy decided to go. The mother just let him go. This age is hard to tell. I saw my brother coming into town. They also insist on following. But I don't give. Tanjiro has a lot of experience, so he goes fast. These little bitches come along. It only interferes with your speed. Not to help. The water is slippery. No matter how much the kids insist, I say no. Number 1 is number 1, not number 2. Lie to eat tarpaulins is lost tech now. I feel like I have only water to eat. So the kids went out to fuck Tanjiro. Facial expressions 10
I'll
parts
help you
prestige.
sell coal,
not jaguars. Talk about making flags. Tanjiro touched her head. Thank you for being a baby. He thought he could go with him. But I haven't had time to rejoice yet. Washed in cold water. Stay home, baby. Stay at home and buy good food. The lie is that there is a cover. You don't have to go, there's good food. The kids are happy right away. Smiling doesn't need watering. Before leaving, you told your brother Takeo to cut some wood at home. Takako agreed and pouted because he had to do it alone. Are still excited. I thought you two would be working together. So Tanjiro had to rub his head. This shit is forever gone. Everyone was happy to see Tanjiro off. Extremely happy scene. On the way to Tanjiro, caught his sister Nezuko. Are you the youngest sleeping? Let's talk a little bit about how to wake the baby up. Then keep going. Family life is not easy, but still happy. On the way, the snow covered the surroundings. Down to toe. An old woman who knew you was surprised to see you. It's snowing like that and still working hard to make money. Parents 10 points no. But I just saw you. A lot of people showed up to buy coal. By the way, I asked you to fix some stuff. There are also young people who were beaten up for breaking the flower pot. To find Tanzizo to help prove. Cleaner with a better nose than Go-Go Tanjiro. You just need to smell it and know the culprit's creepy. Yeah. It's not this young man with a blood spatter on his nose. The mother also trusts Tanjiro very much. Selling coal is fast. But everyone loves you. From one thing to another. So at dusk the sun came down the mountain. Tanjiro has just left town and returned home. I haven't come very far. I heard someone call me. It turned out to be the uncle at the foot of the mountain. It's dangerous in the dark. The uncle was worried and called Tanjiro. Stayed at my house for a night. When the sun comes up and goes on. See Tanzizo want to refuse. Your uncle made you stay. Go at night and see the devil. Tanzizo was so angry that he had to agree. After eating, you are curious about the devil. What does Bark Abuso mean? I was told by my uncle that from time immemorial, there have been man-eating demons. They're wandering around when it's dark and eating people. I told you to go to bed early. Tagizo is still curious. The devil does not enter the house. Your uncle denies it. There's only one door in the house that can't get in. But there will be demon hunters who will regret killing them. Protect everyone. I told him to urge you to sleep. I wake up early before going to bed tomorrow morning. Tagizo still counts. Next time I'll take my kids to Seigo's house. Let me be sad. You remember when you were a kid, you said, there are no demons in the world. Early the next morning Tanzizo was on his way home. Ooh, too near. You smell the front full of blood. It scared Tanzizo and ran home. And then you're stiff. While watching the sight of Nezuko protecting her youngest brother. Both bodies are full of blood. A bright red that stood out against the white snow. Choking throat. Tanzizo screamed in pain and ran towards them. Panic does not know how to do. Turn your head and look inside the house. The scene is much more tragic. The house is full of blood. The bodies of my mother and brothers are in a pool of blood. With a lifeless look that causes Tanjiro to collapse. But the water is still slapping. Nezuko's body was still warm. Tajizo immediately carried his brother and ran down the mountain to find him. On the way to Tanjiro, still don't understand what happened. There are countless theories in your head, but none of that was answered. Cold snowfall skin cutting meat. The thin air makes your lungs explode. But Tanjiro, OTB stopped. But you have to go faster. Suddenly Nezuko woke up with wild white eyes and roar. Make Tajizo slip. The two brothers just fell off the cliff. Fortunately, the snow was not the end of the movie. Tanjiro immediately stood up. Looking around, Nezuko stood up. It's not far away. He immediately ran back to help his sister. But Nezuko suddenly went crazy. They want to attack Tajizo. Little girl appears fangs and wild white eyes. The face is tense. The power is also Tajizo greater. Had to use an axe to stop her. But still pressed to the ground. Tajizo immediately realized that his sister had disappeared. The smell on her body was unusual. It's because of a different smell, not because she changed. When he arrived, Nezuko was in his position. Use both hands and feet to protect Yokoter. Mouth with hands without blood. Prove that she didn't hurt anyone. Tajizo smells another smell there. But now you don't have time to think. Because Nezuko's body got bigger, the power also becomes stronger. You're not going to make it. You can't push her out. There's only one way to say her name. I want her to get back to her mind quickly, but this way works. Nezuko suddenly broke down in tears. Right then, a man with a sword fell from the sky. My sister is about to be killed. Tajizo quickly pushed her aside. To avoid injuring Tajizo, the man also deviated. The Tajizo on Nezuko is 10 meters away. It only stops when the back hits the tree and it hurts to bleed. By this time, Nezuko's body had also shrunk. Look at the stranger. He was holding a sword and wanted to attack his sister. Tanjiro is very confused. To face the stranger, Tanjiro's question. Answer my sister and I will protect her. Nezuko suddenly spotted it and roared like just now. Makes the man laugh because Tajizo calls that thing sister. There is no Tajizo reaction. He immediately rushed to attack Tajizo, instinctively protecting Nezuko in his heart. But she escaped what was captured and is being held by the Kiyama. This man wants to cut off his sister's head. Panicked Tanjiro explains the culprit is not the girl. It was someone else who destroyed your family, as the Kiyama knows it. It's just that even if it is, Nezuko had also turned into a demon like them. She must be destroyed. The two sides argue Tanjiro. He promised he wouldn't let Nezuko hurt people. It will turn her back into a human. Of course, the man didn't believe it, because no one's turned into a demon before, but also turned back into a person who can do it all. I saw the Kia sword. It's getting closer and closer to Nezuko's neck. Tanjiro panicked, powerless to the point of stamping the head. Please don't take anything from me anymore. You have no family other than her. I see Tanjiro praying. The man is also angry, screaming and scolding Tanjiro. Kneeling down like that doesn't work. If you want to protect something, stand up and fight for it. Weak people can only rely on others. Like you have no choice. This is reality. If you want to save, throw an axe at the coward. Even though he scolded Tanjiro, it's cruel, but in my heart, I don't want that. You just want to make Tanjiro stronger. Because if that's the case, Tanjiro will not be able to protect anyone. Tanjiro has not finished loading. He stabbed his sword in Nezuko's shoulder. Tajizo woke up. Stand up immediately to protest. If you don't have a sword, throw a stone at him. He picked up the axe and rushed in, but this attack is so full of holes. Tanjiro was hit in the back and fainted. But before that, you threw your axe in the air. If he doesn't dodge, the axe hits him in the head. The man was surprised and realized Tanjiro had that gift. I saw my brother knocked out. Nezuko enlisted. The man was careless and kicked him, and rushed towards Tanjiro. The man kept thinking, and then he rolled his eyes in surprise. When Nezuko protects Tanjiro behind and roared, he even rushed to attack him. But I got one cut in the neck and passed out. More than anyone, the Kia man knew that Nezuko was hungry. Because it consumes too much energy. She's hungry for human flesh. But he didn't attack Tanjiro. He came to beat him for hurting Tajizo. In a dream, Tajizo heard his mother and the people he lost. Sorry for leaving you and asking you to protect Nezuko so well. He woke up and saw his sister lying next to him. There is a bamboo tube in the mouth. The other man is still there. Tajizo immediately hugged his sister. He told Tajizo to come to the foot of Mount Sajizi, looking for an old man named S.A. Kanju Zorodaki, and said that Tomioka Jizu sent. It's not sunny, so no. But don't expose Nezuko to the sun. The words just disappeared. Tajizo returned to the funeral home for everyone. He took his sister on the road to Mount Sajizi, according to Tomioka. Episode 2 at the foot of the Mount I. It's not covered in clouds down here, so there's sun everywhere. Tanji has sent little Kwang people there. Little straw and bamboo waste no AI use. They give and don't take money. But you insist. If they don't accept it, force them to accept it. And the calf ran to a nearby mountain cave. Call inside. A while later, Nezuko poked his head out of the hole. Little girl digs herself. He was disgusted by the look of the sun outside. She frowned yes. Tanjiro immediately understood the problem. So quickly knit bamboo into the punctured basket. To turn it from something that no AI needs into something that's super advanced. Tajizo wants to go even when it's light. Nezuko was forced into a bamboo basket for him to carry on his shoulders. I saw her frown. Tanjiro thought she didn't understand, so he used handout to tell her to get into the bamboo basket. Not happy, but she did. It's just that the bamboo basket is too small for the little girl. Tajizo remembered that she had once turned into a woman. Adults can turn into children. I begged her to turn small. Of course, even if she is a devil, she is good and obedient. Let's be sure. Tanjiro wrapped extra cloth with bamboo basket outside. Just ask everyone around for directions. A well-meaning woman reminded Tanjiro, recently or yes. These are strange disappearances, so you have to be careful. You find a temple inside with lights. I guess there's someone in there who wants to see it. As soon as Tanjiro pulled out his sentence, he smelled someone was injured and rushed inside. And it took me 5 seconds. Seeing the crime scene. A demon that's eating people very openly. When he was eating, he was prevented from doing so by the devil. Look at Tanjiro. Nezuko saw fresh human blood and flesh. It's very exciting. Drooling, running clean. He didn't pay attention to his brother next door. Was attacked by the demon Kialao. Fortunately, Tanjiro, quick response. Give that guy a stab in the neck that makes him pop out. But that's not small enough. The devil has great healing power. A few seconds later, he recovered, and then used the speed to cut a few pages to throw Tanjiro down and choke you. Tanjiro can't resist the power. I thought I'd been strangled by this unknown demon. And the end of the movie. Nezuko had regained her reason and ran to the devil's head is gone. Dared to use Vun Chandao. Top saw throat full parts Fu HD unshielded. Made Tanjiro face again panicked. Quickly pushed the Kia demon's body to the side. I didn't notice that the demon's body was still moving. And raise your hand to capture Tanjiro. But Nezuko got drunk with lame pants and kicked his ass. Made his aunt Bo fly a meter away. Tanjiro, from the beginning to the end, you just open your mouth and roll your eyes. Even though the head is gone, the demon is not dead. The player is not back. So he turned to the scold. Tajizo and Nezuko are people with demons that go together. Nothing weird. Tajizo plus a shock open mouth dilated human outlook. Even though he was separated from his head, Kia's body stood up and rushed to attack the brothers. The head grows, the hands rush to the teeth want Kantenjizo. You're lucky you have the axe to stop it. But facing Nezuko, a cute little devil, not much combat experience. Never eat human flesh either. Sai has an advantage. Nezuko was thrown at him like a sandbag. Tanjiro wants to save you, but being blocked by your head makes you angry. This son of a bitch plays dirty. Without hands, I use a Tajizo head. The head is harder. His stone crashed straight into the demon's head. It hurts to be shot. Immediately remove the teeth. One shot is not enough to make another shot. And threw the devil pin on the tree. I don't care about the head anymore. Tanjiro immediately ran into the forest to find Nezuko. I finally saw that she was being kicked by the bogey. To the edge. Tanjiro Ichi Ice TB2. Use your whole body to push the demon down the cliff. If you don't care, you can fly too. Fortunately, Nezuko quickly held you back. Or the movie ends in episode 2. When you're done with the boji, you get to the head. Tajizo pulled the knife, wanted to handle it, but still hesitated. The first thing to do, it makes you nervous and breathless. Suddenly there's an arm on your shoulder. Come back. I saw a man wearing a mask. He reminds you, demons cannot be destroyed by a knife. That's not trivial. But when Tanjiro asked again what to use, he said use your brain, honey. I don't know how to think. Tanjiro, he thought of using a stone to break his skull, but hesitated. To see this scene, the man in the crane mask had 7 hopes, because Tajizo is so kind, to give out kindness. Even in front of him, the devil has compassion. Just procrastinate like that. The devil finally woke up. See Tanjiro nearby. I was angry and wanted to go solo, but I can't say 3 sentences. Was scorched by the Sioux. Realize this guy is Tanjiro panic. Remember, my sister is afraid of the sun. You can't see Nezuko around. Tanjiro ran into the house. I saw that she had come back into the box and covered herself in a blanket. Extremely unpleasant face. I see my sister is safe. Tanjiro remembered old Kia and went out to find him. I saw that he was burying the dead. Tajizo came to talk. The old man said before, you're the one Tomio Kazizu was talking about. Not around, the old man asked. What would Tanjiro do if Nezuko ate humans? This question will hold you for a while. I don't know how to answer. The old man gave Cho an ear for his slow decision. The old man scolded I decided to destroy the demon before. It's too slow. Tajizo is not really ready yet to walk down this road. Then let the old man tell you. If Nezuko eats humans, Tajizo has 2 things to do. Is to kill Nezuko and commit suicide. This is the price. If Tajizo wants to take his sister, Theo, but don't let that happen at all costs. That's what the old man warned Tanjiro about. If you understood what he meant. From now on, it will be time for you to check on Tanjiro. Do you deserve to be a swordsman or not? Take Nezuko and run with you. The old man's speed was fast. Tajizo used as much as he could to catch up. It didn't even make a sound. Tired of breathing the dog but missing my sister. I want to save you back to being human. She bit her teeth and kept running. They both run until the sun goes down, to where Tanjiro fell down to breathe hard. But the test to get there is just getting started. After arranging Nezuko neatly to sleep, the old man led Tanjiro up the mountain. The more you go, the thinner the air gets. Your mind is spinning. Led Tajizo to the top of the mountain, and the old man suddenly disappeared. Give Tajizo time from now until dawn. We have to get back to the house under the mountain, even though there is a very thick fog on the mountain. Based on his nose, Tanjiro, I quickly noticed the smell of the old man. Run Theo, but everything is so simple. A few steps, Tanjiro tripped over the rope. The back wire was kicked in the face and fell into the hole. Pain-bending breathing steep traps are everywhere. Keep stepping into the trap. You can't get home before dawn. That's it. The thinner the air gets at night, you have to complete the mission. Regulate your breathing. Tanjiro very quickly found the smell of humans. Traps set by humans, so just smell it and dodge it. You get home quickly. Just finished enlightenment. Was thrown up by a bamboo tree from the ground, and then a bunch of bamboo fell on me. Try to ripen Chobi, a tiger who is covered in blood. Also managed to get there and swoon at the door. This scene, the old man remembered the letter that Jizu had sent him a few days ago. He sent the boy to teach him. Because you believe these 2 will be the exception. It will be the difference in the world. The Jizu felt that Tanjiro could succeed the old man. After seeing your determination, the old man finally recognized Tanjiro. Said be a devil guild. It's an organization that's not recognized by the government. A few hundred people, but has existed since time immemorial. And continues to kill demons to this day. However, the identity of the leader of the demon is still a question mark. The only enemy of the devil is the devil. Their food is human. Kill and eat anyone when they're thirsty for blood. They have ever since. Where appeared O1AI or no, has incredible physical strength. The ability to heal wounds is also very fast. When you're butchered, it will speed itself up. That the naked eye can see. Even hands and feet can grow back quickly. Some demons have the ability to change shape. Some have special abilities. Nothing can kill them, except for the sun, or be headed by a sword. The Special Order of the Devil. The members of the Demon Guild are ordinary people. The human body. It will take time for the wound to heal. Lost limbs can't grow back. But even so, they fought to the last breath with the demons to protect people. Recognized by Odudaki, Tanjiro started to walk in. The training journey is extremely demanding. Odudaki are people. Teach Bao, training the new sprouts of the evil guild. There are countless people like you. One place per pair with different ways of training swordsmen. Tanjiro wants to join the Demon Slayer. Must be a survivor of the final examination in the mountains of Fujikasur. Whether you're eligible to participate or not is decided by Odudaki. Things that happened during the day. Tanjiro has a habit of recording Chonezuko. Suddenly fell into a state of deep sleep, running all over the mountain every day. Run up, run down. Eat onions flooded with prey, cannot breathe. So there's 3 Tanjiro child traps. I've dodged most of it. Strength is also significantly increased. All of our senses, especially our sense of smell, the sniff is so high that the caterpillar has to be called specifically. So Odudaki set the difficulty of the trap to get higher and higher. Tanjiro stumbled and became a hive of bees. After a series of days of getting used to the forest environment, Tanjiro is finally brought under the sword. You have to hold a sword in your hand all the time. Tanjiro is prevented from stepping on the trap constantly. Until learning to swing the sword, Odoguzaki cho Tanjiro. I want my hands to lose feeling. 1,500 pieces per day. Just heard Tanjiro was shocked to fly color, but you're still trying to finish. After a day more tired than Gogo, Tanjiro still trying to write a diary. Sonezuko would wake up. She can read. I'm tired of falling asleep and trying to write. They learn to fight because their swords break easily. When you use it, keep the power. When slashing vertically. Odoiaki Tenzizo tutorial. The direction of the blade and the direction of the force. When slashing must be consistent with each other. And warn you if you break your sword or break it. The Tenzizo's bones suffered the same. When you learn to get up immediately, no matter how you fall. The first Odoki use hand not enough to make Tanjizo friends with the ground. Breathing is familiar. You can't even see because my face is parallel to the ground. He was used to the smell of Odoki and taught Tanjiro about breathing. Full focus. Pay attention to inhale deeply so that oxygen enters every corner of the body. This will enhance self-healing. It also helps raise and stabilize the mind. Tanjiro can't do it forever. Not only was he yelled, but he was punched in the stomach. And then there's the training of blending into one with water. Odoyaki doesn't say much, just straight feet. Tanjiro pedaled from the waterfall to the bottom. That was until 6 months later. Nezuko was unconscious for 6 months. The doctor came to see, but I don't see anything unusual. Tanjiro is scared. When he wakes up one day, Nezuko is dead. But even so, Tanjiro has to continue training. The road down the mountain is getting harder. The air is much thinner than before. The exercises are getting easier to log out. 2 or 3 times a day is normal. Finally came a day. Odoyaki has nothing to teach you. It was a year ago that Tanjiro came to the mountain. The next step is up to you. See, how much did you absorb? What Odudaki says. Then he led him to a 3-tiered stone. Tanzizo and for conditions. If only you could cut this stone in half, he will allow you to take the final exam. Just heard Tanzizo saw the pan tossing. But Odudaki says to do. Since then there's been no Tanzizo. He knows it's impossible to cut the stone in half, but Tanjiro ever give up. Grip the sword and determined to cut a line to Sisao. Of course, my hands are numb. Days later Tanjiro himself. I practice over and over again what Odudaki taught me. From breath to fitness enhancement, and at the end of the day, I'll try it. 6 months and 7 failures. Made Tanjiro becoming impatient. Assume that you are not training enough, so I'm going crazy training. It's just that there's been no progress. It makes you scream helplessly. Let's see which head is harder. Suddenly a voice came from above. A teenager about the same age as Tanjiro, wearing a fox mask sitting on a stone looking down at Tanjiro. Ever since he scolded Tanjiro. He was the man. Don't grumble all the time and attack him. The sudden attack made Tanjiro a bit nervous. The episode quickly evolved into 2 solo parties. The first new sword. Tanjiro was worried about himself using a wooden sword. That would hurt the young man. But seconds later, was beaten up by a teenager wearing a fox mask. It's faster than armor. Tanjiro immediately unconscious personnel. When you wake up, I saw a girl wearing a kimono next to me. Defeated Tanjiro is not bitter, but also admire the skill of the young man wearing the fox mask. Cooler than gourd. You want to be like that too. She saw that and smiled. Tanjiro will do that. And introduce yourself. Named Makimo and Kia teenager named Sabio. Days later Makimo. It's just excess movement or the wrong habits that Tanjiro. When you get out of Sao, she does that again. Where she lives, she doesn't answer. Just always say to people love Odokiyaki. They're not brothers. They're just orphans he raised and raised. Outside of them, there's a lot of other kids like that. She always said abstract words that made Tanjiro. I can't understand. My face is stupid. Half a year later, Tanjiro was tortured by Sabito. My hands and feet want to separate. Until one day in the winter, the two sides meet for a final match. If we lose, we will meet tomorrow. This time Sabito brought the sword. Tanjiro planned to win. It just needs to be stronger and faster than Sabito. You finally did it. Tanjiro cut off Sabito's mask. But behind that fox mask is a mirror. The reassuring smile made Tanjiro. I can't understand. It wasn't until you reshaped that you realized yourself. He cut off the two stones entrusted to him by Uzudozaki. Since when episode 4? Tanjiro realized the reason you won is because you can smell the loophole. When fighting that AI, if you recognize this smell, you can see a little thread connecting from the tip of the sword to the enemy's weakness. As soon as it's stretched, just lower the sword. Follow the path. Tanjiro. When you're still staring at the stone, Odoyaki has arrived. He was also surprised when Tanjiro can cut in half. The stone is thicker than this sword. Inherently, he's not going to allow you to take the test. You don't want to see children die when you're too young. He chose the stone because he thought Tanjiro will give up and can't cut off its tail. Who would have thought you could do it? Odoyaki is both happy and helpless, rubbing Tanjiro's head and praising him for the first time during training. To be recognized, the attempt to make Tanjiro. It was so fun to cry. He allowed Tanjiro to take the exam, but they have to come back alive. Odoaki and Nezuko will stay here and wait for you to come back. That night, Odoaki cooked a pot of hot pot to scrub the fire to congratulate him. Complete chemical training Tanjiro dress. I want to push my stomach to stop. You look delicious. Odoki also feels somewhat secure. Only you know, days and months later, you're much harder and harder compared to training days. At least now, let you put aside all your worries and rest for good. We're finally down the thawing mountain. Tanjiro has cut back his hair for tidy. And Odoki also prepared clothes for him to take to the exam. Suddenly he spoke. Say that the more devils eat, the stronger their power will be. He taught me about demons. Some change their shape. Some increase their power. They even use magic. Then he took out of the closet a mask with motifs like his crane mask and give to Tanjiro that this is an exorcism mask. He cast a spell on it to protect you from evil spirits. Early the next morning, Tanjiro is ready to go. After saying goodbye to my sister and Odoki, Tanjiro asked you to thank Makimo and Sabito. Then run away. Your words made the Odoyaki stand still. I don't know how Tanjiro got his name. The two children who died. Keep going until you finally get to the test site. This place is filled with private flowers. A whole mountain dyed a beautiful purple, even if it's not its season. Go to the top of the mountain. There are more contestants than you think. Two children wearing kimono appeared. Announcement of the contest rules. Mount Fujikasa is a place where demons are kept. Was captured alive by the demon slayers. They can't get out of here. From the foot of the mountain to the middle, all year round it is covered with flowers. That's what the demons really hate. But from where they're standing, they go deep inside. There will be no more flowers. The demons will be free. Their mission is to survive here after 7 days. This is also the condition of passing the test. They just said that and then disappeared, leaving a bunch of free contestants. Do whatever you want. Tanjiro goes deep into the forest. You want to get through the night first. When it's light, the demons can't act. That's when you rest. Tanjiro runs east to catch the Sioux. You can take a few steps as soon as possible. Break and clench your sword and look around. Tanjiro smelled the devil very recently. They can't determine the direction of the smell, so you take out the trash and look around. Tanjiro startled looking up. It's a bad little devil that the devil hates. Jumped down from the sky. I can't avoid a child. Though another one jumped out of the forest and attacked Tanjiro. It makes you a little panicked. Let's see which one goes to the motherland first. If you weigh 2 pounds, this phase will be killed. Tanjiro hasn't decided yet. Then the two kids came back together. Everyone wants to have the heart of Tanjiro, so no baby can bear a baby. The two boys attacked Tanjiro at the same time. It made you a little confused at first. Because I've never been pursued so furiously. The breathing is a little disturbed, but very quickly stabilized a guy. Seriously observing most modest moves of two babies. And remember what was taught. Tanjiro quick. It was the first kill in my career. The demons to the bone are gone. It just turns into Cho and disappears. Tanjiro immediately remembered what Udoki said before. The devil's weakness is her. Only the sword of the demon lord. To destroy them, it's forged from a special kind of iron. It's called the Japanese sword. Two kids on the way. Tanjiro immediately blocked his nose because of a stench that you can't stand. Who's 15 years old and hasn't bathed in the forest? A panicked contestant. They run away and scream for help. The thing chasing him behind made Tanjiro. They also look chicken. The duckskin immediately hid behind the tree and held its breath. A demon of giant size. There are hundreds of hands. In his hands, there's another contestant who's been sent backstage. The devil just let the Kia in. Has a mouth wider than a barrel that devours. The more he eats, the bigger his body becomes. Kia contestants want to run to late. Tanjiro though very afraid, but still force yourself to move and rush to rescue the Kia. I saw Tanjiro's mask. The devil was a little excited and welcomed you back. But he asked a very irrelevant question. What Meiji year is it now? I don't understand, Tanjiro. Still answer honestly. It drives the devil crazy and screams. Because he had Uzuto. Jackie was locked up in this place 15 years ago. I don't know how many names have been changed outside. He's been locked up in this place forever. He put him in here 47 years ago. Hearing this number shocked the AI as well. Who can believe it? In a place for beginners. There is a demon again. Written from the time their grandparents were alive. Even if you're locked in here, he's still getting stronger. We have more than 50 new recruits. Suddenly he raised his hand and pointed at the Tanjiro. You said you were the 14th. This is the number of disciples Uzuto Jackie sent. He was eaten. He was laughing and talking about Sapido and Makamo with a very itchy tone. Made Tanjiro suddenly understand everything. And the exorcism mask. It's something that all of Uzuto Zaki's disciples wear. You can see it's the devil. Realizing that they are Uzuwaki's disciples, they run to eat meat. The devil is rotten and his mouth is even worse. Tanjiro couldn't stand it and was so angry that he rushed to frantically attack the demo. But very quickly he was punched and passed out. Just as the devil is about to catch you, then his precious little brother Shigu showed up. Waking you up in time is not the end of the movie. The devil wasn't surprised to see you wake up. It's even fun to have a little more fun. Tanjiro adjusted his breathing and lowered his resolve. To send this shit back to the motherland. As soon as you jump into the air, the devil is very pleased. But I can't believe your head is harder than a rock. His hand just got knocked out. Tanjiro jumped on his hand and rushed over. Use the first form. Slash a little devil into the collectio. The demons are destroyed by the breath of water. Very challenging. Finally set off in just one hit. Episode 5. Mixed mind meets hot-blooded young ma. This blind devil comes flying out of the body at Realize this is the furthest he's ever gone. At the end of the day, the devil's memory came back. Your body is covered in blood, and his mouth is devouring their flesh. Suddenly Uzuto Zaki wearing a crane mask appeared. Fighting a few moves, it was injured, and realized I didn't have the age to fight him. You should run, but how can you run, baby? This guy is still being sought out by Uzuto Zaki in the death prison. That image is happening again. It makes him bitter. I swear it's too spicy to do anything. But seeing Tanjiro's expression of regret, and he was silent because he didn't understand anything. I feel sorry for the enemy. I don't understand, but the devil has no mouth to ask. So just take this suspect Theo to hell. His memory of being a man is remembered. A boy with a crying face in the dark, waiting for you to save. The boy suddenly saw a light and run in that direction to find Oni-cha. In the end, this demon still doesn't remember who Ra Oni-chan shed tears as I remembered the memories. The remaining happiness. Only Tanjiro. Look at his only hand. I also embrace and pray to the gods. Please don't let that guy be a demon in the next life. The devil is gone. You see Sabio, that Makamo, and countless other children gathered beside the stone. They don't say anything, they just stare at you. Finally, their souls are comforted and can rest. The children turn their backs into the fog. After being murdered, their souls return next to their beloved Jackie Uzuto. Back to Mount Sujizi the next few days. Tanjiro is being chased by demons. You don't destroy it. Ask them every time. Is there a way to turn demons back into humans? Okay or not? Very polite question. But no child responded politely. I only care about you. So Tanjiro sent them back to the motherland. The more Tanjiro asks, the more helpless he is until the end of the 7th day. Until you reach the edge of the forest, where the flower blooms brightly. There's no answer either. Tanjiro officially passes the final examinatio. When the sun is up, Tanjiro could see the rest of the contestants. When I started a lot, there were more than 20 people, but only for in the end. They don't have contestants, Tanjiro. I risked my life to save you a little bit. 2 children wearing kimono also appeared. Congratulations on completing the exam. The kids haven't finished yet. The young man was in a hurry to get his sword, but they're not afraid of him. Just focus on finishing. The mission Provide the necessary information to the candidates. The first is the uniform of the demon lord. It will be broadcast soon when the body measurements are done. Then the wind. The level system in the demon squad has 10 levels. And they're currently at the lowest level. Is quarterly the contestants will be selected the type of Engokenk to forge the sword. Each person will be given a crow companion. It is used for communication between organizations. With members of the Demon Slayer Guild. I find myself talking without anyone caring. Teen Leash suddenly got angry and went to grab the white hair. It's insulting and threatening. Tanjiro immediately held his hand and warned him. If he doesn't let go, don't blame him. He broke his hand and went back to the garden. Kia young man did not expect to meet the Tajizo. I said squeeze your hand. The young man must immediately let go of his hand. See a determined face. Protecting the little girl behind Tajizo's back. The young man stopped. Everything is fine. A series of rough stones laid out in front of them. This is the jade Kong used to forge swords, kill demons and defend, and especially by their own choice. All 4 of them looked at the jade. I don't know how to choose. Tanjiro decided that everyone who tried should take choose the risk according to your own intuition. It is hard to fight, but when you come back, you are dead. The sun has come down the mountain. Tanzizo hasn't made it home yet. Body exhaustion and soreness. That you have to walk with a stick. He even fell down the road. But thinking of Nezuko waiting at home, you still try to get up and go home. It was late at night to get home. He was still gasping and the door was immediately knocked over. Nezuko came out of the house and looked at Tanjiro. I'm surprised, my eyes are wide open. I saw your sister immediately throw away the stick, but the body aches and the stump. When he got up, Nezuko hugged him. Happy multiplicity. Tanjiro couldn't help but cry. Uzudaki saw you alive. Suddenly, a pile of wood fell. To hold the two children in my arms and quietly shed tears. That night, he told me about his exam for Uzudaki. The devil has been destroyed. His voice also softened. Then he told Tanjiro the distance. Then you'll meet countless demons like you. In the contest, they belong to the demonic powers and many times more dangerous. And Nezuko, I guess, doesn't eat humans. So she had to sleep to recover her strength. Knowing this news, Tanjiro was more determined. You have to protect Nezuko. 15 days soon, a man with a wine chime came looking for you. This is Haga Nezuko, the one in charge of forging swords for Tanjiro. Did you invite him in for a drink? Eat a piece of Haga Nezuko doesn't care. Do whatever you like. I am looking for the sword I created. What makes Tanjiro curious about people? Weird candy. Odoki is so used to this person's personality, so it doesn't matter. When he came back to make Tanjiro, a little panicked by the mask with the expression, it's a little weird about his claw. He finally sat in the house. And the Japanese sword. This sword will change color to match the user. He guessed the sword would turn red. It's the same color as Tanjiro's hair, but in the end the sword turned black. The black spray made him angry. Let's try Tanjiro's knuckles. Suddenly the crow came to announce the order from the headquarters. I asked you to come to the north, where there's been mysterious disappearances. Night after night, there's always girls missing. This is your first mission as a member of the Order of the Demons. Set 6 get command. Tanjiro immediately went up and started to burn. Put on the shirt outside. Looking at it, it looks right. The author's son. Nezuko was also curious how beautiful her brother was. So show your face. Before Tanjiro set off, Ozuda asked you for the last time. The Demon Lord uniform you're wearing, it's woven from a special fiber. This fiber is cool, is resistant to moisture, flame-retardant claws of low-grade Devil BA chips. You can't hurt this uniform. And the heliocentric sword changed color. It depends on the owner. Each color has a different characteristic. Not many people have a black sword. So no AI understands its characteristics because few people know. It should be assumed by people. Swordsmen who use black swords are not famous. Tanjiro was just laughing, because even in the body of the devil, but you still don't know. What kind of organization is this? Purpose here, just to find a way to turn Nezuko back into a human. If you said that, then Uzudaki has nothing to say. He gave you a decent box. So Nezuko can get inside during the day, and let him carry her on his back. It's made of a super light wood, so Tanjiro will be easier to move. He brought the box in front of Nezuko. Hiding in a blanket in the house, she also knows what it means to go inside. Odoki is a little helpless to Tanjiro. But we have to. After saying goodbye to the Uzudaki brothers, they're officially on their way as a member of the Order of Demons. On the way, Tanjiro started talking, but I couldn't hear Nezuko's movements. She had to sleep to get her energy back. So don't call it anymore. That quickly goes to the northern toe. On the way, Tanjiro caught a young man whose face was dull and lifeless. It's just wandering in the unknown. I hear people on the road talking about this Kazumi guy. That, since his fiancée Satoko disappeared, he became so unconscious. Tanjiro is going through. He immediately chased after her, because this is the only clue to make it all clear. Suddenly, a strange boy came looking for me. Want to talk? Kazumi is a little bewildered. You obviously didn't mess with anyone today. Tanjiro wanted to ask about Satoko's disappearance. He still led Tanjiro to the scene. But in my heart, I don't Tanjiro will believe what you say. Because everyone is like that. Even though Kazumi explained it countless times, that Satoko suddenly disappeared. But her parents still wouldn't believe it and accept the truth. Even hit Kazumi. I can't recognize Face ID. To see Tanjiro trust me, Kazumi is even more suspicious of human life. Out of nowhere came the child. Your eyes firmly believe what you say. Tanjiro has seen demons before, so of course he believes. Caught a clue. Immediately use the nose. To cuckoo. I have to call this guy to find the devil. You don't mind crawling on the ground. Face down the road to search. This place smells of the devil, but it's scattered everywhere, so we can't figure out where the demon is. This makes Tanjiro feel that everything is very strange. Tanjiro just kept looking for clues all over the streets. It attracts a lot of attention. But not because you're handsome. It's because in the middle of the morning sky, no one is normal. And you're just walking around like a buffalo on the street. Like this ever. Then apply the theorem I don't mind. People who are afraid will be someone else. It's none other than Kazumi with Tanjiro. Both of you keep looking. Until late at night, Kazumi advised Tanjiro. So he's going home to rest and find Tanjiro tomorrow. It doesn't have to be that hard. You believed what he said and made Kazumi happy. I went hunting demons and went to sleep. The devil is only disabled. Tanjiro is sure the demon will appear tonight. You immediately start to smell a new smell and know the devil is nearby. I didn't even believe it but after seeing the serious looks nowhere is Tanji's joke. Tsukayumi really believes. They're the professional demon hunters. in a house not far from them. A young girl. I said goodnight to my mom and went back to my room without noticing that. At her feet there was a pool of black water. Move according. The water is hidden now. No one can detect it. Teen still hanging strap and get ready to go to bed as usual. He also prayed for the kidnapped girls. Peace without knowing that you are the prey. Next in a second. A puddle of black water covered her. Away gray hands gouged out of the puddle. Close her mouth tight. It makes you no matter how hard you struggle. It doesn't make a sound. I can only look scared. I watch myself sink more. The water is gone. A trace of the demon has just appeared. Tanjiro immediately smelled out its smell and turn around and run away. That ran for a meter. What makes Yumi not understand, but still bite my teeth and argue? But at the point where you jump off the roof, then Yumi died. Tanjiro sees the Earth's gravity as a joke, but playing to the tiniest alley. Tanjiro smell. The devil has a woman with him. Even though it smells, but around, and no little devil appeared. If that's the case, just stick the sword where it smells the worst. Of course, the sword is. When it came down, a pool of black water splashed. Part of the kidnapped girl revealed. Tanjiro quickly pulled her out of the devil's puddle. Just left its arm alone, holding a corner of the bewildered young woman's claw. I don't know, this guy's a demon with powers. According to Ozodaki, the prey has arrived and been stolen. So the demon was very angry. I don't care about Tanjiro. What to say that just gritted the end channel. And it makes a very, very headache-inducing sound. It's a sign of anger. Enough, it's gone. Kazumi also immediately ran too. You believe that there is a devil in this world. Delivery girl for Kazumi. Tell the boy to stand close to you. So, Tanjiro, you can protect both of them. Based on demonic blood, this demon can come out of anywhere. So Tanjiro has to raise his guard. But no matter how deep you dive, their smell doesn't go away. He caught the smell of the demon. Tanjiro immediately ran to him. I just didn't expect this guy to have three. Three of them came up from the ground and wanted to catch Tanjiro. Your reaction is still faster. Jump up immediately. Give the demons their 8th food. But by changing the technique in the middle, the slash is too shallow, and it cuts at the weak point. So the demons just lost their arms. I found something difficult. The demons immediately stepped back into the water. But Tanjiro made up his mind this time. Must be removed. Information of Musa. Before we left, Odoki revealed it to you. The only demon with blood. It can turn people into demons. There is only one in this world. Over 1,000 years ago. The first person to turn into a demon. And that name is Kibutsuji Musa. In other words, the man who killed Tanjiro's family. And also the only one. They know how to turn demons back into people. That's Muzan. The demon that keeps sticking its head out of the water is Tanjiro. Let's not fly the hand. I almost flew my head, so I had to get out. But Tanjiro can't protect Takia. Just hit full force. I haven't thought of a way yet. The devil broke the shore. Scolding Tanjiro, because you keep hampering it with bait. It's good that the Kia girl comes together. The words of this demon afterward. It's even more infuriating when people are just food. It even describes the taste of the victim in front of their families. One horny name teases Kazumi by showing you the stinger collection of the victims that he ate. There's actually Satoko's hairpin in there. See it? Kazumi immediately collapsed and turned pale without a word. This word makes Tanjiro remember your family. They were also killed by these demons. It makes your blood boil. They're getting tighter and tighter. But maybe a fighter who wants to triple skill is a bit difficult. One man when Tanjiro fights another. Start a sneak peek, but with elongated legs. Out of the box. Stone for a blow, head twisted better than X. Nezuko came out of the box very angry. Oni-chan is very easy to get into. The demons. For the first time seeing the demon Slayer and the demon walking together. What the world is going through. Kia was kicked and fainted. He always had to be saved. Dealing with demons is scary. But Nezuko is very gentle with humans. She sees them as sisters in the house. That comforted Cheeks as a habit when I was Huma. This move shocked the other three as well. It turns out that when she's sleeping, Ozudaki gave her a hint. That all humans are her family. We must protect humans and demons as enemies. Destroy all demons that kill humans. So this time the devil showed his face. Every time you eat a petal in the face, she can't get rid of her 7-power attack. A light stone is a crumbling pavement. She's got her feet on it. Nezuko tried to chase the demon. Tanjiro immediately stopped her. They can't chase the demon and separate. Nezuko is also very obedient to his brother. I saw you immediately stop and run back. Suddenly a guy jumps in the middle of the road and wants to catch her. Nezuko just jumped a little. We've avoided this stupid raid. It's only her quick reflexes that make Tanjiro. I was surprised and remembered Uzudozaki's words. Nezuko is now a demon with power. That's strong physical. I don't need your protection anymore. Because she's probably stronger now than Tanjiro. You are still wondering why. Let her stay and protect the other two. Suddenly at Tanjiro's feet, the devil's water appeared that you immediately have to jump away to avoid. But that's also the purpose of the demons. To separate Tanjiro from Nezuko, they rush to attack her. But no girl is that easy to eat. Emergency situation. Tanjiro decides to let Nezuko stay and to protect the Kier. You will jump into the water, where the demons are hiding and destroy them, facing Tanjiro's trusting gaze. She immediately nodded, so the two brothers split up on land and underwater. Inside the puddle is a murky pond, with the countless clothes and belongings of the victims. The devil murdered. One of them came ashore to fight Nezuko. The other two are in the country waiting for Tanjiro. I see you've entered your territory. They're laughing. I thought I was sure of winning. There's no AI in the backyard, where there is an advantage to lose. They despise Tanjiro, so don't even think. It's coming at you like a funeral pyre. It's just that they're so disdainful of Tanjiro. He's a major figure in the conservative world. Tajizo's training is even more intense. These guys imagine a lot. The air on Mount Saji is thinner. Like this. If you can stand it, these are mosquitoes. Tajizo immediately waited for them to attack. That's when they ate their sixth trick. In Tanjiro's mouth, strong rotation of upper and lower body created a huge tornado that tore apart Takir into many pieces. After picking up the piece of cloth the demon left behind, it's also the time when Tajizo runs out. Quickly rise to the water. At the same time, Nezuko is on the shore practicing Kyora's form. Even though there's no demonic blood and no just plowed vegetarian he also made the devil eat blood. I see he wants to run. Nezuko is far from ready. At her speed, this guy can't even get under the water. But through some blows, the boy got used to her technique, because they're just monotonous attacks. However, he still could not fight back and was eaten. The only time I could fight back was when I scratched her face. It makes the blood flow. But the technique Tanjiro came from the water to cut off the fan's hand. You're mad that your sister got hurt. Always on the other hand, the devil is cornered, and still haven't recognized myself. He's about to raise the MN flag. Open your mouth and let go of all the itchy ears. Tanjiro slashes a warning shot. But it's not over yet, because you want to ask for more information about Muzan. I just heard this name. The devil is too afraid to hide. Body trembling 7 with creeping expression VCL. But if you don't, Tanzi puts a sword in your face. Non's dilemma. The more the devil remembers your lies, just tell others about him. This demon will not live on. Standing in front of the sword against his neck, the devil is determined. He refused to give any information about Muzan. He was more afraid of him than he was of death. Tajizo surprised. What makes him shiver so much? He's cornered by the devil who wants to fight. He was eventually sent back to his mother. When he turned around, Nezuko was leaning against the wall. Tanjiro panicked, runs to see. Fortunately, she's just dozing off. Look at my injured sister. You suddenly feel guilty. I can't find Muzan's information. After putting her back in the box, Tagizo saw Kazumi sitting on the ground. He came to comfort Kazumi. You have to keep living anyway. This place makes Kazumi angry. For assume that Tanjiro, I've never experienced anything like him. That's why I said that. But just finish. Kazumi naughty guy. To see Tanjiro's painful smile. He can't say anything. Tanjiro gave him the cloth. Satoko's bow tie. Goodbye to him and leave forever. After a while, Kayumi recovered and realized it's the smile of someone who's suffered. It's bigger than him. Kazumi immediately shouted, sorry Tanjiro. But you're just laughing, and asked Kazumi to take the lucky girl Kia home. Then keep going. I haven't rested a minute. The companion Raven has come to report on the next mission. It makes Tanjiro tired. This time to Tokyo. Tanjiro wants to rest for a while, but the crow won't let you go. There's no way Tanjiro. We have to keep going. Going to the street for the first time. As we witness the development of the city at night is as bright as day. The modern motorist is busy back and forth. Tanjiro, it's mind-boggling. I don't know what to do for a while. Just looking for somewhere. There are no people, but the wrong alley people are howling. The two brothers ran away. Keep moving out of the city center. Nezuko is still asleep. Tanjiro goes to a roadside restaurant and sits down. Eating something. First time meeting so many people makes Tajizo a little nervous. I saw my sister next door sleeping well. You are also a little light. To drink a sip of noodles. A fragrance a lifetime Tajizo will not forget. Straight into Tajizo's nose. He dropped 8 noodles and stood up. Panicked, look around and immediately run to where it's coming from. This smell is what's left of Tanjiro's house. The day your whole family was murdered. There's no doubt that Muzan is nearby. Tanjiro ignored it all. Immediately pursue to catch up with Ama. Just looked at his eyes. Tanjiro knew immediately that he was a demon. This Perso, he's the same person who killed Tajizo's entire family. Angry to draw the sword. Then a little girl's voice cracked. The man is back. He was holding a baby in his arms. Call him dad. Makes Tanjiro stiff. Who realized Muzan was living under the guise of a humor. A woman came out and called him husband. This scene made Tanjiro even more shocked and scared. A demon that has lived for thousands of years eating countless people, dressed as a human. There's even children with humans. This fact makes Tanjiro want to break the 3 rules. Muzan realized that this is a demon lord, and to avoid trouble, he immediately turned another person into a demon. Front of Tanjiro. As long as his fingernails flattened, it's enough to make a normal person become the devil. He was bloodthirsty and attacked his wife. Episode 8. The wife still doesn't understand what's wrong. Suddenly, I saw my husband worried about coming to visit. The husband suddenly changed his face. He came and bit his wife on the shoulder, made her scream in horror. A performance that happens faster than the blink of an eye. Made Tanjiro. I was stunned to see it from beginning to end. While everyone's panicking, turn around and only you are the reaction. Kindly Tanjiro allowed to push her husband raw. Then quickly use the towel you're wearing. Put it straight in his mouth. My husband bit my shoulder, but the wife saw her husband crushed to the ground. Still worried about the boy. I even forgot that I was bleeding. Coming out of Sever. When we got there, the whole crowd was just Tanjiro with the brain. Tell your wife to take care of herself first, grandma. Not enough blood or anything. He also gave instructions on how to stop bleeding. Then turned to gripping. The demon-turned husband is writhing, trying to escape to the ground. Tanjiro tried to calmly assess the situation. Everything is still under control. The wife was helped by passers-by to stop the bleeding. The husband is a devil, but they haven't killed anyone yet. On the occasion that everything is in chaos, the incident threatened Muzan's daughter and wife. He took that excuse. Take both of them off the scene. The killer killed his entire family. Go away. Tanjiro is extremely awkward. You really want to chase. But the duties and responsibilities of a demon slayer, they don't allow you to abandon those around you. Tanjiro helplessly grinds his teeth. Psychological struggle. Your hands are as tight as possible. A man's hand is enough. Understand how stuck you're feeling. In the end, you chose to stay with your husband, has been demonic, but did not forget to shout a warning Musa. No matter where he is. At the end of the world, you will find him. He's running in the sky. Promised on the main character's aura. I just heard that. You look like you don't have to talk to me, but it's very annoying in my heart. Very quickly the guards appeared to quell the rebellion. They thought the husband was drunk, so they messed up. So I asked John Tanji to step aside. Let them take her husband to the station. But Tanjiro knows, the moment you let go of your husband, then he'll come and bite everyone. So determined not to let go, and advise the guards. Let's find a professional oppressor here. But the guards didn't hear you. Decided to take Tanjiro out of her husband. Let you shake and plead. The guards saw Tanjiro. Too stubborn and stubborn. I want to use force to separate you, but I can't even swing the stick down. A fragrance that brings the illusion suddenly. To hinder the guards from acting. Even more and more encircling the Tanjiro. This situation makes you more alert, because if the devil shows up now, you can't just protect people. He just defeated the devil. The smell is getting worse. That's when a woman wears a kimono. Next to him is a teenager, face wrinkled like monkey ass appeared. The surprised Woma. When Tanjiro still calls people who have been turned into demons, find a way to cure them, so she decided she'd give you a hand. This smell is demonic blood. Made from her blood. This woman is the devil, but also a former doctor and the name Muzan Kibutsuji. She also wants to destroy him. Muzan after leaving. Leave your wife and daughter. It's his people getting in the car first. The reason is to go into business with a partner to show off your mother. And left after your wife's car went out of sight. Muzan walked into a dark alley. There are few people back in which there's only one drunkard wobbling. And the lovers laugh. Let him go behind. The drunk on the road doesn't go. Just insists on going close to Muzan and VA on him. When he came to Muzan, he didn't apologize. The most challenging attitude is lying to the devil. Musa! I didn't want to accept these disabled people but Kia's attitude is lying. Even made fun of his own pain. So Muzan punched him with a light warning. Who thought the drunk hit the wall dead? OT in time to yawn. The woman immediately panicked and screamed. The other big man. I saw my brother log out, so very angry. They want to attack Muzan. I thought I would ask the movie. Two of his companions were killed in front of him. The woman panicked and backed into a corner. I don't know how. Musa approached her. Then glared at the question. Does she see him as a dying patient? You scared her so much that your son looked at her as small as a needle. I can't answer. Muzan wondered to himself. And self-attachment is the most near-perfect organism. Then stick your hand in your brain. Set Woma. He's transfusing his blood into the woman. Humans can't afford such a large amount. So after a struggle with Pi, the woman turned to mud and exploded. Body turns to red smoke and flies away. Muzan snapped a snap. Two men appeared immediately. He ordered them to take Tanjiro's head. Come back and get a bonus. They're quail. I didn't stay any longer to see Muzan's trembling form. Terrible memories of his past echoed back. After seeing Tanjiro's earrings. When Tanjiro returned to the noodle shop, he was scolded by the owner for a fight. Because I didn't eat anything, I ran away. This is an insult to the chef. Tanjiro immediately sorry and call another 8. I promise I'll take it seriously this time. The owner saw Nezuko next to him. If you do not want to eat, eat. Should also scold her. Tanjiro immediately rushed to call always to 8 Dudo. Eat the whole Nezuko. To witness Tanjiro's speed and power. The owner of the bar almost always flies. The two of you took a few steps. Nezuko suddenly stopped and fell into a state of alert. Glared at the teenager in front. This guy's here waiting for his cousins. Always makes Tanjiro. It's amazing. The teenager is tasked with bringing Tanjiro to meet Maki Monokia. It's covered in a layer of magic that covers the eyes. No matter how good Tajizo's nose sounds, I can't even track that place. This young man, in addition to his shining face, also a mixed mind. He pointed at Nezuko and called her a country girl. Tajizo silly guy for a while. Shaking head cannot load. When it loads, it screams. Because this guy dared to denounce his cute cheese stick sister bad. Open your eyes and see the name of the blind eye. Your sister here is beautiful and famous in the area. He has eyes like no other. Kia teen looks Tanjiro. It's like looking at a young boy, so just turn around and move on. Only Tanjiro is the distance. I can't stand this guy saying he's ugly. Go to a wall. How long has the boy been coming through? Tanjiro's still babbling, probably because my mouth is covered. So Nezuko's beauty was sealed. The kids don't even bother to urge them. Move your leg up quickly. Behind the wall is a nail. The villa is extremely majestic. Teen leads to brothers to meet the Woma. She's taking care of her wife right now. Bitten by the devil. The husband was locked in the basement. They both fell silent. Tanjiro is suddenly curious to treat humans. The woman is not upset. It's noisy. He was punched in the mind by a young man. The woman must stand up and defend herself. Her name is Tamazo. Teen Kia is Yoshizo. Tamazo explained Tanjiro's question. She's still upset, but because I've adjusted my body a lot. Muzan's curse fell on him. She was broken. It takes a lot of time to understand. Tamazo invited the two brothers to another room to talk. Even the devil, but Tamazo and Yoshizo have adapted their bodies to be able to live without eating human flesh. Just drink a small amount of human blood. They're buying blood from people who don't have money. Of course, the amount of blood purchased does not affect their body. That's why Tanjiro. They didn't smell the devil in either of them. What's more shocking is that Yoshizo has become the devil is thanks to Tamazo. For 200 years, Tamazo can only turn into a Yoshizo. Into the devil. Tanjiro only noticed the letter 200 years and was shocked to see Tamazo doesn't know how old she is. He was punched in the stomach by Sushizo. For asking a woman's age, Tamazo had to stop it. Sushizo just gave up. Tamazo has no intention of creating more demons. You only do that to people with nanny disease or people with severe fruit injuries. OT how long to live, but every time makes her very confused. Is it okay to do that? Tanjiro smells from Tamazo a pure smell. She's not lying. If so, Tanjiro can be trusted. I asked her how to turn the devil back into a human. When Tamazo said there was a way, Tanjiro was so shocked that he wanted to jump. She was wrestled to the ground by Sushizo. Tamazo believes that injury or disease, no matter how heavy, there's a cure or a treatment. She hasn't thought of a way yet to turn Nezuko back into a human. I will definitely find out later. So Tamazo asked Tanjiro to jobs. The first let her study Nezuko's blood sample. Because she's the only rare case. No demon has escaped Muzan's control. Like the second girl. Is that you helped her bring back samples of the other demons' blood? Close to Musa. Sitting in the house. So they didn't notice. Two of Muzan's men tracked them down. Until the house was raided, suddenly the whole group realized that the devil was visiting the house. Episode 9, the two demons who found Tamazo's Mancio. Eye covering doesn't work for them either. An attacker straight into the villa. Her ball went through the wall. And then I'm bouncing around the house. Turned the room into a mess. Very quickly the mansion was destroyed by them Peng. This makes them laugh out loud. When you see demons and demon hunters together, they're also surprised. But the girl doesn't care. The more new, the more fun. She continued to attack the building. Tanjiro protects Nezuko in shock. Look outside. You're a little surprised by the power of the demon. It was just throwing some balls that destroyed the house. Broken to this extent. The demon found Tanjiro in the wreckage. And the dust got her excited. The attack is more insane. The room could not withstand the attack. It quickly turned into a beehive. Formidable. Then these balls don't need VA to hit anything. Can also freely switch direction and turn 180 degrees. It's clearly dodged. But the ball suddenly changed banging direction on Ayasaizo's head. Make him fly. Urgent situation interface. Tanjiro asked Nezuko to take his fainting wife to go somewhere safe outside. But Tamazo immediately stopped him. It's very dangerous outside now. This building has a basement. Nezuko, take your wife down there. Nezuko was very aggressive in receiving orders. Run away immediately. The devil saw that nothing had been done. Ayasaizo became more excited and smiled as much as he could. Evoking Tanjiro can be assessed. These two demons. It smells completely different from the previous demons you used to fight. These two guys are obviously stronger because they smell so bad. You've never seen a demon stink like that. You breathe it in, it's heavy, you want the cancer to get there. When you realize you are the target of demons, Tanjiro, he told Tamazo to go to the basement with him. Nezuko, but she's okay because they're also demons. Look beautiful. They are not weak enough to be protected by Tajizo. You just take them out. Don't worry about her and Rashizo. Kia saw Tanjiro. The face out. Throw the ball at the speed of light. Head straight to Tanjiro. You know, even if they dodge, these balls are also positioning. I'll change direction, follow you. So Tanjiro didn't want to dodge it. He just faced it. Which one pierced through that one? Saw Tanjiro pierced according to the curve. Create an angle that reduces the power of her ball. The devil is a little interesting, but that's not enough to stop the ball. Even though pierced, but the ball is still moving and escaped from the blade of Tagizo. In the Tamazo house holding Yoshizo in her lap, and urgently call you, from Yoshizo's missing face ID neck. Very quickly, there were nerves that sprang up. Half the head again, just got the mouth back. Zero has a hard spanking time. It's as if that AI is taking away my voice. Yoshizo is angry because Tamazo wanted to invite the Tanjiro brothers about the occultist you didn't have. Perfect, so it's easy to recognize, can hide odors and people, but presence is not possible. These two demons appear here. It also means that Muzan tracked them down to where they were hiding. Tanjiro also realized the problem. These two demons come so close, you just smell them. It's because of Zashio's demonic blood that these two demons suddenly came to destroy the house. I also spend time with my Tamazo. Make Zashio angry with all the green veins. These two have come to work with you. The situation becomes more and more tense. The devil is happier, to the point of taking off his shirt to play with Tanjiro. She claims to be one of the 12 demons. They're demons that take orders directly from Muzan. That means Muzan wants to kill Tanjiro. But that doesn't matter now. It's important that the demon grows for more hands, and the number of balls has tripled. The two Tanjiros that haven't been processed yet are now triple. Suddenly, you don't know how to handle it. Yoshizo guard. Tamazo hadn't thought of a way to fight back. If Tamazo uses demonic blood magic here, Tanjiro also affected. Yoshizo also needs. The preparation time is converted into an attack. They can't solve anything by dodging like that. Even Tamazo and Yoshizo were blown away. Loss of a body part. Tanjiro can smell to different demons. I just can't leave the other two alone. But Tamazo told you to ignore them. They are able to heal themselves. Jishio suggestions for Tanjiro. How to fight back. Just look at the arrows. It's knowing the direction of the balls. This trouble ball. But what is the arrow? Tanjiro never looked out. So Jisoo had to lend you his vision. Then warn Tanjiro. Have withdrawn to this extent that I didn't even cut off the head of the Kia ball lady. Then a spell was put on Tanjiro's forehead. He immediately saw the direction of the balls. It's much easier to avoid that. Nezuko had completed the mission and returned. Tanjiro will focus. Deal with this annoying shadow lady. Nezuko asked her to deal with the demon lying on the tree. At first, Tanjiro could only dodge the balls and wait for Nezuko to find and deal with the demo. What makes noses? This annoying guy. Very quickly, she did an excellent job. The arrow that controls the balls is gone. Take that opportunity. Tanjiro dances around. It's not just cutting balls in half. He sent the 6 hands of the devil back to the earth. These two demons are closely related to Muzan. This time it will come without them. Tajizo will get their blood samples. For Tamazo, even though her hands were cut off, the devil was still very relaxed. Even despised Tanjiro's words. She's very confident in her abilities, so I don't really see Tanjiro raw. Zashio warned Tanjiro. Be careful, because this may be the strongest demon you've ever fought. Then he wanted to pull Tamazo and run away. Leave everything to Tanjizo and Nezuko. This word shocked Tamazo to turn black and white raw. I think I just said to stupid. Immediately asked to be buried. Nezuko even found the other demon. But very quickly, he got his demonic blood. Push away and fly straight to Tanjiro. The two brothers just rolled around on the ground hugging each other. In the blink of an eye, she grew back. The ability to recover is to say. Yoshizo told Tanjiro. Focus on killing the demon controlling the arrow. The devil controls the ball. Let you and Nezuko handle it. The two brothers immediately changed their target. Let's handle these two fish together. Tanjizo lodged the devil controls the arrow. Immediately saw that the loophole thread was already stretched. The moment the sword was swung, the thread broke. And Tanjizo fell into Kia's demonic blood. With a blink of an eye, an arrow appears. Take the Tanjizo around for 8 directions in the air. The pain must be terrible. That's when the arrow disappears. You're free in the air. It's not that we have to use tactics to reduce the impact. On Nezuko's side, she's a little stuttered when handling Kia's balls. Yoshizo hides his own shadow. Go ahead and punch her. Some warning for touching Tamazo. But that doesn't really matter. It's just words coming out of my own mouth. The two demons will not recognize you if you don't speak. That's Tamazo. He fled Muzan hundreds of years ago. That is. The two Kia demons are even more excited because Tanjiro, if Tamazo comes back, they will be rewarded. Nezuko. I don't know what the devil's blood is. So he used his feet to kick her ball. Who's supposed to fly his leg and get kicked? Banging people in the house. Tamazo immediately ran to look babe. The blood above doesn't stop flowing, so I gave her a shot to stimulate her recovery. Tanjizo party. Then you're straining his brain to dodge the arrow and think of a way to take down this annoying name. After loading the order of moves, Tanjizo immediately rushed to perform always. Put all your strength into a single slash, and it succeeded in decapitating the Kia demon. Episode 10. It's gone from her, just waiting to vanish. But I can't get rid of it at the end of my life. Keep your eyes out, head rolling to the ground, and he's still screaming in anger and yelling at Tanjiro for letting his face touch the ground. This demon is about to die, still determined to drag Tanjiro along. His last trick was to summon countless arrows. It's very different from the previous arrows. I thought the movie would end right away. Tanjiro has to constantly attack to stop the arrow. The pressure on the body is too great. Tajizo bites his teeth every time and use it to its fullest. They can survive to welcome the next wave. Never before had Tajizo had to do so many moves. Two tired hands are about to break, but the situation forces you to keep going. The movie also stops. Finally, the demon disappears and Tanjiro free fall into the ground. Body pain to the point of rapid breathing and rolling of the eyes. But you don't have time to lie there and rest. Tommaso and Nezuko side. He is still dealing with the six-handed demon. Both feet and Tagizo's body had no strength to stand up. The hand is no longer strong enough to hold a sword, so Tagizo just had to put his sword in his mouth and then wobbled towards Nezuko. On that side, the demon uses Kia's super fast ball. Smash the ball to the ground. Make the dust rise. I can't see a way to time. Zushi can easily dodge the balls. But if you want to be invisible to attack her, because there is hiding, whatever it is. The dust also causes Zashio to reveal its direct attack on Zushio's interface. You can't react in time. Fortunately, Nezuko arrived in time and kicked the ball away. Has retained this interface. Once again, the syrup saw that Nezuko had not left. After the leg flight, I want to scold her, but I can see Nezuko's loving eyes. To make the syrup stagger, in Nezuko's eyes, Yasuo is just like his wet little brother. So he went to rub his head and made Zashio choose Nezuko's stone. It was so strong that the devil was surprised and cautious, but the more it makes her angry. It's a solo soccer game. 1v1 between demons. The only human demon that comes in is water. Get out of the box. There is no continuous land. Yasuo was surprised by Nezuko's power. He looked at Tommaso as if he wanted an explanation, but she only gave Nezuko the healing herbs. There is no increase in power. The power now is Nezuko's inherent strength. She's the only demon who can control herself without the use of flesh and blood. Yuma, he's the only demon who's raised his own power. She used her best to respond to the demon Kier. It can't help either, but according to Tommaso reviews, if you hit hard, Nezuko doesn't have a winner. She still has to act. So far, the devil has not done his best. Nezuko was even more excited to see her fight, but Tommaso won't let Nezuko fight again, standing in front of her. No matter what the devil says, I don't want to get out either. Tommaso reveals Muzan's true purpose. It's taking advantage of them. To do what he doesn't dare to do. Muzan is just a coward. Not allied with each other, because he feared that one day they would overthrow him, especially powerful demons like her. I heard my idol boss being slandered. The devil can't stand it. He got angry and shouted at Tommaso to defend Muzan, without even knowing. I myself was involved in the psychological manipulation of Tommaso. While talking to her, Tommaso used his blood to create the white Japanese ghost, a spell aimed at the enemy's mind. They can't lie or keep secrets. She's in hot blood. Said out the name of Muzan to Tommaso. When she finished, she immediately panicked and shut her mouth, because no demon is allowed to say Muzan's name in front of others. She activated the Muzan curse, put on all the demons under the school. I immediately raised my hand to the sky, but it didn't work. Her skin immediately turned gray, and her blood vessels sprang up. The stomach and hands immediately grow out. These are huge hands. It squeezed that demon into a pool of blood and died slowly. Tanjiro, I've just come to see this horrible scene. Immediately roll your eyes. Tommaso looked at her with pity, because she knows the fight between them is pointless. Tanjiro wanted to say something more, but was taken by Zushiro. Cover your mouth, because this smell is harmful to the human body. After observing for a while, Tommaso realized that she wasn't one of the 12 moon devils, because the 12 moon demons will have numbers that represent the ordinal number. She was deceived from beginning to end, still committed to him. These two demons are too weak for 10 moon demons. Tommaso's done taking a blood sample. He looked at Nezuko leaning on him. I thought I was falling asleep because of the smell of Tommaso. And take her to the basement. When the sun rises, the devil, it was finally dissolved by the eyes. Everything is in order. Though, Tanjiro also quickly ran to the basement, followed them. Nezuko saw him and immediately ran to hug him. Then run over to hug the Tommaso. Makes Zushio extremely jealous, but cannot do anything, was bullied by Tamazan Cho. Nezuko rubbed his head as if to tease him. Since he woke up, Nezuko has always been like this. That makes Tommaso a little nervous. Is there something wrong with her? But according to Tajizo, she's acting like that because she thought you were wrong. They are their own family. But obviously, Nezuko is supposed to protect humans, but destroy the devil. Maybe with her. Tommaso and Zushio are human, so they protect them. These words made Tommaso cry. Yoshizo also remembers his past. As a human being, you're sick, and thanks to Tommaso, you can live on. Your location has been compromised. Muzan is very close, so we both have to leave quickly. Tommaso offered to bring Nezuko Theo, because that way she won't have to keep fighting and injured again. Tanjiro thinks so too, but after seeing her steady gaze, he rejected Tommaso. This time you won't let anyone, or why to separate the two cousins. Tommaso also understands Cho Tanjiro, and I wish you a safe journey. This time, Zushio, even if there is a mixed mind, wishes the two of them recognize this. Duko is a beautiful person. The two brothers continue their mission. Go south at the direction of the companion crow. On the way, Tanjiro. Suddenly I caught the young man crying. Hold tight to the daughter who wants to get married. These 11 bizarre scenes made Tanjiro also be a confusing dots. The congenial sparrow of you. Use as much as possible. Fly to Tanjiro, but the boy doesn't understand. What does it say? Don't you understand? It's just a noisy story. I don't know what kind of load. After understanding the situation, you come immediately. Dragged blonde teen out of daughter house. People school to fight for a crime. In the middle of the morning sky playing pervert. And that bothered the sparrow endlessly. The young man just watched. I immediately realized Tanjiro is the one who took the exam with me. But Tanjiro refused. I know that kind of unscrupulous person. It made the young man cry louder because he was scolded. That was a bad thing, but he reminded Tanjiro. Just remember that. I met this young man at the final exam. But you didn't come to that. Turn to reassure the young woman that everything was in order. She can go home safely. The young woman was about to leave. The blonde young man screams a guy. You promised you would marry me, but she hit Cho repeatedly in the head. For the crime of not speaking. Have ABA class opening 9th grade. Angry girl scolded young man that is shameless. She saw him pass out on the side of the road. You should ask Han. I love him so much that he talks badly. Besides, she has a handsome fiancé. I've made it big in the neighborhood. What age does a young man want to get married? She was so angry that Tanjiro had to stop her. Otherwise, it will damage the young man's brain. But the young Kia is not yet settled. I want to turn to Tanjiro. He received a look of contempt. The young man screamed. Assume he'll get the lunchbox anyway. Because he knows he's too weak. You can't die without a wife. So since when has Tanjiro had more duties? We must protect young people until they get married. If so, say their names. Kia's young man is Zenitsu. His way of becoming a swordsman. It's also funny. Women cheat on love and money. The debt bearer is an old farmer. I make Zenitsu work hard every day. Life is not equal to death. Zenitsu keep thinking. You will die in the final exam. But no one expected you to live. I still have to go through hell. Go on a mission to meet the scary demons who want to faint. And then the flesh-eating devil suck the brains out of the tie. The more you talk, the more scary it is. Zenitsu cry more and more. Tanjiro coaxed forever. Then we both continue on our way. Zenitsu was a little hungry after Tanjiro gave me a piece of rice. My last touch for you. Zenitsu ignored him and broke half Cho Tanjiro. Half of them go and eat. On the way Tanjiro advised, Zenitsu is afraid of demons. But don't bother the sparrow, baby. It's charcoal with Tanjiro. You've been feeling sorry for me. Listening to the news, Tanjiro understands the birds. Zenitsu was determined not to believe. But just finished. Then Tanjiro's companion Raven spoke. Urged them to step their feet up quickly. The location of the next mission is very close. Zenitsu rolled back to this range in shock. But the task is still to be done. Tanjiro's footsteps are getting faster and faster. Ignore the Zenitsu in the back whining about not doing. Very quickly you caught a house in the wilderness. Tanjiro smelled the devil's smell so strong. From here, Zenitsu also heard a strange noise coming out of it. You look around and see it that way. Not far away, there were two shivering children hugging each other tightly. Look at the two of them. Tanjiro came to ask. But the children were too scared to speak. He took Zenitsu Sparrow to reassure her. Two kids, ask yourself what's going on here. Three cousins are hanging out at night and passing by. Two of the boys were taken by a monster. The two kids are scared, but still trying to trace Theo here, but dare not enter. Just finished asking. When I turned around, I saw Zenitsu's face because I heard a horrible noise coming from the house. Tanjiro also listened quietly. I heard the sound of the Juzumi drum. The drums are getting louder. A man rushed from the window, dropped the bag to the ground, everywhere covered in blood. The body is severely injured. Tanjiro immediately ran too, but the wound was too deep and there was too much blood. The man can only speak a few words and die without closing your eyes. Right though. It's a very scary roar coming out of the house. Zenitsu and the two children hugged tight in fear. After asking further, this man is not the brother of the two boys. Evidence. There are many innocent people in the house. Tanjiro decided to enter the house to destroy the demon, but Zenitsu didn't want to go with her. It wasn't until he showed his Renitsu attitude that he panicked. Tanjiro was crying and agreed to go with him. But before Tanjiro left Nezuko outside, as a last resort to protect the children. After entering the house, Tanjiro told Zenitsu the truth. In the previous battle, your leg and ribs are broken, so it's impossible to protect Renitsu 100%. Just heard here. Zenitsu screamed and lay on the ground rolling. They always say they are sure. No matter how comforting Tanjiro is, it doesn't work. Suddenly, the two children ran into the house with them. Because I heard a rustling sound coming out of the box. That makes Tanjiro extremely nervous. When Nezuko is out alone, a loud noise went off and the Zenitsu panicked. He accidentally pushes Tanjiro and his sister Taizuko into the house. So people just walk into the room. It's changed shape, like dancing her ass. The moment it stops, the hiding demon appears. Tanjiro instant gag babe. OT to speak up. At the same time saw Tanjiro disappear Zenitsu, crying in panic. He grabbed the Sachi boy and asked him to come out. This form of cowardice. The boy was insulted and scolded for a fight. What a cowardly swordsman. Set of swords worn on the side to decorate. It's like saying a word when you're young. Zenitsu can't argue. When they want to go out, I found myself trapped too. In this house, Zenitsu also met a wild boar. He looked at you and ran through the door. Zenitsu is crying with her head. Sachi had nothing to say. I only look at you with contempt. Tanjiro over there is very nervous. But the Kia demon doesn't seem to notice you. They told Taizuko to hide. Tanjiro immediately took the sword and attacked the demon. As soon as it was about to be touched, a sound of escape was heard. The structure of the room was immediately overturned. In other words, this whole house is the devil's territory. He likes to do whatever he wants. Suddenly, a man with a wild boar hat from where to fight the monster. That's why this wild boar head used the heat wheel sword. Episode 12, the devil doesn't care about them. In his eyes, they're just annoyances. Oh, attachment. The structure of the house changed. This time it's like pouring water. Canada Bai on Lazada Taizuko was trampled by the masked boar Kier. Tanjiro quickly ran to take his feet off her and threw him aside. For the first time, I saw someone throw me away. The boar's first name, Tanjiro, must be very strong. I want to fight you. Although using the heliocentric sword, Tanjiro's behavior. This guy is definitely not a member of the Demon Slayer. The demons don't care about Tanjiro, and the pig-headed Kier is fighting with each other. Just make noise. He thinks he's showing trouble. Should tap on what looks on the belly. A large scratch appeared across Tanjiro and the pig's head. Fortunately, they both react quickly. Otherwise, the body has been torn into 3 pieces. The scratch is both deep and deep. Just take a hit and collect it. The devil is getting angry. Hands keep tapping on the spinning drums. Tanjiro has taken his place. The trick of the drums. But at that moment, the room suddenly changed. Tanjiro looks clearly demon holding drum. He didn't move the witness. The person who changes the structure of the room, not someone else. Tanjiro also smells of many other demons in the house. If so, the situation is more serious than you think. Tanjiro smells blood outside the room. They are I. You left Taizuko in the room. Then look out first. In the hallway, it's the bloody corpse of another victim. Tanjiro is a bit of a pain to see another innocent man murdered. It makes you more determined. We must destroy this lost demon. You take Taizuko with you, but blocking her Visio, so that she doesn't have to witness a horrible scene. Both of you go like that. Tanjiro suddenly smells a strange smell. He was injured, but not much. When you go outside the room, Tanjiro signed for Taizuko to keep quiet. I suddenly pushed the door in. Inside was a teenager holding a drum. His face was terrified, but it's exactly like Kia's description of you. At the same time, Zenitsu's sighed. You and the Sachi boy are going nowhere. Made the boy a little sleepy, so he threatened. Zenitsu is on high alert. Immediately howled the soul that screamed out. You're so scared your whole body is shaking. Seven immediately fell down and clung to the boy. Please speak up next time and let me know first. Don't speak out suddenly, your heart hurts. Who is very weak? That made the boy run out of words. The more you look at Zenitsu, the more you're worrying about the two of them. I know the boy has 7 hopes for me, but Zenitsu doesn't know how to do so. I cry and apologize a lot. To keep quiet, otherwise the devil will come. It reminds Cao to come right away. Zenitsu just finished. There was a demon in bad shape. It's unacceptable in the demon world. The face out. Scareboy and Zenitsu, afraid of his fall, immediately squeezed his leg on his neck. The devil has a bad face. The rolling gait is also bad. He reached out his long tongue and attacked. Zenitsu, though afraid, but he instinctively protected the boy into the heart, crying and running. They both fell into the next room, but Zenitsu's legs were stiff with fear. It is hard to stand up, so Zenitsu told the Kia boy to run ahead. Even if you have a good friend, your main character can't die. But the boy, though small, was very mean. Determined not to leave Zenitsu behind. It makes you very emotional. A boy who's braver and greater than you. Shame to die. That's it. But I turned around and saw the demon trying to suck your brain out of my hand. The nerve immediately fainted, leaving. The terrified boy didn't know how. The devil is getting closer. He only knows how to pull the Zenitsu. Where to go or where to go. Just think. The devil's tongue is about to cut off his head. The terrified boy screamed, but suddenly the devil's tongue was cut off. Zenitsu stood up with a different attitude. You stand up immediately, and with just one trick. The devil went behind the scenes. It turns out that your body just moved on its own while sleeping, and then wake up. Zenitsu was crying again, and about the usual cowardly appearance. You thought the demon was the Sachi Kia boy. He immediately hugged the boy and cried. Sachi is an anime man who likes to hide his job. Makes the boy curious. But I didn't understand anything, so I didn't explain. Head running in the hallway. I also caught a fat devil. But this young man plays the dice system, so I didn't say much. Hurry up and cut off the devil's hand and send him home. The sky always makes him not understand anything. At the same time, the devil is everywhere. You keep muttering Magichi something. When your child appears, there are numbers, but it's been crossed out. Turns out this guy used to be one of the demons, but there is not enough power to be compared to other demons, so he was kicked out of the line. He was so angry that he made up his mind. We must regain the throne. Tanjiro's side. Taizuko saw you two, immediately ran to burst into his lap. Tanjiro sees people inside, also somewhat secure, then asked the boy, how is it? It turns out that after being caught here, there is not only one. Where did another demon come from? He also jumped out fighting for him, so the 3 demons rushed into the fight. The demon looks injured and this drum falls out. He picked it up quickly and flapped it all over. If anyone comes close, they'll clap. To live to this extent. This kid is also considered smart. After applying the medicine to him, Tanjiro lets Taizuko stay with his brother and tells him, the two kids stay in the room. If you see the devil coming, knock. Run to another room. You're going to destroy the Kia demon and come back to pick them up. For a moment, Tanjiro rushed out. The boys also knocked on the drums, so the two separated. Very quickly Tanjiro got to the devil. You've got the rules of his technique. It's just an unfamiliar plus body. Old wounds that haven't healed. Strong movement will cause pain throughout the body. So the reaction rate of Tanjiro is slow and hampered. But right now, Ozodaki's advice became Kim-pointed Nam. Guide and motivation for Tanjiro. The sword you've learned is the breath of water. But water is incredibly variable. No matter the circumstances, they will also cope and adapt. So Tanjiro won't bet this time either. Water is an endless stream. Just look straight ahead and attack. Even if you are disabled, you never give up. In episode 13, Zenitsu is still harriedly leading him. Soji's looking for Tanjiro because he's worried about you. But the Kia boy pointed out that, I don't know what the general is doing. Just go around one place. Zenitsu decided to go to a big room to watch Sao. He secretly opened the door. But luckily, there's no ghost inside. However, once inside, the room suddenly changed direction. Let the two of you experience what it feels like to fall from the top. While the devil kept turning the room upside down, it made Tanjiro lose his balance. As a true man, even if you break a few bones, it's hard. Is nothing to you. Let us show the guy how strong he is. But of course, the demon's demonic blood is extremely unpleasant. His will alone is not enough to defeat him. Times like this, Tanjiro can only deal with his head. Suddenly, a cut came. I almost sent you back to see your family. The demon is very angry at Tanjiro. I like to live like a legend. I've been busy looking for Sachi. He decided not to let Tanjiro. Time to think. So he had to ask for his name in order to buy me time. Devil tells his name Kazogai. Tanjiro immediately turned on martial arts mode. I swear I will not give any of my children to the devil. Kazogai is spicy. I swear I can eat Sachi. To be able to regain position in the demonic underworld of the 12 moon demons. He kept banging on the drum and smashing the surrounding room. He knocked and remembered his past. His father, the boy knocked on the drum and wrote like a gore tale, advised him to give up the pay instead of making things worse than toilet paper. You make fun of Kazogai. It is best to sit with the drum, and then coldly stomped on his work. At that time the fire of hatred, his cool matcha passion resurfaced. Kazogai used his own magic to take you to see your grandfather, back to the present, by the power of remembrance. That he can accelerate the speed of percussion. The room immediately reversed its illusory direction. Put Tanjiro in a coma. But this time it's the 5 tracks. Instead of the same 3 at the beginning. One Shot is suspected of being jealous of a female instead lover. Of teasing the dog right away. But in danger, Tanjiro suddenly discovered something. By avoiding stepping on the sheets of paper that you can move. To avoid attacks, use your breath to strengthen your leg. Plus a sniffing ear. The smell of paper fluttered before the spike struck. Tanjiro could easily read his attack. Absolute focus. Tanjiro uses the breath of the 9th consciousness. Hydropilmat to move in a flash to where the thorns are, trying to move beyond his range. As soon as I saw the thread that connected the demon's neck, Tanjiro praised Kazogai for being good, but he was sorry and brushed his head lightly. But because of the wrong rhythm, the pain immediately made Tanjiro. I can't stand it. Kazogai asked you now. Is it true that my magic is very powerful? Tanjiro recognized his talent, but the Kazogai sins are unforgivable. Right now you remember. I've got to get the demon's blood back from Miss Tamazo. With her special tools. A cat is the Tamazo's messenger that appears to bring the container back. According to Yoshizo, the cat only calls once if it wants to show up. The second one will automatically disappear. The 8 times is automatically into the pot of vegetables. For now. Tanjiro has to find Takir, while Kazugai looks at his novels. Remember the old story, that he was killed by his father. See them as trash. But at least Tanjiro is different without trampling on it. Kazu spikes shed touching tears. It's also a symbol of pain forever in my heart. Then it's gone because someone finally recognized the fall. A moment later, Tanjiro scavenged high to find Kiyoshi and Tezuko. They opened the door and threw a bunch of stuff in their face. I'm glad the kids are safe, though. Tezuko burst into tears because he thought this fan was feeding the vault. Only likes to knock drums. Tanjiro comfort them both and carry Kiyoshi and Tezuko to find the Zenitsu thanks to her super hearing nose. The sudden smell of blood made Tanjiro nervous. You rushed to take both of them out. I saw Inosuke massaging outside, whipping Cho Zenitsu with feet, while Sachi could only watch. Like the helpless husbands in Japanese movies. Zenitsu sees Tanjiro, then boast that I have succeeded. Protect the precious box for you. Zenitsu has very good hearing. Even when you sleep, you know who's talking bad about you. Zenitsu also knows about Tanjiro. He succeeded in defeating the devil. Before that, Sachi and him splashed outside. When the room is upside down, remain safe. Zenitsu didn't understand why Sachi was crying. I saw blood in the back of my head. He realized he had fallen from the 2nd floor. So banging your head leads to unconsciousness. At this time, the pig's head rushed out to Zenitsu's soul. He realized that Kyo was the mysterious 5th. Be present in the entrance exam. He who goes up the mountain and gets there first. The pig's head targeted Tanjiro's box. That forced Zenitsu to lower his protectio. He hurriedly confessed his name. He said he was also a demon. The pigs asked Renisu to stay away. Let's kill what's in the box. Otherwise, both Zenitsu and the box will be devoured. Although he was afraid, Zenitsu decided not to run away. Because the box is very important to Tanjiro. It's not just pig heads. But Zenitsu also knew that what was inside the box was the devil. Because their sound is so different from humans. However, the sound coming from Tanjiro was the sweetest sound Zenitsu had ever heard. Every creature has its own sound from breathing, pulse, blood pressure. Just listen carefully. We can understand the inside of the enemy. Zenitsu definitely Tanjiro. You have to be with the devil. That's why he put his faith. I want to ask you directly about everything. Pig heads ignore and let Zenitsu eat ice. But he was determined to hold on. Don't let pigs do what they want. Decided not to let him touch Tanjiro's box. This made the pig's head angry. That hit Zenitsu bleeding. Those two scenes were ignored by Tanjiro, who saw Renitsu. The pig's head was provocative and still protecting the box. The scene that made Tanjiro. I remember watching my mother leave. As soon as the pig's head counted the Zenitsu stick and the box, then Tanjiro spoke up and came. The face expressed anger for the Kier to receive enough. Episode 14 Tanjiro rushed to let the enemy eat the punch of thunder spray. Cause the ribs of the pig's head to break immediately. Tanjiro, he was very angry because it was clear that Zenitsu did not draw his sword. The pig's head kept asking people to fight swords. Just like the Shadow Boys. It's against the rules that prohibit members from pointing swords at each other. The pig's head was blown off, lying on the ground. The sword is wrong. Instead, you have to take the right path. Tanjiro hurriedly explained his idea. It's not that, but the pig's head doesn't care. Rushed to attack you with his supple body. Zenitsu couldn't believe it. He can still move even though he's just been hit by broken ribs. The pig's head can even dodge blows, then attack Tanjiro. Zenitsu also bound hands for Tanjiro. The teaching is obviously good. That's still against the law. Fighting with members of the crew. Pighead Raw hit not only fast, but also extremely unpredictable. All of his attacks are low level. Made Tanjiro. It's like fighting a four-legged animal. He decided to take a lower leg to counterattack, but did not expect. The enemy can break the ground. Then Ben Cho Tanjiro, thanks to the supple body. It's amazing. Pig's head excitedly asked Tanjiro, am I very strong? And then performed the bending technique. Put your head under your groin. Tanjiro, I told him to stop because the swelling was broken. Only nest self-harm. But the pig's head doesn't care about fighting Tanjiro. Good to know. See, the enemy is stubborn. Refused to reso. Tanjiro decided to use a percussion device for pig's head. See the AI head harder. Zenitsu was horrified by the sound. It sounds like a skull break. If a pig's head eats a deadly trick, back off. His pig mask fell off. Zenitsu looked astonished as she hit below. It's the face of an American woman. This time you do not inject thoroughly. It's Chabas play. The pig's head asked if your father's face made Zenitsu squeak. And Tanjiro was honest with me. Beautiful face is no longer important. Make the pig's head angry. Go. You're going to start again to see who gets the brain first. The pig's head was eager to let Tanjiro know his name was Inosuke. However, when Tanjiro asked him how he writes because he doesn't know how to write. He was talking badly when suddenly he was in the picture. Roll off the ground. White eyes, foam lips. Zenitsu thought Inosuke was dead, but Tanjiro said he was just in a coma. Tezuko Ken Tanjiro. It has a hard head. I want to touch the top of the head. Let's see which is harder. Zenitsu is scary because Inosuke is clearly unconscious. Well, your head doesn't have any power. A moment later, Inosuke woke up. Then he shouted, follow Zenitsu, and demanded. It spooked him to the point of running to hide behind a little girl. Just in time for Tanjiro's group is conducting a burial for the ill-fated Tanjiro. Although Inosuke joined, he refused. Buried without a coffin. There's no fun with black guys in suits dancing. Instead, Inosuke wants Tanjiro to fight him again. And you think it's an injury. So Inosuke couldn't do it. So very understanding. The more Tanjiro talked, the more he became irritated. Because it sounds like you're taking it for granted. I couldn't carry the bodies in Riz house. Inosuke vows to prove it to Tanjiro. The bodies are as light as chicken feathers to me. With his help, all the victims in the house were buried. It's just sitting there while everyone prays. Inosuke just kept bumping his head against the tree. To get Tezuko's attention, the two brothers advised her to pretend to be blind. The whole group just finished praying. Then a crow came along. Ask everyone to follow me. Inosuke saw that the group was going down the mountain and refused. The battle between them is not over. Zenitsu was determined not to let Sachi leave. I want him to be my bodyguard from now on. Forever after. Tanjiro, it looked so bad that I had to knock him out. The crow asked Kiyoshi to spread out his hand. Give him a spell. Help cast out demons. Because Kiyoshi has Maggie blood. Always carry it with you. Tanjiro smelled out on the talisman that smelled of dead flowers. It's a species that demons hate. Three brothers. Kiyoshi then said thank you and goodbye. Tanjiro's group on the road follow the crow, constantly provoking Tanjiro. I swear I will beat you. But to Tanjiro's name, he didn't even pronounce it correctly. It pissed you off. You to keep arguing. Even the sleeping Zenitsu must be disturbed. After a while, the BA found a home. There's a flower sign on the front door. The crow said it would be a resting place for them until all three have fully recovered. Inosuke found this crow delicious as well. Should calculate to bring grilled. At this time, an old lady opened the door and scared Jenisu. I thought it was a monster. Inosuke was more rude to call her a weakling. They were then led to the campus by her. Arranged in place. The fact that he slept quickly made Zenitsu suspicious. Old Lady Kia must be a demon luring them here to do meet. Tanjiro, you've got to give him a knock to cut down on his illusions while eating Inosuke's snack. That's what Zenitsu reminded me of. But he wants to annoy Tanjiro, so of course I don't care. But also take your share. Unexpected to touch. Good saying. Not angry but eager to use more. Make Inosuke bitter. Zenitsu realized that he had forgotten about the box. But he didn't because he was beaten up. When the old woman prepares her bed, Inosuke quickly moved to win the area. But Tanjiro, be kind, makes him angry. He threw a pillow in Zenitsu's face to vent his anger. The old woman then brought her husband to visit for all BA. Just a few seconds to look at it. The captain immediately locked all three of them with broken bones. BA for pieces. Inosuke has a lump on his head thanks to Tanjiro. Zenitsu made him apologize to me for being bruised, but Inosuke is far from doing that. Zenitsu then threatened to let him eat alone next time. Inosuke is too big to be a child. That's threatening. The old woman heard them arguing and thought what BA needed. It scared Zenitsu. In the words of the crow, the owner of the house has a death certificate. This place was once saved by a demon hunter. From there, the clan they always take care of the demon hunters for free. Tanjiro asked why Sao Inosuke joined the demon guild. He told me about his robbery. It came from a hunter, dared to invade your territory, and both of them loved that hunter. Inosuke knew about entrance exams and demons from his mouth. Tanjiro realizes that he and the wise man have something in common. They are all children of the mountains. However, Inosuke doesn't like to be close to others because of what he cares about. It's just fighting these powerful creatures. Zenitsu decided to ask the reason for Sao Tanjiro together with the devil. You're surprised. Zenitsu knew what was in the box. But risk your own protection. Zenitsu is praised for being kind and blushing like it. Tanjiro also said, it's because of your sense of smell that you can smell. Zenitsu is strong, but at this point, he doesn't really believe it. He's still bitter because of Tanjiro. Break up the Sachi bodyguard boy. The noise from the box scared Zenitsu away. People only care about why. Either way, Tanjiro is not angry. The reason Tanjiro is mad at me, he's forgotten. Zenitsu saw what was in his box and wanted to run away. Call someone to save. However, Inosuke gave a freight to fly out of the box. He's trying to escape. I saw Nezuko come out. And then they're back in adult form and they're shocked. Inosuke thinks too much. I decided to sleep for a healthy head. Tanjiro is sexing Shao Nezuko. Zenitsu suddenly changed her attitude. He thinks Tanjiro to be accompanied by a pretty girl. So cute every day. It's unfair. I want Tajizo to return the blood he shed. To protect Nezuko from the evil one. Tanjiro was stuck in his mouth and couldn't explain. Zenitsu was determined to execute him with the sword for the crime of contempt. The police also received outrage from an FA. A long time like me. Episode 15. Zenitsu then changed his attitude 180 degrees. He wanted to bring Nezuko back as a bride. You have to stand in the way. However, at this point Zenitsu decided to take his part. Both brothers always make Tanjiro run away too, while the three of us are having fun. Inosuke is out alone in the wind. His grandmother came over and asked him to change his clothes. Because they were dirty. Inosuke kept putting on the clothes she had prepared. I heard there's a favorite fried shrimp dish tonight. It makes him like it even more. So he rushed into the room, flying Tanzizo with his head, then joined Zenitsu's chase. Sometime after all three Tanzizos, Inosuke and Zenitsu have fully recovered. The crow news. Then we're going to give them the next mission. It's in the northeast. BA will have to hurry up to Mount Natagumo. They packed their bags and said goodbye. My grandmother has been taking care of me all this time. She wished BA both peace and good luck. But General Inosuke thought she was. They want to turn them all into Jews. After being explained by Renisu, then they accepted the old woman's wishes and rushed off on duty. Inosuke just left. Just wondering, what did the old woman's blessings mean? Tanjiro thinks that when I tell them to hold their heads high, I remind them, behave properly, not to be ashamed of your status as a member of the demon lord. However, God still does not understand. Why did the old woman tell them not to be ashamed and pray for peace, even though they don't know each other? Tanjiro, if you find this guy hard to teach, hurry up. Inosuke saw that and chased after him. Better to lose than lose. It was late at night when a new problem arose. That is Zenitsu was terrified as he approached the mountain. To be a sign, he pointed towards the mountain. Tell them you feel the danger. However, Inosuke only laughed at the fact that Zenitsu was too weak. Tanjiro suddenly smelled something, so hurried to find out. Inosuke immediately followed, and so Zenitsu didn't want to be left alone. To run, Theo just ran closer. They came across a guy from the Demon Slayer. Are injured. However, something pulled him deep into the mountain. A chilling feeling that made Tanjiro's hands suddenly tremble. But you still decided to chase that guy. Inosuke did not hesitate and was ready to leave. Only Zenitsu was still sitting there, shivering, afraid not to stand. It's now deep inside the mountain. There's a lot of demon hunters hanging up, and in the center is a white-haired demon, sitting on a rock. On the way, Inosuke leads the realize, I have a lot of spider silk in my hands. It's very annoying. Tanjiro, thank him for coming along and making himself more confident. When you smell a horrible smell in the mountain, Tanjiro himself, I was very lucky to have a lead. Your sincere thanks. It reminded him of the old woman who took care of him. Right now, Tanjiro, they found someone, so they both rushed to him. The Kia hunter heard Tanjiro. The rescue team was sent too. It's a noble demon hunter who's very worried, because there's no hierarchy. Tell how many high-class hunters to come, just to submit. Inosuke finds himself despised. Give the enemy a punch, then ask me to tell you. Know the current situation. The hunter Kia got punched. Osa bleed and pinched hair. Hurry to tell the story. I'm one of the 10 demon hunters sent here. Just got into the mountain. Then a hunter came back. Community team. The others also started killing each other. The memory of that scene made him terrified. God has received the news. The judgment is very likely. There are 12 demons in Mount Natagumo. Senza must send some pillars there. There's only Tomioka now. And Shinobu is present. Shinobu wish the devil can live in harmony with humans, but Tomioka thinks it's impossible. The Kia Zenitsu side is very upset, because her friends are like a shame when she's left in the middle of the road. The two of them should have lured him along. Look at the sparrow, follow me. We don't have to face the fear of death. It makes Zenitsu jealous, but the bird understood what he was saying. Angrily cut into Zenitsu's hand. He's pissed. I told Kia the scavenger wasn't as cute as Nezuko, even if she's the devil. At this point, he remembered Raw Tanjiro. He carried Nezuko into the mountains, so he ran with 3 legs and 4 legs. I am worried that my future wife is in danger. Place of Tanjiro. A strange sound appeared. That made the demon hunter Kia listen by. After it rings out, then everyone rushed to kill each other. Right now, a series of other hunters appeared. They're going to attack each one of them. Tanjiro Inosuke doesn't understand what these people think, because he's clearly a demon slayer, not allowed to fight. But Tanjiro found them strange. It's like being manipulated by that AI. You stopped Inosuke from doing it, because I think some of these people are still alive. They can't even harm the bodies of their comrades. Inosuke is banned too much and is angry, heading towards Tanjiro. However, both are in time to arrive to save the hunter from being cut. Tanjiro sensed a sweet smell behind the attacker and hastily drew his sword and cut the silk that clung to their backs. As soon as you discover that, it's what controls other people. Tanjiro told Inosuke to cut them all off. Times according to the smell. Tanjiro felt a strong smell. You've discovered that spiders are the ones who join the thread and turn people into tangles. The woman behind them is the one who pulled the strings. Just cutting silk won't be enough, because the spiders will reassemble themselves. When you are talking badly, the smell is just strong. Now it's coming at Tanjiro's nose. The spiders are too small to attack, so they have to quickly find out who's behind them. Tanjiro asks Inosuke to find out where he is. Because your nose is affected by the strong smell here, a hunter named Muzan, and you will try to hold onto those who are being controlled, right now from above. A demon standing on the threads looking down. Ask them not to bother their family, and his mother will kill them soon enough. Inosuke tries to turn on high attack, but can't reach. The devil left, but Tanjiro, he knows he's not behind the wheel. People have to give up the pursuit. Use the 7th Fang's breath to sense space. Thanks to it, he was able to track the location of the female demon Kia. Meanwhile, the devil was watching from above. Let no one destroy your family. Episode 16. Inosuke quickly announced the location of the demon with Tanjiro, and being praised by you makes him feel lightheaded. But before that, they've got to deal with people on the other side. Zenitsu for worrying about Nezuko. That runs so deep into the forest. Tired of ear. Inosuke is impatient to take action. But Tanjiro 0G. Now Muzan stands out to take care of the restrained bodies. Inosuke praised him for having a good attitude. Even though my wife makes Muzan very angry, even though I was afraid. But the Muzan is determined to be helpful as a senior. In front of him, he'll try to cut the silk to restrict the movement of the puppets. And notice the spiders. There are still a lot of people who are possessed by demons. Muzan wants to. Tanjiro rushed to destroy it. He immediately pulled Inosuke follow me, even though he wanted to punch Muzan in the face. For the crime of calling myself a pig face, Inosuke just walked away. I have to go back and give the Muzan a punch. Tanjiro asked if they were going in the right direction. Inosuke is extremely confident in his intuition. Closer to the devil. The more spider silk you both encounter that gets in the way. In front of them was another hunter. He is alive and under control. She begged them to call for help. Otherwise everyone will die. Well, the devil is behind the yarn control. Silk is extremely confident. The closer you get to her, the more powerful the silk fibers are. She's playing. Then the devil comes and calls her mother. His name is Dui, and his presence scares the Kia demon. Jui asks his mother. They quickly killed the hunters. If not, tell your father. That scares the devil away. Please don't do that. As soon as he left, the devil moved from fear to anger and want to quickly deal with Tanjiro's group. Or I'll be taught a lesson by my husband. By the method of physical impact, the female hunter who was controlled by the sword attacked Tanjiro. Her body can't stand it, and the fibers broke Kia's bones. No matter what happens to your puppets, but continue to control others who are dying. Attack their hands and feet. Now that he's broken, he's stabbed into his organs. It makes the body move every step. It's not just pain. They plead with Tanjiro. Give yourself a death so that you can go in peace. Inosuke plans to do that. But Tanjiro kept stopping him all the time. Over and over again. The puppets move very quickly. If they just ignore it, they'll be on the counting board right away. Tanjiro brainstormed and figured out how to deal with it. You move around. Let the living puppets chase me. Inosuke doesn't understand. Right now, Tanjiro, suddenly back. He used his breath to throw the controlled person onto the silken branches. Inosuke found this game interesting, so he also wanted to try it. He's excited. Throw another person on a tree with 2 hands and showing off to Tanjiro. I can do it too. However, he kept fighting so he could not pay attention to the demon girl. I can't control the puppets anymore. Decided to use another card. Meanwhile, Zenitsu screamed at Nezuko and Tanjiro. The forest and the mountains, but no one answered. There's only one body in the treacherous jungle. It scares him. I saw the sparrow. Follow me. Make Zenitsu touching embrace it. This time Tanjiro and Inosuke's got it under control. Hunters are controlled by demons. I can no longer use them. Then directly kill. All this makes Tanjiro very angry, and Inosuke can feel the hatred. I hate coming out of you both. Then quickly move towards the position of the demo. The wine changed direction and Tanjiro's sense of smell returned. You feel the presence of 2 other smells. Inosuke as soon as he saw the target. They rushed to attack. However, this time the puppet is a headless one. Kia Zenitsu is looking for Tanjiro and Inosuke. But in this jungle, that makes him extremely weak. He was threatened with a heart attack several times, causing Zenitsu to find Nezuko and then get out of here as soon as possible. But he didn't notice that. There is the presence of a demon behind me. Inosuke was confused at this point, because the puppet has no head. You have to be able to beat it. Tanjiro proposes to cut from the base of the right neck to the left armpit. If the sword is long enough, they can do it. Inosuke finished listening and immediately rushed to attack. 2 blades on the puppet hand. He had his body cut off. But that wasn't enough to make Inosuke falter. It's just that he didn't notice the little spiders, so they're suddenly locked up by silk fibers. Fortunately, Tanjiro came to help. If not, you become healthy. Tanjiro, let's both fight this demon together. Inosuke is very angry because he is a little bit of Tanjiro. Make yourself shine. He bent back and motioned for Inosuke. Use me as a springboard. Over there, he swung his sword and cut off the hands of the puppet. Tanjiro tells Inosuke to jump up high. I used the 4th breath of water. The tide reaps the 2 legs of the puppet. All the judgments of Tanjiro's moves. It's all perfectly accurate. It surprised Inosuke. He quickly used his double sword. Double cut puppet 0. Tanjiro praised him, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly I come to you. Though, you have to be able to do the same as before. Inosuke used his power to throw Tanjiro. Go in the direction of the devil. Now the strongest puppet has been taken down. It scares the devil. I saw Tanjiro Lao coming with his first conscious breath. She's scared because she knew she was going to stay at her head and go away. But then the devil felt it. It is also a way to help yourself free. To find peace. Tanjiro noticed the change. Switch to the 5th method. Ken from dance, a gentle cut as, a gentle rai. There's no pain. The devil can't believe it. I was able to leave so peacefully. She's always suffered abuse before. From the man she calls her husband. The rest of the family just stood there watching, without doing anything. Now Tanjiro's gentle gaze reminds her of when she was human. Yourself. He was also seen with such eyes. However, now I can't even remember who that person is. I don't know who ever appreciated me. What's the end now? Before it disappears, she warned Tanjiro. There are members of the 12 lunar demons, so be careful. Tanjiro knows the blood of the 12 moon demons. Maybe we can help make medicine. Turn Nezuko back into a human. He quickly returned to Inosuke's place, and he's worried because he's bleeding. The only thing that matters is proof. What Tajizo can do, I can do. Tanjiro was just thinking about the demon. It smells of fear and suffering. It makes him want to be free. He quickly bandaged Inosuke. It says there are 12 demons here, and there's a whole family of demons. Zenitsu was stabbed in the hand by something. Should start spicy. I can't find Tanjiro. Inosuke didn't make him angry. And then there's the fall. An unpleasant smell, plus the sound of spiders moving under their feet. The more Zenitsu is scared. Right now, he found a head mounted on a spider's body. I had to call the mother to save the baby. Zenitsu immediately went to God to turn the number of marine tensioners. Run fast and hope this is just a dream. You wake up to find yourself lying on Nezuko's lap. You pray to God, let me out of this nightmare. But, in front of Zenitsu was a hanging house. Plus the hunters. They're slowly being transformed into spiders. It was a horrible smell that gave him a sore throat. Flowering all eyes. From inside the house. A demo. There's a human head attached to the spider's body. Zenitsu refused to communicate, say hello to the owner, and run away. However, he said he now had only water running to the sky because Zenitsu's hands are traces of poiso, bitten by his spider. He'll soon be the wrong man for him. He gave me a watch. It's engraved with signs of terrifying transformation. Zenitsu will suffer. Every time Kim goes there, there's not much time left. And the Saite spiders start to come close. It scared Zenitsu. He ran straight up a tree. It makes the devil confused. He told Zenitsu not to be afraid, because once it's completely transformed into a spider, the mind will completely disappear. Zenitsu hated him, because I have no lover yet. It was about to go to heaven. He hugged the tree and remembered. I used to cry and run away like that. Zenitsu's grandfather desperately called him, but Zenitsu loves you very much. Because the girl you love is in debt and abandoned. He showed up to help you. Zenitsu also wants to live up to his expectations, but it's too hard. I really worked very hard myself, but the results are not good. While Zenitsu was still wailing, the sky falls for one. Look down at his tree, Leo. Then add a new hair color. I don't know if there's a dame increase. Fortunately, the life kept. Zenitsu is extremely disgusted with herself because I can only run away now, crying about you. I hate that I tried so hard, and now it's about to turn into a bald spider. Watching the human spiders crawl up the tree made Zenitsu panic. Ask them to give you their own space. He noticed that his hair was falling out. Renitsu was immediately afraid to pass out. The demon Kia doesn't understand what kind of hunters are weak. He was sure that Zenitsu would fall from the tree. He hit his head and died. However, during the fall, he opened the first consciousness of Thunder Breath and rushed to the spot. Demo! Even easier to avoid its corrosive venom. By turning people in the air, reflexes so fast that they surpass the average person several times. But the spiders who are constantly chasing them, the devil just attacked. I saw Zenitsu holding a sword. Surely he only knows how to use one trick. Just as he said, Zenitsu's grandfather knew about this, has encouraged you to continue honing, perfected to the top. Thunder Breath consists of 3 senses, but Zenitsu can only comprehend one. He kept tapping his hand on Zenitsu's head. He taught me what a sword is. It's a steel bar that gets stronger. The stronger the snake. That's why he always wanted Zenitsu to be like a sword. Keep removing the excess parts of yourself. But he doesn't think so, because it's not as coarse as a lump of metal. I'm glad you didn't laugh. But also encourage Zenitsu to keep moving forward, even if you have to run away. As long as you don't give up. You just have to believe in hard training every day. It will bring sweet fruit. Train to the highest level, just like a cold sword. The opposite of you, Zenitsu has a brother who always despises you. He even asked not to call his master you, because he's a former president. He is the highest ranked person in the demon army. Master has to take his time. For a useless person like Zenitsu, that makes him hate you so much. Zenitsu understands herself. Oh parents, oh one AI trust. Waiting for yourself. One day you will do something great. When you lose 7, the people around you just make fun of it. Zenitsu is useless. He left, but he was different. No matter how many times Zenitsu says run or run away, you always try to get him back. Because he never wanted to leave you. The poison had seeped into Zenitsu's body. It makes you bleed. The spiders of Taisai rush towards Zenitsu, but suddenly blown away. The demon lightly recognizes the surrounding gas. Zenitsu uses the first form. Most integrated insurance 6 moving at lightning speed. Avoid the attack of the devil. And then you're constantly flying around and stepped on a silk thread. As soon as the demon doesn't react, then a sword took its head. He doesn't understand. I could have been killed by a guy like Zenitsu. The devil is gone. But his watch is still running. Zenitsu is located on the house. I woke up feeling like I had a beautiful dream. He's the strongest there. We can help the weak and the needy. Prove your time and what you spend. Teaching yourself is not useless, but it's all coming to an end. The Tintazo sparrow saw Zenitsu about to sell salt. Fly away immediately. He was going to close his eyes and remember the teaching. Don't give up on yourself. You have to use breathing to reduce the time it takes for the toxins to spread. If giving up so easily, then he'll show up and give you a beating. He will also be scolded by Tanjiro. Key aside, Tanjiro found it strange to hear a sound like lightning, but the sky is cloudless. He told Inosuke to go in the direction he was pointing, but he wouldn't. Tanjiro kept thinking he must have come down the mountain because he was seriously injured. How could Inosuke care if he was injured? At this point, they both encountered another demon. He immediately wanted to chase it, but she called her father Ra. A giant demon rushed down to Inosuke, and out strong blow. Punch the smile. Tanjiro rushed to use the second recipe, aimed at the hand of the great demon Kier. Episode 18. Now that Hydro and the cylinder have arrived, they realize all the hunters sent out were killed. They're all rookies. We don't often do missions together, so Shinobu wanted to get along a little bit. But what Tomioka cares about is destroy the devil all the way through to the west. each one in one direction. Meanwhile, the name, a huge demon with an angry spider face, asked Tanjiro group, not being close to your family. Tanjiro quickly swung his sword, but couldn't cut through his arm. I see you are about to be punched. So Inosuke hurriedly attacked the other hand. However, this demon is strong. Even breathing is hard to cut through. He rushed to attack Tanjiro, while also beating Inosuke easily. The self-realizing being of self-force has no window. Inosuke is currently faltering due to blood loss. The devil came chasing them both. Tanjiro uses the second breath of consciousness to improve Deifu to drop a big tree to help Inosuke cut off Kia's demon tail. He recognized the main tree by Tanjiro to cast the demon into the river. It's very annoying. Tanjiro multiplication. When the demon can't move, focus on breathing. Inosuke immediately realized, you're about to do something. It's amazing. Tanjiro's coming. Concentrate the entire breath of water. To use the 10th formula. However, the demon suddenly stood up and hugged the big tree. Tanjiro realizes he's about to be out. I told Inosuke until. Don't go back to the number board. Absolutely not to be killed. Because the Kia demon is definitely the 12th. However, the devil suddenly craved pork and the devil. In danger on the other side, Zenitsu tries to hold her breath to prevent the poison from developing. But right now, I can't feel my hands and feet anymore. He apologized to Nezuko. Not being able to take you back as a wife. Close your eyes, but right now. The Zenitsu demand not to be abandoned echoed. He tried to open his eyes. I saw a butterfly flying in the moonlight. That's the image of the cylinder that was there in time. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, if you are about to land from above, use the second method. Water essay to roll over. He landed safely and just hit his head on a tree trunk. There was a cry for help nearby that caught his attention. Tanjiro goes to, is unexpected. I saw the devil beating my sister. You don't understand why he did this to his friends. They say they are family. There's a stronger connection from Tanjiro's accomplices. I mean, this is a family thing, so outsiders like you don't interfere. However, his actions made Tanjiro unable to agree, because if there is a strong connection, whether it's family or teammates, they are equally precious. I'm just looking at blood links. To shape the cohesion is wrong. You just smell the fear. Hatred and disgust emanating from both. There's no smell of trusting each other like family. Clearly the relationship between the DUI and the other demons. Fake. What Tanjiro just said made the DUI angry, or a dwarf hunter. I've just poked my face out. These two little demons are easy to fall. His entire team was wiped out, so he's going to kill these two demons and come down the mountain. Looks like there was a victory, but with just one trick. That split the Kia hunter into pieces from my silk threads. He asked coldly what Tanjiro had just said. The pressure makes you cold. Tanjiro secretly expects Inosuke to try to hold on. I will try to defeat the demon in front of me. To quickly come to his aid. Faced with the question of the DUI name, Tanjiro answered bluntly, the connection between him and his family is fake. Meanwhile, Inosuke must. Playing cat and mouse with the spider-faced demo, but it's based on bloodstains. They have located the hiding place of God. I see the devil coming towards me. Inosuke feels bad about himself right now. Tell yourself to think quickly about how to save your life. Come back, however. After running for a while, Inosuke remembered that something was wrong. Yourself. What's the point of running away with two swords? He rushed to cut into the devil's hand. He used the other sword. He kept hitting the Kia sword. If you can't cut once, many times it breaks. Inosuke is extremely excited about to hand it to swords. They are equal. Dad is the strongest. The devil saw the risk. Turned the car and run away. Inosuke immediately pressed Theo to retaliate. He was being chased by him. Tanjiro is hit by the Zuget silk. He said he won't kill you right away. Slowly cut off Tanjiro's body and mince raw to make new spring rolls. If Tajizo retracts what he said, he will give you a quick death. But Tajizo refused because your father said it wasn't wrong. The irrational here must be. The name June is correct. Kia Inosuke is chasing the demon. Then suddenly collapsed. He tried to reassure himself that he didn't feel the pie. Stand up and find the devil. Use your feelings. The one. I found him crouching on a nearby tree. Inosuke is angry. So we've got to use our brains to think about how to put Sao on top of it. He thought the devil was trembling because he was afraid of him. It was fun to think that he was doing it to get rid of it. The body became large and the severed arm recovered. Inosuke never felt it. Itself will be crushed. Because of the pressure coming out of the opponent like this, he realized he didn't have a window. Unconsciously lowered the sword. Ready to die. At this time, Tanjiro's instructions appeared with the old woman's message. Inosuke immediately regained his weapon, ready to dry blood to the end. But the demon's punch was too fast. It made him jump away without reacting. Inosuke dodged the second punch and used his breath. The third fangs violently slashed the devil's neck, but his two swords broke in two. The devil punched him and held him up by the head. Inosuke tried to stab him in the neck with a broken sword. But the devil doesn't have any pain. It squeezed Inosuke's head and made his body numb. Gradually the image of the people that Inosuke valued through his eyes. The same mysterious woman, but I don't remember who. Suddenly, the demon's arm is severed and Inosuke is saved. The one who just came out was Tomioka. The devil grew back his hands and rushed to him. Immediately used the fourth method to hit the afternoon. Easily break the body of the demo. It surprised Inosuke. Tomioka is clearly the strongest person ever that he'd seen. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, constantly dodging the threads of Rui, and gradually feel the smell coming out of them. The devil knows you're not easy to deal with, and not even afraid. Tanjiro, fast forward to the DUI and use the first one. However, as soon as the sword touches the thread, it was cut in half. Set 19 silk cut through, leaving a pickaxe across Tanjiro's face. The important thing is that your sword is broken. Meanwhile, Inosuke has not stopped admiring. When you see the power of the water cylinder separated the power between them like heaven and earth, like you and Crush. God can't stop being excited to find out if Tomioka is the AI after all. He's leaving. But Inosuke asks the Hydra Cylinder to fight him. If you can do it yourself, you will be able to prove yourself stronger. 12 Moon Devil. However, Tomioka told Inosuke that the dream was beautiful. Sorry, it's not real. The previous demon was not the 12 Moon demons. Inosuke was forced to fight a fire. I was wrong because of Tanjiro. He said that, however, just finished. He didn't expect to be tied up by Tomioka. It's always not good. He doesn't want you to continue to fight, because his wounds are too heavy. Inosuke angrily screams for Entai. But one AI answered. At this time, the same cylinder constantly greets Zenitsu, but he's in a state of delirium and started saying that his grandfather had appeared and asked Zenitsu not to give up. Shinobu said that there's a theory that says people will see their memories again before you die. She's never been through that herself, so it's not clear what it is. Shinobu just took the syringe. She praised Zenitsu did very well. The regulation of breathing to restrain the poiso. Otherwise, he had been turned into a spider a long time ago. She immediately injected him with the antidote. Zenitsu noticed there were a lot of other people down there to clean up the scene. So you can rest assured. Kia Tanjiro sighed. I can't believe the spider silk that's harder than the body of a monster. Before, he secretly feels guilty for Uzodaki and Haganazuka for ruining the sword because of his immaturity. But now is not the time to worry. You have to find a way to deal with them. Tajizo decided to shorten the distance to deal with spider silk, but the fibers keep attacking like living things, making Tajizo difficult. Are you tried not to kill Tanjiro to make you take back what you said? See, Tanjiro is still stubborn, so he decided to end you with a silk net. From above right now, Nezuko suddenly went out to protect his brother. He immediately carried Nezuko away because she was seriously injured. Du's sister realizes that Nezuko is a demon. The DUI is amazing. When I found out that Tanjiro and the Tanjiro brothers ignore him, I'm just worried about my sister's injury. They're very deep and they almost cut off Nezuko's limbs. The DUI is excited. I saw my sister risking her life. Brother, no matter the danger, he desperately wants that connection. Keep the devil next to you. Constantly begging DUI not to throw me away. He coldly attacked her because they're all not doing their part well. The devil begged for one more chance. I ordered her. Kill those who are still on this mountain. She immediately took orders and left. Jui suddenly changed his tone and called out to Tanjiro. Talk about love. He was deeply moved by the feelings of the Tanjiro brothers. There are no words to describe excitement. Inside the guy, he had no choice but to destroy them both. But there is a way. Just Tajijo gave his sister Chojui. He will spare your life. Jui wants Nezuko to be his sister. Starting from today. Of course Tajizo can't agree to that. Your sister is not an object and have my own emotions. It doesn't matter because he is Tanjiro and will make a connection with her. To hear the genius of creating a connection with Nezuko from the fear, Tajizo was angry. Because it's not a family bond. You wouldn't give Nezuko to someone like him. Juni feels the deal is not working. Decided to kill Tanjiro. Then robbery. Tanjiro swore he'd cut off his head. But Juni challenges you to do it because he's one of the 5 moon demons. For June, every member of the family, they all have their own role. Parents protect their children, and you protect your brother. According to him, anyone who doesn't do that role well, no need to live. He said just Tanjiro, if you hand over your sister Ra, there will be a way to live. Or you've got death ahead of you. Now with a broken sword. But to face the demon that carries the lower level Hind, it's too hard to cut Rui's neck. FOR Tanjiro. Even harder than the way you saw the crush. Rui doesn't like the way Tanjiro. He looked at me as if he was going to beat him. He used me to easily capture Nezuko. He rushed to get his sister back. Nezuko scratched Chun's face with her claw. When Tanzi-John died, when you look back, you can't see your sister. It turns out that Jui tied her up in the sky with silk. He wants to teach Nezuko more so that she is more obedient. If Nezuko doesn't listen, he'll let the sun burn her Dao. Tanjiro rushed in but was immediately defeated. To kick you and constantly physically affect Tanjiro, he didn't expect this. You still believe you can cut yourself. The guy who challenged Tanjiro, and of course your sword can't do anything. Flying rocked Tanjiro and said my body is harder than spider silk. If you can't cut it, Tanjiro, don't try to harvest his head, go play football. Clearly the power of the 12 moon demons. It's not trivial. Nezuko saw his brother in danger. It's very exciting. I find her too noisy. So immediately squeeze the silk that cuts into Nezuko's flesh. Tanjiro saw that and reassured himself. Stay calm and don't lose control. I saw Nezuko fall asleep. Make Rui realize she seems to be something. It's very different from the demons. Tanjiro, when he's not paying attention, he's adjusting his breathing. Full focus. Part to launch the most accurate move. Tanjiro came so Jui immediately spread silk. Like this time they've been hit by Tanjiro. You use the 10th. Green successful transfer. Cut off his silk. If we continue to close the gap, then Tanjiro can beat Juni. But Juni still has a card. He's making silk. Immerse his demon blood and attack Tanjiro from many sides. You realize you can't cut them. It smells completely different than before. Death appears in front of Tanjiro. In that moment, he saw his memory of dancing. I was there to remind Tanjiro. Adjust your breathing to become the fire god. Immediately Tanjiro. I remember seeing the fire god dance for the first time from his father. Mom said their family always works with fire to avoid injury and disaster. At the beginning of the year, I'll use this dance to sacrifice the fire god and pray. Tarji outside. Question. See if your house has anything to do with the Jews. Ask mom, why do you look sick every day like a late-stage crook? When you dance like single mothers, or go to a bar and fly like that under the snow. Tanjiro's body was about to freeze. Father taught Tanjiro about a breathing method that won't make you feel tired, no matter how much you move. If you breathe properly, you can dance forever. He told me about the scapegoat dance and the ear piercings. Definitely going to Tanjiro. Inherited back to the present. Tanjiro immediately switched to the fire god dance. Turn your water into a fire. Cut off the devil's silk. You ignore yourself constantly getting hurt. I went to the guy. I know if you stop. The effect of forcing the water breath through the fire god dance breath will immobilize the Tajizo's body for a while. So before that happens, you have to beat the DUI. As soon as we get to him, you've seen a crack in the spider silk and throw the finishing blow. Even if you hit the enemy. Kia Nezuko's side while unconscious. I heard my mother wake me up. She begged me to hurry and save her brother. Nezuko woke up immediately. Use blood devil violent arts. Make my blood drop on the DUI silk. It's a fire that creates an opportunity for Tanjiro's move. It hit him in the neck. The connection of the two brothers. You successfully cut off the head of the DUI. Episode 20. Nezuko is lucky to get out of the silk. Tanjiro was delighted to have one. Thanks to the active breathing of the bride. The ultimate meaning is called remembrance. You don't know why. You can use your breath to dance the fire god. But thanks to it we won. Not to see you. However, the consequence of that was that Tanjiro's eyes were too dim. The body is so weak that it can't stand up. Let the pain writhing all over the body. Tajizo was still trying to get to Nezuko, trying to recover quickly to save Inosuke. However, he suddenly felt the smell of blood getting stronger. Remember, I didn't even smell the ashes when the demons were taken down. I can't believe Jun is still alive even if he's beheaded. He told Tajizo to wake up. It's a beautiful dream. It turns out that Zion 5 cut his own head with silk before being slashed by Tanjiro. With the current anger, he decided he was going to give life to the Tanjiro brothers. You tried to leave and recover quickly, but now Tanjiro is no different than the fish on top. He hurriedly used the devil's blood, creating a silk cell around Tanjiro. But just before you were killed by him, the water appeared in time, cut off all the red silk. Tomioka praised Tanjiro for holding up well. Let me worry about the rest of the business. Ri is very angry because one name after another. I want my head to go to the World Cup. He used the blood of the devil. Rotate attack Tomioka. However, he used the 11th formula called is a technique in water breathing that Tanjiro never heard of it. Then I realized all of my silk. They are cut off before they touch you. Tomioka doesn't know why. He doesn't believe it's true. And in the blink of an eye, the water cylinder cut off the head of the lower Hian 5. On the other side, his sister was running away. She used to be a demon, about to be gang banged. Fortunately, at that time, 5 DUI The hunters thought it was just a child. There's nothing to worry about. The DUI only asks if the demon wants to be saved. In exchange, she would have to obey his orders, become a member of his family. The devil immediately accepted. And the other hunters immediately turn into minced meat. And then we go and celebrate. Female demon There's a slot in our cultural family. To be fully registered as a household, she has to drink the blood of the king. With it, then the weak demons will become stronger. Kia devils follow into the body, immediately react to the power of evil, then came coldly, finishing the end of her painful transformation. Now his family has a new member, eating and living together as one family. But when in private, the female demon Kia was the female demon that went ahead in the role. It's just a family game. Any demon that doesn't meet the requirements of the DUI will be punished. No matter who doesn't listen or makes mistakes. I will be taken down, hung up, let the sun burn. The older sister invited the new one to run away with her. Because I see her as my own sister. They remember the day the DUI was summoned mountains to plan an escape. The devil tricked her into falling into the trap. She secretly reported her escape plan to the DUI. As a result, the older sister was tortured. Hang up. Let the sun burn to ashes. For the devil as Kia's sister. She's not strong enough and weak enough. It often returns to the same face before being changed. That made the DUI angry, and that's when Tanjiro caught the fake Kia family game. On the RU, he caught a hunter, and I locked him in a silk ball. It's incredibly flexible and can secrete solutions. It melts the victim, then it became a meal for her. At the same time, the cylinder appeared and was curious to see that the demon woman could shoot silk from Tae. Superpower that makes spiders crave small. She immediately attacked Shinobu. She was quickly pushed down. She immediately begged him to forgive her. Themselves are forced. You have to do bad work or you'll get ripped apart. Shinobu kindly offered to help her. But so the two can get along, you have to answer some questions. That's how many people she killed. You said you only picked 5 people. But Shinobu exposed that lie. At least 80 people became dinner for her sister. She kept denying it, but on the way here, Shinobu's caught a lot of spiders. The people inside are completely melted. Shinobu said he was not angry. It's just that she wanted to confirm the exact number of victims. You will be punished and then reborn. Only if it's like that, then the two can get along. Shinobu proposes abdominal eye removal method. Let you experience the pain of the victims. Of course the devil can't die. But it sounds scary, so she attacked the cylinder. But facing Shinobu coded just like the hell waiting. Banging using breath insect spy dance. Your sister as soon as she gets hit. That my head was not cut. Looking at the strange sword shape of Shinobu, she guessed. You're not strong enough to do that. She treats Aggressio. Then suddenly the body shows excruciating pain. Shinobu explained that he was a poison-wielding swordsman. He is the only swordsman in the universe. You can't cut off the devil's head, but can create poison to deal with them. Shinobu then freed. For the hunter who's locked in a cuckoo. My sister is now poisoned by the fire, and will soon break up. Good luck to the hunter. It's only the clothes that melt. The body is not injured. Shinobu is trying to find the devil behind it all, but it seems that Ra has been overtaken by Tomioka. 5 was beheaded. I remember the demons I call family. He has no memory of ever being human. That's why we caught the other demons. Imitate being your family. I hope to remember the old memories, but it doesn't work. Then when he saw the feelings of the Tanjiro brothers, he remembered everything. 21 when I was a human. 5 is an innocent boy. I just want to be with the outside world. It's just that his body is very weak. Since the birth of, he never ran. Let's not talk about deadlines like office workers. He was killed by his boss until the day Muzan appeared. Tell me you're poor. If you meet fat men, you can escape. Muzan gave DUI a healthy body, but his parents didn't like it. He quickly developed a thirst for blood and harm people. Even though it has been transformed. But there's a story that DUI remembers forever. There was a father who lost his life trying to save my son from drowning in the river. I'm sure this dad isn't some star. They fired number 97. I was very touched by the family bond. Assume that the father fulfills the mission of protecting his children. It's great to be Sao. It's just that he didn't expect his father to want to cosplay. Ventry doctor wants to leave you. She was helpless to cry and do nothing. He turned himself into Batman. Given my connection to this family is fake. Mother until death. The last words are sorry for not giving DUI a healthy body like everyone else. Turns out he was too angry without hearing my last words clearly. He wanted the whole family to die with him instead of living in this misery. His father wants to be charged with murder instead of my son, but it didn't work. That's when he realized it was my own hand that destroyed the connective self. I've been looking for myself for so long. However, Muzan was right next to the pump. Use of Naruto's brainstorming technique to make Jui forget his sins. He realized one thing right now. We are becoming more and more immersed in power. The stronger he is, the less the person who stands out to protect him. Even when dying, he still craves family warmth, like the Tanjiro brothers. How? The desire to have a connection that you can't always reach. He recognized the tragic smell from the body of the DUI. So I put my hand on him. To comfort some of the pain and guilt, he will suffer for what he has done. Ow! The 5-year-old wants only once to say sorry to. You two have feelings for him. Ask them to forgive. But see, Ra can't. Too many people have died at his hands. If he had to go to hell, DUI's parents are still willing to go. Go there with your son, they'll be together forever. That's the most important thing. Tajizo is sad. Tomioka came coldly. I ask you not to have mercy on the demons. He ate human flesh. Tanjiro confirmed. I will never hesitate to take the heads of demons. But they also have their own suffering. And if you're sorry, you won't crush them. Because after all, they were also once human. That's why Tanjiro, I want you to take off your shirt. 5. Tomioka looked at Nezuko and Tajizo. Then I realized, you're the boy I saved. But right now, Shinobu's coming, and the Hydro has to stop her from attacking. Nezuko couldn't understand his teammates. You can't stay with the demons, and yet take action to protect them. That's why no one likes him. key aside, those who were turned into demons were lucky to be cured. Thanks to the antidote from the universe, Zenitsu took down the demon. The effect of the poison has been significantly reduced. The people who appear here are called Kakashi. At this time, Tomioka, tell yourself that you are not hated. Shinobu immediately made it up. I told you it was because you were naive. She reminded Tanji to come on. The person you're protecting is the devil. However, you explained that Nezuko is your sister. Shinobu immediately felt that Tanjiro was pitiful, decided to use the mildest poison to give to Tanjiro a painless death. Tomioka immediately explored. See if Tanzizo can move. Even if you can't, you have to try to leave with all your might. Get your sister out of here. Tanzizo thanked him and ran away. Shinobu warning cylinder. The last act violated the law of the Union. Tanzizo suppressed the pain and tried to get Nezuko out of here. See, you're forced to leave the demon course, because there is no swordsman way. With the devil is accepted. Meanwhile, Shinobu and Tomioka fight. Because there's not much time. So the director wanted to advise him to wake up. Let me go. However, Tomioka still insists on pursuing her. Whatever Shinobu says. Tajizo is running. He was kicked by another girl. Realize that person is planning to do something. With Nezuko, Tajizo immediately pulled on the shirt, causing the Kia girl to fall. Give your sister a chance to run away. To be fed an unconscious meal by their daughter. The female swordsman Kia quickly pursued Nezuko, but you made it smaller. To dodge her sword, Nezuko kept running away without any intention of fighting back. This made the swordswoman Kia curious, but her job is to slash demons. The Kia Shinobu is completely locked down by Tomioka. Can't move. She warned me that the Hydrosphere was hindering the destruction of demons. And asked why. Tomioka immediately activated his brain and started telling stories. This makes Shinobu uncomfortable. And for one more reason, Tomioka is hated. The knife from the sole of her shoe popped out. But before he could kiss Tomioka on the face, they both stopped. Orders from the crow. They demanded that Tanjiro be captured, and the demon girl Nezuko returned. The battle between the two sides stopped. Kakashi members later found Tanjiro unconscious and take you home. They also found Inosuke tied to a tree. It turns out that his pig's head is a mask. If you hadn't suspected Inosuke was the devil at the time, this one is very sad. Realize that you are not the top one. Sever as I thought. Zenitsu is wrapped up and has woken up. He recognized the swordswoman is directing people to clean up the scene. The one who passed the final round. She commands Team Kakashi, take all the injured back to hell, and I'm going to take care of the demons that are around here. Zenitsu had heard of them. That's the Kakashi cleanup team. He cleans the scene between the Demon Lord and the Demon Lord. Most of the members are not capable of fighting. Now the dawn has risen. Peace returned to the forest. But a new challenge awaits. Two Tanzizo brothers in front. Until I wake up. Tanjiro realizes that he has been taken somewhere. In front of you are these strange people called Pillars 22. Tajizo doesn't understand what a pillar is. The strange people in front of me are AI. And where you are. Shinobu said this is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer. Now Tanjiro, they will be tried and have no right to hire a lawyer. But Tajizo is allowed to explain for his sins. At this time, Rengoku spoke up from having to clear. There's a flying head. Uzui wants to do it himself. To let people see their glamour. Lion Cylinder. Mitsuji sees a cute boy like Tanjiro. When I was about to sell salt, my heart hurt. The cloud must have been from watching the movie. I've been crying since last night. Because it feels bad, Tanjiro. It's pathetic. Deserves to be column-based. Mujizo doesn't care about the story. Tajizo looked around to see where Nezuko was. Kakashi reminded him in front of him. The 9 most powerful swordsmen of the demon-slaying guild. Tanjiro doesn't care. Hurry up and ask. Let's see how my sister is doing. S.A. Obama. Tomioka was not tied up like Tajizo was upset. According to Shinobu, he tried to stop you from killing demons. Tajizo feels extremely guilty when Tomioka was implicated because of me. I love watching the snake crawl on the neck. Because the snake in his pants must be that long. Tomioka is still cold boy. Say words as usual. Shinobu thinks the punishment for the water cylinder can be left behind. Instead, they should listen to Tanjiro's story and make a decision. Of course, you've broken the rules of the Demon Slayer. So Shinobu wanted to ask, why would Tajizo use a female demon hunter? Tajizo wants to speak, but his throat hurts. Shinobu was kind enough to give you a painkiller. By Tanjiro's jaw, you're injured so it should be more comfortable. Tajizo immediately tell, the devil with me is your sister. Tanjiro's entire family was attacked by demons while he was away. Nezuko was also turned into a demon. Never attacked Atagio. My brother has been so far, and it won't hurt AI forever. But words come from relatives. Makes the cylinder doubt its authenticity. The universe lamented Nezuko's tragic fate and offered to free her. Tanjiro begged them to listen to him. Nezuko hasn't eaten an AI in 2 years. But the universe confirms that, in the future, Nezuko will also build AI. The universe only cares about the bird in the sky, and in my pants. Which one is bigger? The universe has a question. It's their princess who seems to know. So they arbitrarily tried the Tanjiro, whether it was possible or not. Tanjiro insists that Nezuko can fight with him against the demons. However, what you said upset the last pillar. He's the dynamo cylinder. I looked at him more and more scarred. It feels so hot. Side of cylinder. Shinobu is angry about Sanami. To carry the box containing Nezuko raw, the cylinder felt the words Tanjiro said about fighting with the devil. It's ridiculous. He straightened his sword and stabbed Nezuko. It makes you angry. Tanjiro immediately rise up. He will not forgive anyone who hurts his sister. You rush to the cylinder. No matter what prevented him from dodging his sword and feed the windshield a bow. The man immediately couldn't hide his smile. SA is pretty amazing. When Tanjiro can feed the windshield a clear blow. Saname is beaten for nosebleeds is angry, deciding to live your life here. At this time the Lord appeared. He calmly stepped out, greet all the pillars in a warm voice. However, the princess can see and needs a mentor. You can meet all the leaders at the conference today. Half a year makes the princess happy. Tanjiro, I can't see the wound on the Lord's face. It's because Sao has its head down. It's not just him. That all the pillars, they all bow to the appearance of the Lord. A man who speaks like a wind. Now he speaks very politely and clearly up and down. Talk to the person in front of you. Princess, tell me about Tanjiro. And Nezuko was accepted by him. I hope the gods will accept that as well. However, despite God's will, though the government and others are still protesting, only God will listen to everything, as long as God accepts. And the universe is also good. The cylinder and the water cylinder remain silent. As a cylinder and inflammation cylinder, so I from the beginning hated the devil. The wind is even harsher. When asked to punish both Tanjiro and Tomioka, Princess, please read the prepared letter. It's from Mr. Uzodaki, a former cylinder. The letter is an affirmation. Nezuko has a strong spirit to maintain our humanity within us. She hasn't eaten an AI in 2 years. If Nezuko attacks, the man is Tanjiro. He and Tomioka agreed to open their stomachs to apologize. Tajizo was very emotional after hearing those words. However, the wind is not satisfied. If anything happens, the death of all three was saved. There is no second Hokage here who uses unclean earth to resurrecting the dead. However, the princess said there is nothing to suggest that Nezuko will attack humans. It's true that she hasn't used AI in 2 years. Even, there are 3 people willing to lay down their lives for Nezuko. So, the wind must produce more compelling evidence. In addition, the princess also mentioned that Tanjiro faced the evil Lord Muzan. The pillars are immediately because none of them had ever seen him. The universe asked Tanjiro about his appearance. Information. Muzan's taste buds how to plan for coping. Everyone is very excited. But when the princess motioned to shut up, everything is immediately quiet. Muzan sent his men after Tanjiro. Make the princess believe there's something in Nezuko that the devil himself did not expect. However, the wind but can spare Tanjiro the way of life. But for him the devil must be beheading demon spanking. So far, a lot of people have sacrificed, fighting with the devil. It makes him unacceptable. The wind cylinder drew his sword and cut his own hand. He wanted to prove he was the devil. They are all equally bloodthirsty. By provoking Nezuko with blood to reveal his true nature, as a headquarters told him here, the sun is strong, how dare the devil come out? It made sense to throw the box into the house. Stab Nezuko with a sword. When the serpent sees that Tanjiro wants to mess up, he controls Nezuko is out of the box now. Everyone is wondering, can you resist your bloodlust? Set 23 demons who have a love for Vietnamese cuisine, especially the soup. Nezuko is hard to overcome temptation. Shinobu saw that the bar was a bit strong. I should remind him to be careful. Tanjiro is the main man. She advised you shouldn't use your breath for exercise in a forced state. Otherwise the blood vessels will burst. The universe sounds like it. And the cylinder burst into tears. The tragic fate of the 2 brothers. This time Tanjiro, no matter the danger, you can break the rope. The cylinder also appears to hold the cylinder tightly. That's Tanjiro's voice. To Nezuko's place. Help her see this memory. Brother protected himself from the hydro. Next is a beautiful memory. When their families are together. Reminders are absolutely not made. Everyone. Nezuko rejected the blood of the cylinder. The same way your old crush. The princess quickly asked what was going on. After learning that Nezuko had refused to attack the cylinder, even if he stabbed her 3 times, that's enough to prove that Nezuko won't work. Quick release of the cylinder. And the princess told Tanjiro, there's still a lot of people who probably don't trust them. Your job is to fight with your sister. Like a demon hunter. To show the value that you bring on awareness. Tanjiro felt so relieved in his heart. The princess's voice is like a chicken. It's easy to touch the hearts of rich kids. Princess cheers Tajizo, let's defeat the 12 moon demons. Then everyone has to respect you. Tajizo swears you and your sister will defeat the demon lord. Muzan uses his sword to cut through suffering. The lord reminded the boy a little. I didn't catch a rat, I asked for tiger meat. Tanjiro's embarrassed face. It makes the universe unable to stop laughing. And others find it funny. Because of how much hard work it takes to shed blood, you can destroy 12 demons. No kidding. Princess reminds the cylinder and the bar. Don't rely on big officials to bully children. Tanjiro's story is over. He allowed the two of you to rest. Emitoad. Shinobu offered to let me take care of Tanjiro in the spy government, then call your people and bring them back. However, when the princess was speaking badly, suddenly
Tanjiro,
back. Please let me eat more. That's a fair number of shots, the number of times he stabbed Nezuko. I see you rebelling. He used a stone to knock Tanjiro out. He doesn't have the AI to interrupt the princess. The coolness of it makes the cylinder extremely fluttering. Before Tanjiro left, the Lord asked you to send your regards. Sighs. Two members of the Kushi-ka cleaning team punched Tanjiro with dust beds. Tim, they almost jumped out of their chests. The pillars were so terrifying that they decided to capture Tanjiro, the price, and then take Tajizo back to the government. But there's no one calling. They decided to check out the garden. Tanjiro was surprised because this place is larger than the headquarters. There's a lot of butterflies flying around. All three saw the swordsman. It's called an heir. Is her name Kanao? Who was also in the final round with Tanjiro and give you a kick. Kanao was personally raised. Even though it's a girl, but she's incredibly talented. Kakashi came to greet her, but Kanao didn't answer. Suddenly, another girl appeared screaming. The whole crowd startled. They were part of the Kakashi team that sent the injured, so she quickly led the way. There is now Janisu. Kalsi A2 complained. You have to take the pill 5 times a day for 3 months. Tajizo was thrilled to see him. But you have to be quiet so that Zenitsu is cursed by the Kia girl. Zenitsu just saw Tanjiro and cried. I was attacked by a smelly spider. And bite love, to the point of leaving his nose on Kakashi's shirt. Tanjiro hurriedly asked Renisu about the situation of others. Good luck is worth it. Inosuke, lying in the next bed, woke up. Tanjiro is very excited, and I feel guilty for not coming back to save him. Inosuke's voice was strange right now, because he broke his throat from screaming. Even if the throat is injured, Zenitsu is interested. Tell the story. Inosuke is currently in existential crisis. Realize that you are too weak. Everybody has to cheer him up. You're lucky to be alive. All three of them were then laid in bed next to each other and thank God everyone is safe. In the afternoon, he pulled back the curtains and called Nezuko out. She's got her own room here. Tanjiro, thank you for protecting me in the mountains. At the same time, he told about Mr. Odudaki and Mr. They do not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect Tanjiro is determined to become stronger. In return for the grace that God gave them. Recall the warm voice. That's what you want. Makes Tajizo's heart strangely peaceful. Nezuko heard that his brother was gay and fell asleep. Tanjiro looked at his sister and promised himself, you have to get stronger quickly. Find a way to save Nezuko, so you don't have to live alone when you're alone. Die in the meantime. The princess and the pillars are in a meeting about the damage that the demons do. It's been alarming lately. You want to increase the number of demons. But in the Nadagumo incident, the universe feels it chooses those who are incompetent. Only the nest becomes prey to help the demons stronger. Egg cylinder is highly rated Tanjiro. I think you're quite promising. Shinobu is worried. The more people there are, the harder it will be to control the crew. Who participated in the killing of demons? Because a family member was murdered. That doesn't require them to have combat skills. Like people from a lineage, there is a tradition of killing demons. It's becoming increasingly assertive. Tanjiro will be stronger. No one has ever encountered the 12 demons. However, the 5-year-old has a big move. The princess thought Muzan must not be nearby. By the devil. They seem to be trying to hide their tracks. From them, the demons eat people and gradually accumulate power. The princess is worried, but you hope and believe the strongest swordsman in front of me. Since the time of the first swordsman, use of breath during the warring state will succeed in ending the demons forever, until the meeting is over. Prince is sitting alone. I thought I would one day defeat the demon Lord Muzan. 20 for the next morning at the headquarters. Goku is sent to investigate a new demon. There is a suspicion that it could be the 12 moon demons, even the sky. This may be a difficult task, but if Shinobutin has Cystidus, everything will be fine. He's curious what the boss is up to with Tanjiro. She said, Cystidus, don't worry. I have no interest in hunting pink babies, and wish him well on his way. At this time in the government, Zenitsu loudly refused to take medicine. That made Aoi constantly remind her. In contrast to him, Tanjiro drinks well. Zenitsu thought his medicine was easier to take. I want to change the look on them. Makes the Musada guy very happy to visit. He told Tanjiro, I was almost cooked by the devil, but lucky to get out. Seeing Inosuke injured and collapsed made Musada nervous. Zenitsu hurriedly asked Tanjiro, see who is visiting them. He told me about the experience. Almost turned into his spider with the enemy, but the decision not to take the medicine made Aoi as threatening. Your hands can't grow forever. At that time, the iron sword, or the meat sword, Zenitsu was scared, but he was more afraid of the bitter taste of the medicine. Musada looked they are still happy and sad, because he was called to the pillar conference to report. That place is hell, when everyone is talking about. The quality of the swordsman was getting worse. Some people even disobey orders. Musada talking bad about the cylinder. If you think it's bad, it shows up right behind your back. Threatened him to quickly say goodbye to the Tanjiro group. That's fast. Shinobu saw the body of BA who recovered quite well. I decided to give them rehabilitation training. 2 weeks later, there's only one Zenitsu in the room. Because he was hurt the most. He remembered the very impressive voice of the cylinder. Remember the look when she's kind enough to save the demons, turned into a spider. Just like a goddess. Zenitsu is very curious about the Tanjiro to be trained by such a cute person. I can't believe they both suddenly returned. With a face as if she had been blessed and squeezed out. Tired of getting in your feet and not wanting to talk. Make Zenitsu afraid to tell them. Tell me, because he's going to go to training tomorrow. The next day, it's a day when all 3 of us participate in resuscitation training. The process again. First is to be a little girl here. Help them relax. Stiffness due to bedrid. Next up is reflex training with Kanao. There's a medicine in that tea. Both sides will have to throw drugs at each other. But if the cup is stopped by the enemy, it can't be picked up anymore. It's just getting started. Tanjiro was Kanao washed face with tea. And finally, full body training. They'll play chase with Aoi and Kanao. Zenitsu, after listening to the entire training program, please have some time with Tanjiro. And Inosuke's voice was suddenly terrifying. And firmly pull both heads out. Zenitsu called them idiots. And then straight fist standing up. He's very angry. Asked them to apologize. Dared to wear an unsightly face while experiencing the feeling of being in heave. Every day I can fuck with girls, and everyone's face is wrinkled like a monkey. They deserve to be cut open. Zenitsu for Tanjiro. No, getting girls massaged. Give away without losing money is the most. They can even touch hands and play chase with 2 full-breasted beauties. As thighs just smell the fragrance from them, it made Zenitsu feel very lucky. Inosuke told Zenitsu how to understand the pain of losing a small pair. More than I expected, he was ridiculed. The mountain people have not been touched in their entire lives. The girl immediately showed off the feet. Step on a girl to make Zenitsu angry and quarrel. Zenitsu then happily participated in the training. Enjoy the feeling of the baby lowly osteopath. I have to respect him in some parts because I hurt to tears. Zenitsu can still laugh. Let's start the tea. Zenitsu quick hand blocker Aoi's hand, but he didn't want to sip the tea. Daughter to chase. By the speed of lightning, Zenitsu easily grabbed her and got slapped. Inosuke, on the other hand, is extremely violent. If you lose, men and women are equal. Only Tanjiro, he who keeps losing, is ashamed. However, among all BA, no way I can beat Kanao later. It's a 5-day series where she dried Cho. Opportunity to remove and the stand up. Zenitsu got bored and didn't want to train anymore. There's only Tanjiro. He kept playing catch with Kanao until evening. Tanjiro doesn't understand. Why can't I touch her? Kanao's reflection speed is completely superior. Her smell is exactly the same as the smell of the pillars. You always think about that. A baby loli called forever without seeing the answer. 3 girls came to give a face towel to Tanjiro. Someone asked, you can use your breath. Can you focus all day? In the morning and in the evening. Tanjiro, I was scared because I didn't think anyone could do that. By using the breath in full concentration for a moment, it's been hard. It should be used all day. She told me the pillars and Kanao could do it. Tanjiro immediately realized that's the key to catching her. The next morning, Inosuke and Zenitsu refused to go to training for depression and fear of pie. So there's only Tanjiro. Go outside to the garden to practice full concentration. But just for a moment, your body was hurting. It feels like dying. The lungs hurt, the ears hurt, and the heart beats. That horrible experience chills Tanjiro, but you still decided not to give up. You have to do more to make your lungs stronger. A great man once said, you have to work hard, so you have to try harder. The other girls saw you so hard, then decided to make rice balls for Tanjiro. At the same time, I will give you dry water. That Kanao used to practice. Tanjiro thought it was a tool for her blowjob. But when you hear that canoes can blow up the gourd, you're very tidy. It's even a special kind of gourd, harder than normal. Its size will increase. And now the gourd that Kanao can blow up, as big as a small child. The next day, Zenitsu and Inosuke are still out of training. Aoi was angry and didn't care about them anymore. The days after that, Tanjiro practices his sword while holding his breath. In the afternoon, we run in the garden area. Incorporate rock pulling exercises for muscle training. 15 days later, his body recovered. Tanjiro ran faster and his lungs got better. Evening, he meditated and breathed slowly that his lungs could rest. Tanjiro suddenly remembered Mr. Ododaki and the workman. Koi, but it's hard because your sword is broken. While you're trying to get your focus back, then suddenly, the cylinder appears right next to it. Face close to tight Tanjiro. She figured you must be lonely. The other 2 teams around gave up. Tanjiro said no sao. When you get back, teach them what you know. Make Shinobu praise you have a beautiful heart. Tanjiro asked her why she brought them here. Neizuko capital has been accepted. So Shinobu wants to help Tanjiro's healing next to it. She wants to entrust her dreams to you. It's the dream of making peace with the devil. Even though Shinobu is always smiling, suddenly Tanjiro, I can smell the anger from her. I don't understand why. Shinobu always smells of resentment around her. Even when laughing, she admitted it. Since my dear sister was murdered by the devil, every time I see people's hares stolen by the devil, Shinobu's relatives felt hatred for them. Deep inside her is a sense of disgust. The demons are just like the other pillars. However, this time both Shinobu and everyone witnessed Nezuko is a demon, but still don't eat people. So she thought other people wouldn't dare touch Nezuko. Shinobu said that her sister is just as kind as Tanjiro, always feel for the devil even when she's dying. Shinobu doesn't think so, but she values her sister's feelings. So I inherited her wish. They don't kill good demons, so that my sister's smile could last forever. However, Shinobu was very tired, because demons are all lies and selfish. That's why she wants to entrust her dreams to Tanjiro. I want you to protect your sister to the end. Think about what Tanjiro's doing to make Shinobu feel somewhat secure in his heart. Now she reminded Tanjiro. I stopped focusing my breath completely and left. And Tanjiro, after hearing Shinobu's story, unconsciously remembering the death of your family, trying to erase them, swear to fight until I get my sister back as a 25-year-old. Today Tanjiro came to ask be a little Maho. Kaizo and Sumi help me try. If you stop using your breath with full concentration while you sleep, they use Rawa to beat themselves up. So that night, the 3 Tanjiro watch girls sleep and compete using our OI massage for you. Despite being hit like that, Tanjiro still determined not to give up to watch over you. The next morning, Aoi is angry that there is only Tanjiro to try. Gradually Tanjiro's body, I'm used to using my full breath, tried to maintain it. The longer the pressure on the body increases, but the fruits of hard work came very quickly. As Tanjiro progressed to see, I could almost catch up with Kanao. Tanjiro's training session lasted until the evening. Aoi saw her stand. Zenitsu was standing outside the door annoyed. The next morning Tanjiro practices gourmet blowing and successfully shatter it to move it through a larger gourd. Look at Tanjiro. The rapid progress made Zenitsu feel restless. He knows he's not good at trying. Now I can only lament to my sparrow about not being able to remember what you taught me. After a moment of thought, Zenitsu decided to take the pill. Inosuke is ready to train. They both went to see Shinobu and got to know Tanjiro, practicing full concentration breathing all day. As soon as they tried it, they lost 7. Plus guidance, my god. The land of General Tanjiro. It'll give you both more headaches. Shinobu immediately appeared in danger. She nudges to stand. That this is a skill that any new person can do. For someone who eats as much as Inosuke, I'm sure it'll work. It makes the blood boil. You have to master this skill. Zenitsu's side is identical with the beauty designer. It makes him excited. It made both of you train like crazy. Kanao just stood there watching. Shinobu told her, if you have time, you can practice with Tanjiro's team. But Kanao refused. Sabi a people Tanjiro trying. Kanao is silent. Take a coin and look at both sides of it. That's why she did it. It's because before Kanao was born into a poor family. I suffer from hunger all day and the blows from the father. Violence goes through that every day. Make your feelings share. Even when they were sold by their parents, Kanao is not sad. That's when Shinobu and his sister met her. With the loser, Kanao. I saw her tied up because the owner was afraid the Kanao would run away. Kanae girl does not mind Kanao people full. Dead and dirty bugs that gently greet. Looking at Kanao's lifeless eyes moved Kana. The owner tried to push her away, and Shinobu threw him away by not allowing AI to touch. My sister saw Kia asking for money. Shinobu immediately creates a rain of money and took Kanao away with her sister. Go back to Shinobu and wash Kanao in person. The drops of water, as if washing away her tears of suffering. However, Shinobu is very worried when Kanao couldn't decide for himself. If not told, even eating has to wait for permission. Let her belly cry. Canada advised Shinobu not to scowl like that, but she's worried. When they receive, a child can't decide on his ow. Kana immediately gave Kanao for Sue. If she's alone, let's throw it out and make a decision. Kanae believes that someday Kanao can open his heart. Maybe you like a guy. She will change. A moment later, Tanzizo was informed by the crows and eager to inform Inosuke that their heliocentric swords are on their way. He quickly smelled his Haganazuka. Tanjiro eagerly ran out. Welcome him. But Haganazuka dragged Sauralao. I want to stick you for breaking my sword. Tanjiro explained that the opponent is strong, but Haganazuka blames it all on weak Tajizo. Shinobu watched the two men chasing each other with their knives. I thought it was a new exercise. It took a while for the Haganazuka to calm down. The one with him is Kanamoji, in charge of forging swords. Cho Inosuke. Japanese. His sword radiated a beautiful translucent blue light. This is the first time we've ever forged a sword for dual sword users. Inosuke saw Sao. He did not answer, but went looking for stones, and then repeatedly tap on the blade to make a dent. This makes Kanamugi want to eat raw. You're scared and you do that to the other guy. Make Kanamugi spicy out. More than you Haganazuka. That night the little girl continued to watch the sleeping Tajizo. This time you can still breathe. Full concentration should dodge a blow. The next morning while playing catch, Tajizo realized that his body had changed. The first time you caught Kanao's hand, While playing a cup of tea, Tanjiro, he also managed to stop Kanao's glass and steal it. The reason tells us, the only thing that gets shot at your daughter is the milk you eat. So Tanjiro just touched the bottom of the glass to the top of the canal. Zenitsu and Inosuke find themselves separated by Tanjiro. Decide to train harder to let your friends with you. The next day Shinobu checked and congratulated Tanjiro on his chin. Now that you've recovered, you can safely do your duty. Tanjiro asks her if she's ever heard of the fire god dance. To breaths of fire but they hold. Tell her a story about when she was a child. And our unconscious use of our breath. Fire god dance. Shinobu is not very clear about that. Because of how the breath is highly regulated. Goku's genomics might know more about this. Because he's a firefighter. Unfortunately, the cylinder is currently out on duty. Tanjiro quickly asked permission to leave. Shinobu, I didn't forget to remind him of what I expected of Tanjiro. That night you went to Nezuko's room. But you're still sleeping. Tanjiro is very worried. And I just want my sister to say a few words for me sometimes. Keep your heart excited. I feel well and ready to go on duty. Both Inosuke and Zenitsu. So Tanjiro was very reassured. He believed that Nezuko must be as happy as he was. Because those two are so good. To turn my sister back into a human, Tanjiro is determined to defeat the most powerful and send their blood to Tamazo. In Tanjiro's heart, I'm worried if I can do it. Then he heard Nezuko cheering for him. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but Tanjiro's happy. While on a train that's just rolling, innocent people continue to be harmed by demons. Episode 26 days later. Tanjiro and Kanao party 8 HG people 800 made Zenitsu and Inosuke open their mouths. Your performance today with Kanao in the cup robbery game is 10 wins. Lost to Tanjiro. Decided to go running. By the way, check Zenitsu's abdominal muscles. Inosuke himself, ready to let people test their abdominal strength? A few months later, all the demons are suddenly called somewhere. 6. Recognize. The surrounding space has been distorted. Because of the woman's ability to play, all 7 quarters are arranged. It doesn't follow any rules. Seem to be giving the laws of physics raw. Chicken co-op play only the lower high-end of 12. The devil has been summoned here. 5 still not seen. Just one sound. All of them are gathered in one place. In front of them is a strange woman. Ask everyone to bow down. The whole group immediately feel the pressure from the devil. That's Muzan in his disguise. The 4 hastily raised their voices. But Muzan won't allow her to speak for herself. He informed everyone that 5 had been taken down. This made Muzan unfathomable. Why are the demons so weak? It's a shame that the 12 demons are carrying. It only costs human flesh. On the contrary, over the last 100 years, member of the Supreme High hasn't changed personnel. High and 6 thought silently. Muzan said that. It can't improve the situation either. I can't believe the devil can read his mind. He immediately prayed for forgiveness. The Muzan coldly strangled and devoured him. Lower hypoxia. I feel 3. That death is closer than ever. He tried a lot to get a leg in the 12 moon demons, but I didn't have time to go to the movies. Muzan asked if they were afraid of workers hunting more demons than me. It's hard to argue that you didn't do that, and willing to sacrifice his life for Musa. But he was upset that she would deny him. That is -1 more drop. I don't think the author can save this fan. So when Muzan didn't notice, he wanted to get out of here. The worst thing he could do was tell him to be stupid. Stupid play is the best. In a split second his head was in the hands of Muzan. He declared that from now on, the city will be dissolved. You just need the hordes. Muzan asked the other 2 if they had any last words. Let's make sure that you will still be useful. Muzan asked him what his plans were. Tell me quickly, you're out. I need more blood to get stronger. But Muzan doesn't like to give blood. I'm as bad as Ben Trey. Be likened to some star. Loving you is too bad. That's why do people get a lunchbox. The head of the 3. The best look left. Invite your uncle to my team. However, the best is not afraid. I am very happy to be about to. Death at the hands of the devil. I heard the screams of other demons. Makes him extremely happy. Because for the best, seeing people suffer is what he likes the most. Muzan found this guy very blind. I decided to give him some more blood. If the best can adapt, you will get a role in the next season. Or his body will explode. Muzan ordered him to destroy the pillars and kill the boy with the earrings. If successful, he will be given more blood by the devil. Then Muzan left. The most successful man managed to save his life thanks to the blood of Muzan. He saw the image of Tanjiro. You have to kill the cylinder and you to get more blood. It's not even light on the other side. But the crow has come to bother us. Tell me, the number of victims of the endless train is increasing. More than 40 people are missing. So Tanjiro's group was ordered there to support Goku's sisters. After a while, Shinobu came to see the princess. He asked why. She nominated Tanjiro's group to support sisters. Shinobu tell Tanjiro has grown beyond his expectations. She told me more about Tanjiro's father. You can use the breath of fire. So the universe. I believe Rinoku may not be able to direct Tanjiro. Go the right way. You need God. Think about your sister Nezuko. They are devils but do not eat humans. Plus Tanjiro's job. Ever encountered Musa? Your destiny is to destroy the devil. Meanwhile Tanjiro, I was excited when I accidentally hit someone else. You suddenly realized the guy just now who also took the test. In the end, I unexpected for a short time that he can have a big body. As big as that. Tanjiro greeted her politely, but he didn't want to answer Aoi. Tajizu came to say goodbye. I wish you luck and tell you to be careful. Tanjiro is grateful because I asked her to take care of me. I can continue to fight. However, Aoi did not want to accept it. She said she was just lucky to make it through the auditions, but too scared to fight, and just a coward. Tanjiro doesn't think it matters. Now you're going to fight for her. We'll carry Aoi's emotions to the battlefield. If you get hurt a guy, then you will continue to ask Aoi to take care of you. A moment later he found Kanao's place. Announced that I am going on a mission. At the same time, thank her for everything. Kanao remained silent and tossed the coin. See, it's the back. She just said goodbye to Tagizo. You linger a little and ask her why she tossed the coin. Kanao explained, I use coins instead of not getting instructions. If the coin is the front, then she let Tangizo and see messages not rep. I lines talk to you in the back. Tanjiro hurriedly asked what Kanao wanted to do, but she thinks she can't make her own decisions. Tanjiro. It was strange because the voice from Kanao's heart was so small. He came up with an idea and borrowed her coin. Tanjiro rushed out into the garden. Let's throw coins to see. From now, should Kanao hear the voice from his heart? Tanjiro chose the front, but you tossed the coin to high. A wind suddenly blows through, and because of Tanjiro's wobbly back, so Kanao couldn't see which side it was. As soon as it opened, Tanjiro, glad due to the coin on the front. He returned the coin and by the way cheered Kanao. Try to be open in your heart, because man's motivation is in his heart. Before Tanjiro left, Kanao asked why he chose the front. Because Kanao believed that when he tossed the coin, well, not Tanjiro must have be. You're happy, tell me you just picked randomly. Even if the coin comes out the back, you're going to throw it until it comes out front. Those who touched the cold heart of Kanao. Before we start, be a girl support. I prepared 3 large vases for the 3 Tanjiro people. Zenitsu and Inosuke blow. By their own efforts, they managed to break them. 3 little girls also carefully prepare rice balls, let them go. Let us defeat a lot of demons. Zenitsu saw the hungry one. Stop drinking immediately. Tanjiro saw Tomioka nearby and hurried back to greet him. Tomioka knows you can control your breath. All together, cheer up. Tanjiro continues to strive. You are in a hurry to thank him for risking my life for my sister. Tomioka told Tanjiro, I can repay you by defeating many demons. And left at this time Zenitsu bled out crying. I don't want to break up my cute little Loli. But he was quickly. Remind to pick up your integrity on the Tanzizo BA. Zenitsu and Inosuke. Then we're off on a mission. Where they're going is a train station. Inosuke just saw it. Immediately mistaken. This is the creature that rules this land. Zenitsu reminded him this is just a train BA. Watch a little movie, but God doesn't believe. He tried to draw his sword and attack. Tanjiro stopped him. Any doubt? The general also mistakenly thought the train was the guardian god of this land. Zenitsu also came to suffer with 2 idiots in the mountains. New to the city, Inosuke ignored his explanation. The tiger's head crashed straight into the ship. The guard immediately blew the whistle and I saw 3 boys holding for swords. They rushed to call the police. Zenitsu must quickly pull everyone away. Don't go to the tea room right now. They had to hide from the police because of the police. It's an organization that's not recognized by the government. So you can't take the sword, furry. Not to mention, no one would believe me if I told them about the devil. It just causes more chaos. They should put their swords behind them. But the god is naked like Inosuke. It's as easy to get exposed as it is to play right now, and the train is rolling. Had no other way. You have to go out. Pirated Zenitsu tickets. It was almost left behind if the other two don't catch him. When everything is in place, Zenitsu asked Tanjizo if it was okay to bring Theo Nezuko. It would be safer to leave her at the headquarters. However, Tanjiro thinks the 2 cousins should be together. I will never leave her again. So the long season of the Demon Slayer is over. Tanjiro's been through a lot. Fighting so many enemies. Faced countless times. Death on the path to kill demons. And now a new journey. And other dangerous difficulties waiting for you ahead to get through. The opening episode of Part 2 is the Sistedis scene. Rengoku is dancing fire solo 1 by 1 with speed. I want to open my eyes with 3 Axer. The resilience of the higher level. Of course I can't get rid of it. It's less than a second. The severed arm grew back and fought on. Tanjiro looked at the battle with a blank face. Hard glue spray. This is the level at which you have to train and many can be touched. Even with a Reno Sistedis injury, it's more aggressive. With determination, no matter what, they will also complete the task and not let the AI die. In this place where monkeys cough and crow, Renoku immediately developed the secret, the breath of fire, turning his whole body into a blazing fire. Go straight to a KA2 finish. I'm just sorry for my short-lived husband. This bet, you didn't win. And donate and get the lunchbox out of the movie. Sometimes I show up as an email. The battle ended when the sun began to rise and the skin is to run away. Leave the 3 kids sitting. Pain and suffering before the departure of inflammation. People are cold, and it's like the emotional glands are paralyzed. As Inosuke was also sobbing and screaming, was so upset that he collapsed. But your mouth is still hard. Just tell Tanjiro and Zenitsu not to cry, and you have to get up and keep practicing. Sistatus news died very quickly. Was transmitted to Tai, his family, and the princess. My brother also broke down when he heard the news. I can't stand anymore. The one who stays is always the one who suffers the most. The Lord also knew the situation. Battle after Akira ran away. Tanjiro. The sword chased Theo and pierced him. Mouth constantly swearing Akira is cowardly. Good to go back solo. Oh, matter the wound is still bleeding. Tanjiro screamed helplessly. Even though Rengoku is gone. But your will is still passed on to the next generation, and no one else. It's these 3 kids. The Kakashi cleanup team rushed too. 3 children are still crying uncontrollably. Go back and clean up the scene. Don't let outsiders find out. Circuit film. I suddenly moved to a family gathering. The relatives constantly praised that the host family adopt. They are smart and understand. At a young age, he had a calm and quiet demeanor, like a real adult. The owner is barren, so I adopted this baby. If you think you have a genius. I love listening to people flatter and proud of nothing. It was planned. I left my property to this boy. They're talking a lot down there. Without knowing that on the floor, the child looks good, calmly reading this book. AKA Ra called him master and bowed down. The child looks harmless. This cute G-stick no other AI. That's Muzan. He's a husband and a son. Wait, every role without leaving any role. Because of this time came to report the missio. Despite trying so hard, he couldn't find any good information. It can't be verified whether or not the green wild beast really exists. I promise I will work harder later. To not live up to his expectations and tell me that I finished off a pillar. Want to make atonement. But Muzan doesn't care about these things and immediately get angry. With just one finger Muzan's hand. A great current of power immediately came. The glass door immediately broke 3. Akira can't stand this invisible pressure either. Blood in my mouth, all the green veins. I can't believe it's even half a sentence. Muzan slapped him like water in the face. The devil wins, of course. First time doing it or something. That's great. What he wants is to destroy the demons. It's not a pillar killer. Be named. The other 3 guys still dare to come back here. The more Muzan said, the more angry his face became. The book in his hand was also destroyed without any pity. Every time Muzan calls his name, Akira trembled with fear. 7 filial bleeding net. I thought the boss praised me. Who expected to be cursed for face swiping not in time AKA and chased left the house. It makes me very angry. See, AI can withstand. I remember Tanjiro's words. The more his blood boils, the more he pins his enemies in his heart. After casting his anger on the sword, he is determined. Next time I see you, I'll pluck your brain out for hate. But how much cake is Aoi making in the spy government right now? Zenitsu stealthily eats there. The departure of Sistatus, and they're still down a lot. Zenitsu is the fastest one, but I'm still worried about my friends. He still can't believe it. Someone as strong as Sistatus is gone. Even all day crying and complaining. But Zenitsu is also rational at times. He knows right now. The more they have to get up and keep fighting. Crying doesn't solve anything. No, Tanjiro is still. So when you get into the room, Zenitsu tried to put on a smiling face. Invite you to eat dumplings. But got hit in the head. This injury is not Another injury has come. It's hard for Zenitsu to stay steady. Eyes keep spinning THI. But the kids are in such a hurry that Tanjiro has disappeared. Your wound is still not healed. But I was determined to get out of bed. The spy who knows will be very angry. Tanjiro is currently running under the crow of Sistatus Rengoku to fulfill his last wish. Even if the wound hurts, you bite your teeth and keep running. Finally, also encountered a mini version of Sistatus. Scanning the gate. This is the brother of Sistatus named Sanzuzo. Tanjiro immediately went to say hello. And the reason I'm here is to send it to the Sistatus family. It's his language. That sounds like Sanzuzo's a little nervous and sweaty. But it's the face, the edge. Tanjiro's banana leaf boat. You look like you're about to die. The father of the Sistatus suddenly appeared and Tanjiro, you don't want to hear your son's words. Because I think it's just unnecessary nonsense. It didn't stop there. He was heavy. It's pointless to scold Rengoku's sacrifice. Made Tanjiro extremely shocked. I don't know what the fuck is going on. The father continues to exercise that human capacity has been determined from the moment of birth. Only a small part is talented and scolded Rengoku for being useless. There's no talent. He likes to be a swordsman. It's worthless trash. Not only humiliating Rengoku, but also scolded Sanzuzo because he's still moody and sorry for his brother. These words made Tanjiro very unhappy. Speak up to prevent, but he doesn't care and he wants to kick you out. It's only after seeing the Tanjiro earrings, Bo was immediately stunned. Say no words and point straight Tanjiro. Say you're the one who breathes the sun. It makes you understand nothing. Bo Rinoku also has no explanation. Immediately rushed over and pressed the Tanjiro to the ground. Sanzuzo wants to stop because Tanjiro is injured, but got a slap in the face. This makes Tanjiro very angry. Try your best to escape from your uncle's hand. You don't understand what's going on. It is the act of this father makes you very Unichi. Sao can humiliate so. He killed himself and beat the other. Don't hold hands like that. But my uncle didn't want to explain. It's just that Tanjiro. They are despising them, just because you think you're the one who breathes the Su. Especially the pair of Taikia flowers. It's written in the book in detail. Mention here Tanzizan suspect. The sun's breath is the fire god. A dance. It's been in the family for a long time. As Uncle Kia said, the sun's breath is the original breath. Every breath in the world comes from it. The more Tanjiro hears, the more confused he gets. Your family obviously has a long tradition of selling There's even a family tree. I can't stand my uncle's gratuitous insults anymore. Tanjiro argued back with tears in his eyes. Wiggle your lame pants. You know I'm desperate right now. Because of how weak I am. Don't allow you to speak ill of Rengoku. The mouth is not enough. Tanjiro wanted to fight with his uncle. Made Senzuzo scream and stop the amniotic. My father is that pillar. Of course, just jump up. Tanjiro 8 straight punches. But you don't give up either. I'm still trying to feed my uncle. Then when you calm down, you cringe. I regret playing so loud. Your face is fluttered with recognition. I'm sorry, Senzuzo. Because of my previous shock. But the boy comforted Tanjiro. Just chill. Your father has a little pin. And thank you Tanjiro for speaking out in defense of Rengoku in front of his father's cruel words. Fate makes you. But Senzuzo couldn't respond. Tanjiro's words made Senzuzo very serene. After talking about Goku-sen's passing, Senzuzo cried less and thanked Tanjiro a guy, and burst out sobbing. Though, bring out a book that Xistidus regularly read. Lend to Tanjiro for thinking of your questions. It can be explained here. This is the 21st book of Xistidus. But when I opened it, the inside was torn apart. Books of previous generations. They are kept very carefully. It's torn apart like that. Maybe it's because Senzuzo's father will. See yourself not helping, so Senzuzo was very upset. But Tanjiro, I don't blame you for that. Because this is your own problem. You can't rely on the help of others. Tajizo is also very nervous. Because that day was not strong enough to help Rengoku. I'm determined to be stronger. To fall into such a helpless state a guy. See Tajizo so determined. Senzujo immediately connected to himself. Rinoku has no heir, so as usual, Senzuzo will be the successor to the Cystidus. But the boy, no matter how hard it doesn't reach the level. It changes the color of the sword. The more Senzuzo became more self-conscious and gave up the path of swordsmanship. But the tradition of succession to the Cystidus site will be severed. But the boy believes Rengoku won't blame him. Tajizo also supports the boy. And promised to anyone who dares to speak ill of the boy. Just wait for the first meal. Before Tajizo left, Senzuzo gave you Rengoku's sword. Such an important object, but Senzuzo insists on Tanjiro. Take it and hope it will protect you. After Tanjiro left, Senzuzo came to see the father, who had just come back from buying wine. I want to pass on to you my brother's legacy. He tried, but he threw the boy away and didn't he want to listen? Because I thought it was just a reproach. Even so, Senzuzo said that Rinoku wants him to stay healthy. And then you're out. After Senzuzo left, Bo remembered his late son. Then suddenly burst into tears. That Tajizo on the way back to the spy government. My body is not well. It's like having a fever in your head. But we haven't reached the gate yet. Seen Haga Nezuka hand 5-5 to full-body knives emitting concentrated gas. As soon as I saw Tajizo, I immediately came to settle my account. Because you lost the sword he forged. Tajizo panicked. There's only one way to carry it around your neck. It's dark. The next morning Inosuke and Zenitsu were told about it. Haga Nezuka chased Tajizo until near morning. Fortunately, Aoi came to the rescue. That Tagizo had to run until the next just evening. Released. It should be that morning. Tagizo no longer has the strength to eat rice. Leave it to Inosuke. Finally, Haganazuka's mood is better. For months later, I have been training every day. Just got the instruction that the crows sometimes bring. Everyone has it. The mission to destroy demons. Now on a mission alone. Zenitsu was no longer complaining, but crying is still the eternal form. It should be called an identity. Boy, from whining to Nezuko's stupor to castration. Wild boar trick. Inosuke's attack became more and more powerful than before. On the road to adulthood, Tanjiro has had fellow cameraman plus misery. Not as lonely as before. I feel a little happiness in life. On a rainy day. Even during the day the sky is very overcast. Clouds cover the sunlight. Tanjiro is on a mission to destroy demons. Are hiding on the mountain in the north-northwest. Immediately carry your things on the way. I have experience. So you don't hesitate. Straight into the enemy's lair. Based on Tanjiro's hearing, he quickly took the position of the monster. A role I thought to dodge. Who suspected it was to drop Nezuko off the field? She rushed out with a light swipe that made the demon fly slightly. Lost the hand. To brothers with double swords. Make the devil understand what you mean. It's not natural, it's a demon hunter. Odd is the top of the book. Nezuko spanking that pie. The devil only had water running to find a way out. But how easy is Tanjiro to allow that to happen? You to run faster than him. My feet are floating on the ground. The demon hid in a warehouse of the people's house and brat. It takes a few minutes to grow back. The mantis leg that Nezuko had just sent off. But very quickly Tanjiro found him. You can't escape. So, I found myself cornered with the devil. Take risks and jump. But that, just get it back to the motherland faster. When people come running, it's all done. The warehouse is no longer available. That very night, Tanjiro is on his way back to the government. Not even to the door. I heard Aoi's scream. And the other girls. Kanao also stood on his feet and looked at the Yurui cylinder. And the boy shouted over his shoulder to leave. You can't do anything. Stand in front. The head is out begging for Aoi's help. Kanao is more and more confused about what to do. She wants to toss a coin to decide. But remember Tanjiro's advice. Listen to your heart, so. As soon as Uzui left, Kanao took all the courage between Aoi and the pond. But this way in the eyes of the world, it's just resistance. Bland you say. But Kanao was too afraid to answer. I made you scold me for a question. And then the other two kids came running after Kanao. Hold on to you. To hold you back. Don't let go, oh and aho. Uzui's got a headache with these kids. Tanjiro appears to want to rescue Aoi, but the situation is that the new Uzui is under siege. It makes you stupid face. I don't understand what's wrong with the stiff glue. But let's stop this muscle first. Tanjiro immediately rushed I want to use my technique with Uzui, but he's very easy to dodge. Even went back and despised Tanjiro. At the age of 10, I am still fighting with you. When you're here in 5 continents, don't know. Where in the world are you playing with mud? But Tanjiro wouldn't listen, with the kids protesting, asking Uzui to return Aoi and Aho. But only half. Uzui agreed to pay Aho. The mission needs women, so Uzui decided to bring. Theo has no other way. Tanjiro, he asked me and to friends to replace him. Zenitsu and Inosuke appeared from both sides. He jumped down next to Tanjiro. As you watch superheroes gather. Think for a moment. Uzui also agreed to bring 3 of them. This time the mission will be to the hospital, a place filled with grace and glamour. Tanjiro, I don't know where the trauma center is. So my face is stuck. Inosuke is no exception. Only Zenitsu is blushing. I want to explain to the 2 guys, but I don't know where to start. The more you talk, the more red you want to roast the egg. Uzui didn't want to explain. Because I'm busy posing cool. Muscle showing and psychological this manipulation. Set of land. He's a god and they're just trash. He told them to make a bow. If you are a monkey, you have to call frogs. When you meet, you have to bend your back almost rubbing your hands. Flatter him with both soul and body. A screen made of this color makes me a Kia's first name spray stiff glue. Stick to canoe sculpture. Zenitsu looked at Uzui with disdain, as if looking at a nerd. I didn't want to say anything, but Tajizo is curious what Uzui is the god of Tsai. From a Zenitsu to contempt. Both of them always. Uzui immediately praised Tanjiro as promising. And keep flashing. He is the god of glamour. I thought having one is enough, but no. Lord Sun Li. Inosuke appears and is pleased to meet the festival god. But Uzui looks at you like a nerd. And let out the stigma. That made Inosuke angry and he wanted to do solo martial arts. Tajizo tried to stop it. It's not like we lost a guy. Zenitsu as the only normal pair so. Looking at the other 3 is like looking at a bunch of nerds. Of not talking. Uzui after pissing off Inosuke. Then go crazy and turn your back. Enough of the show. This series are for the Kia top BA to inhale smoke. It's less than a second. DUI has left them a long way behind. Zenitsu had to urge the 2 Kia to pick up the leg. But run fast. Lost track now to idiots. The whole group arrived at night. No, the name is engineering. It's very busy. At night the lights are as bright as day. These 3 idiots are like country houses on the street. Everything is curious. Everything wants to see. Uzui just finished the reminder not to run around. Don't see the beautiful lady. Input. Zenitsu and Inosuke got out of the car and ran away. Tanjiro doesn't feel well. He immediately jumped down to stop the other 2. Let Uzui go crazy for coming back. I didn't see any baby names. Living in the forest at night. Everything is black and suddenly it's in the city. There are bright lights everywhere. Inosuke didn't adapt in time. It's a bit unnerving. Very fast. Tanjiro and Uzui found these 2 men. This place is Yoshikaya Town Technical Institute. A town at night, immersed in the cycle of vanity and lust, between love and hate. Just advertised for the town Uzui turned out. Back I saw that Inosuke was intimidated by the town's crowds. Head up and run away. Straight up people on the road. Life newspaper made you DUI helpless to run. Theo caught a guy. If you catch one, you can't see it. Zenitsu wandered alone. He was targeted by his beautiful sisters. Fell right into the silk table cave. I want to stay and watch a beautiful girl, but the head has just taken a few steps. She was beaten up by the DUI and dragged back. We finally got these ducks back. You DUI started giving lectures about this place. It's quiet during the day in this hospital. It's noisy at night. It's a perfect place for demons to hide. Where do girls become prostitutes? They're mostly sold out of poverty or debt. In exchange, they were given a place to hide. If promoted, there's a chance of some rich guy 10 bodies in the women's world are also divided into ranks. And Ho-Ho is the most luxurious lady. There's a completely different kind of dignity. It's not just beauty, it's character. The talent is also superior to ordinary women. They're the faces of every bar. They are highly trained and cost a lot of money. Time off after returning to the hotel. Yujui immediately described the job in this task of BA recruits is to infiltrate the trauma clinic to find Cho Yujui's wife. And you'll be outside collecting 10 more information about the demon. What I just said was raw Tantija on her face. Inosuke only eats, not craves. Each Genisu is a normal reaction. Angry screeched furiously, scolding Uzui a medium. 2 must be. You think we're your joke? What to do? There are no superiors who are wrong to find his wife. The more Genisu says, the more wrong. But let's just say Uzui's face is as black as potass. I want to explain because Zenitsu reads a lot of over the top. But Janet, you keep jumping in your mouth. Janet uncle was so helpless and angry. Just straight you DUI face that scold. Who likes a fan like you? How hungry are you? Don't have to exploit the spirit of their demon slayer swordsman. Cao Lao was insulted that much. The DUI is also impatient. It's even louder for this guy. Listening to wife, you've infiltrated the trauma center to probe the news of the male intelligence demon Kier because I don't get regular notifications anymore. That's why I'm worried. Though, Zenitsu still showed a disdainful expression of disbelief. Make Uzui throw a pile of letters in his face. Here's all your correspondence with your wife. More than Tanjiro imagined from. That can be sure. Uzui's wife has been trespassing for a long time. Uzui looks normal, even if you have 3 wives. When I heard that, Genisu immediately woke up. Roll your eyes. And because I can't believe this, there are 3 wives. When you have no one, breathe out and you're stuck. Uzui decided to stop the Genisu from talking. Unconscious personnel CM and Tanjizo and Inosu are also guilty even though. Sanjizo read the letter and found out. Uzui told me to come here. Be very careful. OT to attract attention. But specifically, I didn't say how. Your and your wife's plans. 3 wives will dress up. They're excellent fake rings. This is an ideal place for demons to hide. But when you DUI pretended to be a guest here, can't catch its tail. So he asked his wife BA to penetrate deep inside. What a customer can't do. I've narrowed its search scope to 3 floors. 3 kids will dress up on those floors. Find your wife and collect 10 more information. Suma at Tokyo Makio. The last Ojimoto is the Hina Chuju of Kio Goku. I'm worried about my wife smoking. The pig's head is still breathing out. Pissing you DUI crazy. Put your son in a dream with Genisu. From saying much, at that time, Uzui's belongings were also delivered. I don't know what it is after the disguise. These 3 guys are bad. The devil is worse than normal. The bear doesn't want to eat anymore. Looking at the screen, she was shocked. I want to cover my face. Always rub your eyes several times. I don't believe there are bad people in the world. Always put where you need it the most. That these 3 names are beautiful in the abstract. It's hard to accept. The boss wants to refuse. But the boss just saw Uzui's beautiful interface. Immediately psychologically manipulated. Even if the husband refuses to accept Tanjiro happily into running legs. The first 2 were not accepted. Sold for only $2. Uzui also helplessly scolded Choyu head. Zenitsu did not raise her voice in protest this time. But the look on his face was very bitter. I'm jealous of Uzui's appearance. What to eat lame pants? He's so handsome. Just kidding, the crowd on the road. Get the attention of 3 of them. People are gathering. Watch the parade of Ho-Ho to see the Chu of Tokyo. Here's an example of a courtesan. She's on her way to pick up a guest. I don't know what Genisu heard. I thought she was Uzui's wife. You scream with jealousy. Why does a handsome man like you have such a beautiful wife? Make Uzui upset, punch for a shot. All the time these kids. Inosuke boring look at the parade. I thought, go slow like this. I don't know when they were eaten in the forest. Without noticing that, there are also eyes staring at me. Inosuke was received by the grandmother of the Orimoto floor. Now it's only Genisu that doesn't get AI and being looked at with disdain by the DUI. After receiving Inosuke and wiping off the makeup, feel sick. She was immediately delighted to have found a bargain. With cheap price, she was very excited to start teaching Inosuke to become the leading innovator of this trauma institute. If I don't have the ear, I can remember my ears. Listen once and remember. Genisu finally reluctantly made it to Yoshi's floor. Any guitar you just heard can be played. The AIS voice echoed. It's both intense and emotional. It's amazing to the prostitutes. Gas with hatred for Yuja Zenitsu. Will go much further. Kicked away mercilessly. It makes you cry too. Determined to become the flower of Yushiwa. Come out loud. Tanjiro's on the Tokyo floor. After the boss found a scar on her forehead. And get angry. You became a runner for the bar. With his strength and his obedience, Tanjiro is very popular with the sisters here. 2 kids are talking about the death of their landlady. Kio Goku, and many young women run away for love, was accidentally heard by Tajizo. You immediately grab the main subject and ask for information. Who expected to catch Suma's news? Fear of the unknown wants to ask more. But Hosachu immediately appear and remind the kids, don't go to the station. Suma is just missing. No one knows. Did she really run away with her lover? Natsu saw Tanjiro carrying his belongings for him. I'll give you a bag of candy as a reward, but Tanjiro still refused to give up. I want to know the news about Suma. Natsu is very wary of you. In order not to be suspected, Tanjiro had to lie. Suma's sister. The two sisters always contacted by mail, but recently lost contact, so she came here looking for you. You're too honest, so when you have to lie, your face just twists. I can't believe it when I look at it. But Natsu is also less alert, because she didn't believe Suma would run away either. But in the diary she left behind, talk about the intention to escape. So everybody believes in that. The more this reason sounds, the better it's for the demons. After sending the kids home, Uzui was able to focus on observing the situation. Due to the first session, Inosuke has heard the news about Akio. You immediately get to the heart of the matter. Akio, wife of Uzui. I locked myself in my room for days because not well. But Inosuke believed the reason for this banana. I immediately ran to Akio's room, but right now, she's tied up in a bunch of wires. Again, a voice is questioning. Where do you want this letter to go? There are demons in this place. It could even be a demon. Set B.A. What question? Akio turned out to be just a giant lip. He wants her to answer, but when you shut your mouth, you answer with conviction. This brainless thing. There is no real brain. Inosuke is getting closer. The demon immediately recognized it. It's very annoying because there's a vein, but it doesn't want to be discovered. Akio was immediately dragged to the ceiling and warned, if she dares to make any sound, it's going to be a 6-colored flying girl covered in 5 organs. Inosuke looked at the 8 rice that had just arrived at the door, so we quickly figured out where Akio's room was. Hiding in one, the observer sees something moving in the room. But Inosuke's intuitio, it feels so strange. A strange kind based on the animal's intuitio. Inosuke can feel it. The emergency inside the room. This makes you very upset. Sitting around thinking is not Inosuke's style. Let's be disturbed by this greasy feeling. It makes you angry. Let's go straight to the room. Open the door and Inosuke immediately holds on. When the landscape inside is so desolate. A room with countless slashes as fabric through a harsh battle. There was wind while the window was closed. Inosuke sensed something on the ceiling. He took 8 noodles and threw them straight at it. There was a loud noise, of course, make the whole room shake. And then there's the sound of my feet running very fast. Inosuke realized that there are demons in this place, and immediately chased. The devil runs on the ceiling, and you're running underneath, so there's a lot of obstacles. But despite everything, Inosuke kept going straight. They broke into my room and knocked down the wall. The chase is only over when Inosuke punches an ill-fated guest, Ugly Cum, banging his head against the wall with a huge crack. It was at that time Inosuke can feel it. The demon successfully escaped to the bottom. When you chased Chodao, I lost track of the devil completely. Inosuke was so angry that he opened his mouth. Zenitsu in Kyagaku. Every 7 gods walk around the academy these days. I don't know what to do. 2 days ago, the owner of this building fell from the sky and died. So people are so moody they don't dare say much. No one paid attention to Zenitsu. You also opened your ears. Listen and find news about Hina Chidu. Uzui's wife got nothing. Zenitsu listened quietly today. Again, I heard a little girl's whining. Zenitsu immediately went to the room. I started crying and startled because the room looks like a fight. Inside, there's a little girl crying in her arms. Zenitsu rushed and ran to ask Han and coaxed, see if she's injured. Just a few seconds later, a cold feeling in the back immediately. The fear engraved in the blood immediately rose. Renitsu full body sweating. You just need to hear one sentence. Renitsu immediately realized, you are not human behind me. It's demons. Humans never have this sound. Was that? Renitsu couldn't hear her footsteps until she speaks up. The silence that followed made Zenitsu even more afraid. I suspect the rank of this demon is high. I'm afraid I don't know what to do. There were 2 girls who were terrified, but still helped for Zenitsu. Then she glared at him, afraid to stand still. Zenitsu is also reborn now, immediately to explain. I didn't mean to intrude on myself, but she didn't care to let go. Bo! Samsung Zenitsu makes you angry without saying anything. This person is Baija by Hime, the flower of Kyo Goku. A glance at Zenitsu, she comes to grab her ear. She was so strong that her ears were bleeding. She's screaming, crying, and begging for help. Zenitsu couldn't see this. Put your hand out immediately. Tighten your hand over Jabai. Hime wants to stop her, and begged her to get her hands off her ears. Hime was angry when someone dared not listen. The more I look, the more I see Zenitsu. Swinging your fists right now give you a straight cheek. Power so strong that Zenitsu flew. I hit the wall and passed out. People turned back. 2 days ago, when Tanjiro's group infiltrated the trauma facility, the owner of the building, Kyo Goku, came to find Hime with a scared face, begging her, stop bullying people and the kids. But with his arrogance, she doesn't pay attention to her boss's words. He even used harsh words to kick her out. In this country, the boss has no other way. In addition to stating my suspicions directly, since she was very young, I once heard an old lady at the tea house tell me there was a very beautiful flower. A beautiful, beautiful woman. But the cruel nature of the part, from when she was a little girl to middle age, she's all seen these same blooms. All of them like to put their names on. There's a word for love, and whenever you're not satisfied with something, they'll tilt their heads to the side and stare at others. It's very similar to the current job by Hime. The boss knew she wasn't human. If so, it will definitely be destroyed. With just a blink of an eye, Hime has been transformed into a demon. Using my own fabric, he squeezed her and threw her from above. Tanjiro on the Tokyo floor. In addition to running errands, everything comes to your hands. From floor cleaning to plugging. Hime returned to her room. I saw that Muzan was waiting. He called Hime the Daki and praised her. She immediately fell in love, boss. I am so handsome. I love you so much. Muzan warns Jackie is coming. The devil will come soon, but there's only power at the pillar level. Just destroyed her. Jackie has destroyed the 7 pillars, so kids like Zenitsu. There is no door to fight her. Right now, the boss also came and knelt down to stamp the bridgehead. Forgive the kids. It's almost time to pick up the guests. Respect your face, don't make a fuss. I respect the boss's face, so it doesn't continue unscrupulously. But she realized that Janisu was a demon slayer. This made her very happy because the plan was. It happened as planned. Tanjiro on the Tokyo floor. From running legs and moving to the hand. From floor cleaning to water heater. You're eager to do whatever you want in your lame pants. The speed and quality are good. It's done. Your boss doesn't know what to communicate to you. It's finally dark. Tanjiro smelled a murky smell all over the academy. The Genisu was also awakened by the children. These are the children I risked my life to protect in the morning. They took care of you afterwards and waited for you to wake up. Makes Genisu very touching. Episode 4. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere on the Kyogoku floor, the Tokyo floor, it's much more fun. The flower destroyed Chu is a gentle and kind person. You treat 2 girls. She takes good care of herself like a sister in the house. Always playing with her. He even gave the 2 girls a brooch each. It's very beautiful. The owner of Kyo Goku since his wife died. Just have to be skillful not to do boot as well. Daki has taken care of everything upstairs, so it is extremely pressured. That she had just bought a job. The Genisu is missing. After being knocked unconscious by Daki, Zenitsu was taken to the restroom, but I can't see it anymore. The maid wants to find, but the boss said there was no need to find. He didn't have the strength to care about who ran away. The servant wants to convince you. Was thrown in the face and violently chased away with. At that time, Tanjiro Inosuke is sitting on the roof. Share information with each other. Inosuke is engrossed in depicting the shape of the demo. It's as long as a stream. And then he came back and his hands and feet wiggled. And the more you listen, the more you talk. You DUI from where it appeared. Without making any noise. It startled the 2 of them. This is a regular meeting to report information. But this time Zenitsu didn't come. And Uzui seemed to know what had happened to him. Tanjiro. Chorenitsu was very worried, but Uzui didn't say anything. Just feel this time. You've done bad things to the New Yorkers. They want to save their wives. They're constantly making false judgments. Forever to say, Yuzinasu has been missing since last night. Uzui gives orders to Tanjiro. Inosuke also quickly withdrew. The current mission is too dangerous. It's like the devil is hiding here. If they are the gods, they can't deal with it. Uzui will act alone from now. Oh, Tanjiro and Zenitsu just have to survive. No need to be ashamed or anything. Uzui immediately disappeared and left. Tanjiro is a little sad because you're not qualified to help others. But Inosuke added knowledge to Tanjiro. That they're at the guard level. What's the next level, old man? And show it to Tanjiro to see a metamorphosed superhuman screen. On the back of his hand, Inosuke's hand showed a watch as to represent their rank. Just say the spell and stretch your muscles and it'll come out. This is called the seal. AI is also available after passing the final examination. But that doesn't make Tanjiro happy. Inosuke immediately patted his shoulder to comfort the boy. Just excited again. Now is not the time to collapse. We both plan to fight for the night. When the sun goes down, Tanjiro will go to the Orimoto floor, where Inosuke is fighting. I know this place has demons. It is also a very powerful demon, so acting alone is dangerous. But Inosuke wants Tanjiro over right now. Tanjiro, no. I want to investigate with you today. Inosuke furiously pinched Tanjiro's cheek. And puffy cheeks hitting Tanjiro constantly. I don't care what you say. It wasn't until Tanjiro. There may be a connection between the houses. Inosuke just stopped. And listen to Tajizo's speculation. The devil doesn't come out between the houses. It is very likely that the employees work inside. The devil works in the academy, pretending to be human in such a subtle way. They are very careful when killing people to avoid revealing his identity. Because it takes a lot of work to clean up after killing people and can't easily erase traces. This is a place that's active at night. There are many advantages to the devil. But the disadvantage is not small. The devil is forced to work at night. If you are suddenly absent, you will be noticed, so it's very possible. Zenitsu and Uzui's wife are still alive. It's just hidden somewhere. Tanjiro wants to save them, but he also told Inosuke not to die. As the sun goes down the mountain, after taking care of Natsu's preparation, the 2 girls ran to eat. I didn't forget to say I love Natsu so much. It makes her especially happy. The two kids just left. Tanjiro, the uniform of the devil, appeared menacing. Watching Natsu startled, Tanjiro announces he's leaving tonight and asks Natsu to give it to the lady in charge of Tokyo. The cost of living is like letting you stay upstairs for a few days. Tanjiro, he also told the truth that he was Cho's son Natsu, but from the beginning, she knew where it was. I didn't say that AI also looks out, making Tanjiro look like a tiger. Because I've always thought of myself as super disguised. But considering that Natsu knows too much, he just doesn't expose Tanjiro. I have my own love and worrying Chosuma is real. Again, more. Natsu is worried about the missing. Especially tomorrow she's leaving town. A great mom. He agreed to take Natsu home as his wife. But that's why. It makes her more worried for those who stay. Tanjiro can only laugh but not know how to sell. After you leave, Didi immediately appeared in the room. He looked at her laughing horribly. The sun is going to be cold. On the way through Inosuke, Tanjiro smells the devil. So turn around and follow where the smell is. Inosuke can't see his friend forever. Impatient despite everything, put your head on the ceiling and call the rats. Very quickly there were two mice that were Uzui's junior muscle roll appearance. Inosuke's two helical swords appeared. No more waiting for Tanjiro to arrive. You will act on your own. And Tanjiro is back. Back to Natsu's room. Seeing Daki with your own eyes. Swallowing her to see Natsu in half. The silk bands of the Daki have absorbed people of Natsu. There's only one head left that amazes Tanjiro. I can see the word 6 in my eyes. Tanjiro quietly swallowing saliva. Who would have expected them to actually meet the gods? This force is new. With just a little comma, Tanjiro was knocked out the window. Hard hands and feet trembling. You're too fast to react. The new recruit has encountered the sky. It's not uncommon for Tanjiro to shiver. You try to calm yourself down. You can keep swinging your sword and moving. The box's legs and arms are broken. Tanjiro had to let Nezuko stay and fight. Spinning machine dancing in the air is extremely just hit the ground. After the rescue, it was destroyed. Tanjiro is still scared. You are the only one to face the 6. Without the help of anyone. I can't see Uzu anywhere. But Tanjiro quickly regained his spirit. Even if it doesn't, it has to be. I'm absolutely not going to die here. Uzui is threatening the boss of Kyo Goku to get information about Hinachuju and Daki. Quickly. It doesn't take effort to sound like the Kia kids. After manipulating the boss logic, Uzui finally knows where his wife is. And the demon that's doing this is the AI. He immediately went to the climbing room but didn't see the AI. Went out hunting. On the way to find a wife, I will listen to the news of Daki at the same time of year. One side of the shock technician, the lights were as bright as day. The other half is dark. Not even a small shadow can be seen. Follow the boss's instructions. Uzui went to the northern part of the annex to search for, of course, your wife, Hinachu from. They're being held and gagged in this place. Uzui quickly saved his wife and gave her medicine. Hinachuju was the first. I realized that the demon was Thruja by Hina, but she also began to suspect her. Hinachuju to protect herself. He had to drink poison himself to find a chance to escape. I'm outside giving you information. But Hima forced her to get a shoulder strap. The goal is to monitor, as well as eliminating Hinachuju at any time. The funny wife could hear the noise. Hinachu urged Uzui to go there and save everyone. Don't let the devil do it. Uzui is not in a hurry. Is a husband be a wife? But everyone loves the same. I hugging Hinachuju. Make sure your wife is okay. It's okay to leave. I told her after she got better. I have to leave the hospital immediately. No matter what, the 3 of them are safe. Then Uzui set off for the battlefield. Understood. Sao Uzui is the yin cylinder. His ears are super sensitive to sound. Just a small noise. It is not out of the reach of Uzui. He immediately ran to that place and pressed his ear to the ground. Underground there is. That AI is fighting very hard. Can hear the echoes very clearly. Based on the volume, Uzui immediately realized there's still space underground. Should immediately withdraw the knife. The breath of the first sound, smashing straight to the ground. A giant noise echoed. Daki in the distance also heard and annoyed. Because it's not working. Then another name appeared. I can't help but wonder why I asked Tanjiro. How many people do they have after all? But you refuse to answer. Daki is not angry. That only flaws Tajizo's sword. There are a few tricks that the sword has gone. And then he said his humiliating touch to Haga Nezuko. Everywhere is noisy all the way up to make climbing upset. Determined to destroy Tanjiro in the next attack. Just one sentence of Daki made Tajizo think a lot. The reason for the sword is that you can't control it perfectly. Tanjiro realized your body is not 100% to use the breath of water. Even if you keep practicing, it will also not be good. Like Uzurozaki or Tomioka. No matter what you do, the power in every blow of the fire god always takes over. Because it's compatible with Tajizo bodies. But it's because the fire god is so powerful that it can't be continuous. It's different. Tanjiro has to do it. He's got to do it. So from buying water, he switched to fire dancing. By the will of Ren Goku. Your sword suddenly became sharper. More definitely. That made Daki a little surprised. Because my cords get blown so easily. But Daki are not easy kids to deal with. The first Tanjiro left her. Fortunately, you reacted quickly, but that wasn't enough. I've seen the thread loophole, but the Tanjiro's too slow. The sword hasn't even touched the daki, has been tossed away. The defense is also just roll your hair on the ground and breathe. Extremely painful. Because the body starts to react. Because of the continuous development of fire. It's all exhausting, squeezing your muscles for a while. But there's no time to rest. Because daki very quickly rushed to the end. If you don't use your breath right away. To get the power up, it has now been cut into several pieces. Got the lunchbox. Jackie's waistband like sharp blades. Whether looking out the thread loopholes, they also break immediately. It's all because Tanjiro's attack was too slow. You've got to push your body temperature up to be able to easily deploy the divine fire. It's because of this that when I was in the government, Baby Aho very worried for Tanjiro. Because your body's been freezing at 38 degrees for days. She wants to let Shinobu know to cure Tanjiro, but he begged her not to tell Shinobu. Leave it for a few days. You'll get used to this temperature. Is to adapt to the mythical fire. And now the temperature in Tanjiro's body, it's increasing every time. Tanjiro is tougher than Daki thought. She found you a little interesting too. But now Tanjiro is determined to win. No matter what the cost, take all the power out of Ra. You have to win to protect everyone. We can't let them be unreasonably deprived anymore. Let's go back to the Orimoto. A panicked prostitute runs off looking for always a talking. Have Demon Pig come breaking the floor with the ceiling up. No one believed her until a second later. Out of the ground comes a guy in a pig mask. Exhaled breath. Everyone was screaming. That guy even pierced the floor and crashed his head down there like an idiot again. Only the head is in. Inosuke then removed all the joints on his body, from a wild boar to a worm. And your feet just kind of flowed into a cave. Inside are countless pieces of fabric squeezed on top of each other. The embroidery motifs. These people are actually living people. They're not dead. That's the belt. If you catch someone, you'll lock them up. Drink as much as you like. Zenitsu is also sleeping in this. A stony voice echoed, yelled at Inosuke repeatedly for breaking into her food pantry. Cho has already been cut into countless pieces. Inosuke cuts every time. It's all about rescuing people in distress. Based on your intuition, Inosuke easily dodged the blow of the belly belt. See the urgency. Daki suddenly appeared, allowing the rope to feed more people. To increase the power, if you have been allowed by the owner, you should not grow. But a little earlier, this rope was sent off by Inosuke. Fortunately, thanks its ability to bend, it's not cut. But Inosuke couldn't just fight. They protect those in distress. See the belly belt. They eat people to increase their strength. Inosuke be a legs for legs run to prevent, but not in time. I thought this phase. Who knows where they came from? Cut the strings that want to hurt people. It turns out that Uzui's two wives are fake rings. They also fight to help Inosuke. But it's not just them. Zenitsu has also been liberated, and with just one trick, has cut the belly belt into countless pieces. Zenitsu's sleep is more beneficial. I see more people coming. Everyone is strong and fast. Makes the belly line want to pop its eyes. But more importantly, it hears two sounds overlapping at the same time. One is Zenitsu. The other one's coming down from the ceiling. There's this AI that's chiseling straight from the ground into this place. The ceiling was finally punctured. Uzui just appeared, with just a few basic lines. Sends off the belly belt. Infinity. Suma and Akio's husband were delighted. The two girls thought they were doing this. Can't hugging handsome husband again. Uzui sorry for being late. This scene reminded Makio of the past. Because they're fake women, they always risk their lives to complete their mission. But Uzui was the first to tell them that. Let's value their lives more than anything else. Uzui's life priority is always his wife. People who are worthy come to themselves. When I hear this, Akio is confused, but extremely happy. When you find a husband, appreciate her more than anything. Uzui has just praised a sentence that is not ashamed of my wife. Both of them were in tears. Their noses were smelly. Episode 6 Fighting with Hands and Feet. This is the body Samsung Tansy zone. Are fighting spontaneously. Where did it come from? To ribbons came in. It's not about going back. When Daki was dazed by the ropes, Tanzi's allowed to want to slash a shy, but maybe because of a flash a Daki has turned to the ceiling. My black hair has turned into checkered onions, and she's enjoying the feeling. My plan finally worked. The strings that bring back memories. The pillars will finally come if this plan is successful. Sure, Muzan will be delighted and continue to praise her. The smell of Daki also changed. It makes Tanjiro as if to choke because her power has soared. But based on what Daki said, Tanjiro got a little bit of the situation. Uzui had gathered with Inosuke and Zenitsu. The noise was too loud for both of them. It's got the attention of the people around, and Uncle can't see the situation because the eyes keep breathing into soul. Tanjiro couldn't touch his face. These words immediately made me angry. I see this person coming closer. Tanjiro panicked and chased him away. But it wasn't too late. With just a slight flick of the belt, the whole neighborhood has been mutilated. Collapse in the blink of an eye. Countless innocent people were murdered and buried in the rubble. The Kia man was also flying with one hand, but you're still lucky to be alive. Tanjiro was also slashed in the shoulder, bleeding profusely. The scene here is catastrophic. When there's blood and bodies everywhere, Daki is going to leave. Tanjiro was determined not to let her go. Tuka's such a terrible thing that you can walk away and leave like that. You absolutely can't allow it to happen. But Daki didn't bother to put Tanjiro in his eyes. You and the others just hold each other, rotting to death. This word immediately pierces your pain. Tanjiro's spicy to red eyes. When I remember those who died to fight the demons. And the letter that the ex-cystodist sent you after a very unpleasant meeting last time. He's embarrassed for making their first meeting become tense. But also thanks Tanjiro, I mourn for my dead child. He knows about recent work. You and Renzuzo always exchange letters. That's how Sanzuzo got better. Former cystodist tell Cho Tanjiro the death of his dear wife, though he's desperate for his own incompetence. From there he began to indulge in alcohol. Close yourself up with everything. It was his stupidest act. Rinoku even without his guidance. Still self-seeking and cultivating the secret to the breath of fire and become a pillar with just 3 books. Genius quality. This innate and persistent is inherited from their mother Zucker. But he saw in Tanjiro that there was a power. It's better than Goku. According to the records of the former cystodist, swordsmen are chosen to possess the breath of the sun. There will be a red birthmark on the forehead. Like you since birth? So he's sure Tanjiro is the owner of the sun's breath. But Tanjiro's scars are not innate. This is a burn for blocking boiling water for my brother because he carelessly spilled the coal stove. And then in the final selection, Tanjiro was injured in the same place. That's why it became the scar it is now. Only father of Tanjiro. There's a faint scar on my forehead. Old varieties cystodist description. So you're not the chosen one. But even so, you're a long way from succumbing to the legendary demon. You're lying. You see people's lives as trash. Daki was about to leave when Tanjiro hold your leg and pull back slash for a few shots. Daki startled because I didn't think Tanjiro was playing tug of war. In just a few seconds, snatched out and dodged saw Tangizo. Tangizo was very angry right now. Hear the questioning voice. Where do you take the title of contempt for human life? I feel like these words are very familiar. In her memory, suddenly a picture of a man appeared, wearing a red kimono and wearing the same pair of earrings as Tanjiro, wearing and saying the same words. But she'd never met this man. This is not her memory. It comes from Muzan's cells. This is the fear of eating into Muzan's bones. At the same time on the Uzui side, after dressing the wound for 2 wives and rescue the people who've been kidnapped, Inosuke wants to chase after the belly band that just ran away. Uzui was busy worrying about his wife, so he scolded Inosuke for slapping. Not until your wife tells you to save someone else. Come on, Yurui. These 2 stings jump up to the ceiling and run to the battlefield. His speed caused Inosuke and Zenitsu to chase him. Want to breathe Tai Tanjiro. Can't understand. Daki was also a human. Also struggled with extreme sadness and suffering and shed tears. But why did it turn out that way? It's a very simple reason to be a demon. She has the power not to suffer. To oppress those who used to bully her. It is both strong and beautiful. The fool is not the devil. Daki laughed almost. Tajizo's voice didn't want to hear her babble anymore. Rush up to attack. Daki launched the 8 gender overlapping moves. This is a dead angle interference trick. Before, she's taking Ri's body apart to control the shock engine. But now it's unified. The power is multiplied. Just Tagizo. It's not the Tagizo of an hour ago. Your speed and power have doubled. So fast that Daki was startled. And in every wound, it hurts like fire. Daki's fingers suddenly tremble. But this is the reaction of Muzan's cells in her body. The speed of Tanjiro is extremely fast. I panicked and wanted to retreat, but there's no such thing. You immediately chased and almost cut off Daki's head. But her neck turned into a soft belly belt. You can't cut it off. I felt this pressure for the first time. Make SA angry, frantically attacking Tanjiro. Although her speed is fast, in Tanjiro's eyes, the movement of those wires is incredibly slow. He used his sword to push all his belts aside and pin it all to the ground. Aki wanted to throw away the Tagizo, but quickly, his speed was too fast for Daki to react in time. In just a few seconds, she'd be gone. But at that moment, Tajizo heard Hana's voice. I urge you to breathe quickly. Not the end of that movie. Tajizo remembered that I had been holding my breath for a while. The lungs want to explode. The movement immediately stops. Tanjiro, it hurts to breathe now. You've exceeded your physical endurance. The vision began to fade. Just as Daki was about to finish off Tanjiro, when little Nezuko appeared flying head, she dared to hurt your Oni-chan this much. This product is good, let me teach you. Was shot head flying. But Daki is still very strong. Realize that Nezuko is the demon that Muzan mentioned. Immediately switch the target to her. Nezuko must be destroyed to be praised. Nezuko is very angry right now, mouth constantly growling and rushing. But she was quickly cut off by the climbers. Both hands and feet. My whole body crashed into a building a meter away. Daki boasted, claiming to have defeated Nezuko. Until she stood up with her body intact. The arm has not grown back. I am exhausted by the speed of recovery. Same with the whole series. So Duko was beaten up and bit off the bamboo. Her body has grown into a teenager. There is also a horn on the head, completely become the same demon as Daki. The power also increased significantly. Speed of recovery now. It's even faster than a mountain. Daki was kicked straight down the road mercilessly. Nezuko's seven-legged exercise jacks into the climber, even though she'd clearly cut it off before. Proving that Nezuko's power is now even stronger, she was resurrected in a moment. One shot is not enough. Nezuko continued to lower her feet, off the climber with a very refreshing face. The sound of her screaming made Nezuko feel better. The smile became more and more dehumanized. Nezuko frantically stomped on the climber, make her angry, cut off Nezuko's limbs with a belt. Even her head. Think there's only one trick left to finish her off, like no hands and feet even though they've left the body, but still moving. It's even strong enough to stop the Daki's belly belts. The head left her, but Nezuko still stared at her, full of violence, because there's still blood between the neck and the body. Suddenly Nezuko's blood streaks on the climber, burning furiously, made her scream in pain. Painful memories of being the one who suddenly rushed back. The more it does, the more it makes Nezuko happy. For chi, and in a matter of seconds, her head was attached to her body. The chicken continues. This time, it's not just foot movements anymore. Nezuko knew how to borrow the power of the rock to fly a meter away. The more she screams, the more painful Nezuko gets. But just like that, she loses herself. Tajizo is fainting. I heard my brother call my name and cry so bitterly. Please wake up and save your sister. Just like that, Nezuko. I really can't go back to being human. That she's now after rock climbing into a house. Also walked in. Everyone in the house is scared into a corner. There's only one girl who's too scared to move. Her hands are covered in blood from the injury. The sight of human blood made Nezuko lose control. They want to eat her. Fortunately, Tanjiro showed up in time to stop her from making a mistake. Deadly Nezuko was screaming furiously. The thorn has completely lost its human instinct. Tajizo deeply regrets for letting her fight. The smell of Nezuko's blood was enough to understand when you're unconscious how much she's been hurt. Tanjiro just grabbed her. Sorry for letting her get hurt. To be oppressed and bullied. When was it pressed? That's why some people want to fly. But she didn't listen, she even attacked. Tanjiro is getting more and more crazy. I couldn't hear a word from Tanjiro. The situation is 1,000 pounds hanging hair. Some seriously injured people appear. The marks burned by Nezuko. It can't heal quickly. That's her demonic blood. It only works with the devil. Tanjiro doesn't know what to do. I can't let go of Nezuko rock. But that's not working. Where did Uzui appear at that moment? Cut off Aki's belly belts. It made her shiver. He looked at Nezuko, who had become a demon in a very flashy way. Uzui was not surprised. There's even a little applause. She turned into a demon and she seemed strong. But a second later he scolded Tanjiro. The crime in front of the princess is to bring it in. It's okay now. Uzui doesn't care about Daki. Until she spoke up, she was bullied again. Uzui said straight Daki is not the Sky 6. She's too weak to be a hero. This word just came out of her head. She didn't know when she was cut. Always Inosuke and Zenith chased away. So I lost track. Uzui was surpassed in a very flashy way. Even though you're sleeping, the ISU Gene's hearing is still very good. Quickly find out Uzui's location and run there. They are now flying. Head Daki is still bewildered, not understand but what. It's not over yet. Where? Nezuko needs to get back to normal. Uzui recommended Tanjiro. Sing something, are you girl? Going to sleep will be normal. But at the same time, Nezuko was wobbling more. They even dragged Theo Tanjiro down from the second floor. But you're determined not to let go. Even tighter than singing Are You Nezuko, but he didn't know how to do it. Your voice couldn't reach her. Tanjiro suddenly remembered his mother. Remember the song Are You Mother used to sing for the two brothers? At first Nezuko refused to listen. He then attacked Tanjiro. But after much effort, she listened. The memories of being my mother's side have risen. She seemed to see her mother in front of her, and rubbed her head like she was a kid. This warm memory pulled her humanity back. Nezuko immediately burst into tears like a child, turned back the cute kid's cheese stick shape, and fall asleep. It made Tanjiro cry. But Uzui upstairs is fighting with Daki. She was ridiculed by you as weak. Weak face is weak and the neck is big. Daki argued not to be angry, crying bitterly. Uzui also ran out of words. The problem is, why was she beheaded? That the body hasn't dissolved yet. There was a lot of talk and no arguing. The mountain is falling. Come in and scream for me. A demon came out of her body. This guy's reflexes are much faster than Daki's. OT only dodge Uzui's trick. There is still time to relax. His sister. Help her reassemble her head. Uzui tried to attack a guy and was slashed in the face. Uzui tall look handsome. Six-pack brother name. He was extremely jealous and determined to destroy Uzui. Let it hate. Daki is next to him and tries to talk to his brother. I was tortured by Raw Sao. It's time to collect the debt one by one. Inosuke and Zenitsu finally caught up to Tanjiro. Ask them to help fight Cho Uzui. And you're going to put Nezuko back in the box and come back. Because you can't protect people and fight. So Uzui used the technique of making a very loud sound. Let the people around you know the way to go. But this trick is not aimed at the two Kia brothers. Daki's belly belt protected them. Not even a scratch. Uzui wondered which name was the real self. Whoever kills them, they both disappear. My brother Iotazo gave Uzui a clue. That they are two, but also one. Episode 9. After putting the sleeping Nezuko back in the box, Tanjiro tied up a strap and took little Theo. This time I decided not to leave her. He was badly injured, but he could still walk. Tanjiro decided to return to the battlefield to fight with everyone. I heard Uzui boasting, not the tall, big, handsome, sweet though. There are also 3 wives. Make Gyutazo jealous, want to kill you. They haven't fought yet. You succeeded. The demons want to destroy you. To go crazy. You have a special born talent. This surprised Uzui and made him think, if you see him as talented, then Gyutazo must have lived a life. Happy too. Uzui's words made Iotazo's smile die out. But Uzui still made up to demons. They live a long time and they're still frogs at the bottom of the well. Don't go out into the world and discover. There are people who are much better than you DUI. They're really talented people. You have a mysterious background. The new sword wielded 2 winds as the pillar. Compared to them, Uzui is just a normal person. Even with Ren Goku. I also see myself as not equal to Uzui. How much do you explain to the 2 of you? They don't believe either. Simply because on the sickle blood of the Ryotazo, there's a poison. Ordinary people have died in their own lives. But you DUI still lives wrinkled. Then you can fight. It's all because you DUI comes from a fake ring family. Resistance training from a young age. So Ryotazo's poison didn't work for you. My family has 9 brothers and sisters. 7 people were killed. When Uzui was less than 15 years old, under pressure the clan is on the verge of decline. My father trained me with a brother. 2 years younger than you. Extremely harsh. That little brother is the sow of his father. From thinking to words. Until the action of the 2 of them considered the subordinates good. As long as you can follow the road. Even if the wife dies, you don't matter. My own thoughts has completely become dehumanized. And UDUI do not accept themselves also become in a pillar meeting. The princess used to feel the path you have chosen is difficult. But it's all about value. My parents raised me throughout my childhood. So you yourself. Now no matter how you deny it. I'm still committed to the battlefield without self-pity. The princess smiled and thanked Uzui for not giving up. Tried to fight for him. Those are the words. Became the motivation for Uzui to continue fighting. Until now, Ryotazo discovered Uzui has shown signs of poison drama. Smiling ironically. You're very much in. It's his poison. It still affects Uzui Kier. It's just a little slow. But I believe, still confident. There's no poison that can seep into people. This guy is a slug and he's going to attack you DUI. But it's actually about letting rocks soar into the air. And then use your homemade bomb to attack. She's flying her head at guy. These cannons can hurt the devil. Just a little bit of friction when slashing is enough for it to explode. Gyutazo immediately realized not to touch them. Just a Daki is a bit stupid. Just attack directly so eat all the damage. Ryotazo for a moment. I almost got my brain hacked by Uzui. Guillotine for flying head. It's acrimonious. Your fingers was not strong enough to cut off the head of the Zutazo. It makes him laugh. I see the poison is strong enough now. Uzui also realized that his body was affected by poison. But you keep pretending you don't know what they're doing to each other. At that time, the 3 clown ships appeared extremely cool. On the outside, Suma and Akio are helping people evacuate the 2. Leave space for the DUI to destroy demons. OT entangled hands. Opposite to Ryotazo, Tanjiro's hands were constantly trembling. If these 2 are clones, then you're sure. This skinny curly head name is the essence. Because his smell is very different. The mere smell of it made Tanjiro numb. But even if you're afraid, you don't back down. This battle must be won. Tanjiro is just in his head. But psychic communicate you. What I think about is what Uzui is saying. This battle they will win. Irony wins by faith. The strongest ones are dying. There are only 3 kids left to win. Tajizo looked up at Uzui. But you keep your mouth shut. I think killing these demons is a small thing. And Naki, don't look down on these 3 kids. They are your successors. Again, I found a way to beat them. Just take out both of you at the same time. Is that okay? Right now, Uzui's energy and will radiate. No different than Reno. Even if you know how. There were also countless pillars destroyed by them. Gyutazo has eaten 15 pillars and Daki has 7. It is easy to say but hard to do, so it's still night. The best time for demons. Daki just withdrew. Zenitsu rushed to attack her and soared into the sky. Inosuke decides to go out and help Zenitsu. Tanjiro and Uzui stayed with Suli Gyutazo. When Zenitsu slept, he woke up, as cowardly as before. Zenitsu asks Aki to apologize to her. She cut off her hand the day before. Even if they get food and clothes, they will make money. But she's not her property. She does whatever she likes. Suddenly being lectured to make the mountain angry humiliated. Genisu isn't good enough to talk to you, honey. So the women in this town are just a commodity. Whether it's bought or sold or destroyed. The doer has the right to do whatever he wants. Ugly people don't have the right to speak up or complain. Comply. Those who are useless have no right to complain. You are so beautiful, sister. Daki said that. They're just paying back the pain. That's what people do to them. That's how they live. But the more you talk, the more negative it is. It's psychologically manipulative. I said that from the forward Daki grew out an eye of Ryotazo. Right now, Ryotazo's murder spooked Tanjiro. But Uzui was injured. The more you have to protect him. The moment he moves. That's all I say, but when I need to, Tanjiro's body wouldn't move. It was only Uzui who saved you that way. Countless belts sticking down from the roof. It makes both even more difficult. Inosuke and Zenitsu couldn't even touch the Daki. To stop her. It's getting harder and harder for Tanjiro and Uzui down there. Avoid one trick and block another. Uzui fighting the Ryotazo. And Tanjiro was blocked by the Daki's belts. I can't come forward to help you. Hinachuju appeared from the roof, shooting countless daggers towards the Ryotazo. He used demonic blood to create a shield, but I couldn't dodge them all because of Despite being stabbed by a dagger, he rushed towards him. He had to leave his shield and fight. And got a dagger stuck in his neck. There's a substance in the dagger. His body was paralyzed for a moment, and 2 legs were severed by the Yurui. It can't always be restored. At that moment, Lao Tenjizo aimed directly at Ryotazo's neck. 9 if you understand. He suddenly used the past. Uzui was visiting the grave with his 3 wives. My brothers and sisters are gone. I can't drink with my brothers and sisters right now. It's because Uzui doesn't want to die. When it's needed, I will go down to drink with my brothers and sisters. But right now, I only bring good wine. They understand. Then the 4 of them had a cup together in front of the grave. The food was so good that I couldn't stop complaining. You say that your brothers and sisters are dead. I never forgot them even for a minute. Even the day he led his wife out of the village. I remember just like yesterday. This word makes them very excited. A picture of a husband's house. My wife is very happy. Suddenly I mentioned again as if there was the day you go to hell. But suddenly I see myself talking. He immediately corrected a scolding person who was tired. If you talk to them and scold them. From the underworld to the underworld. Sitting under the peach blossom tree. So Hinajudu got flowers in her hair. Uzui helped her take it down. Makes Makio jealous. I want you to put it on my head and take it off. But this way is hard. It's so obvious, Grandma. Hinachu do want to please take off the wings of Ho and Uzui. I really appreciate it. Make the other to want it too. I'll get the wings. The city of Ra is all over. Back to the battle. About to touch the Ryotazo's neck, but the poison stopped working right then and there. He immediately performed demonic blood magic. With super wide VI range. Easily tossed Tagizo. Uzui quickly used a frantic slashing technique. But as the dust flies away, ever since Iotazo has disappeared, abdominal cooling of polygamy from the back appears. Sneak up Uzui. It makes you focus on dodging attacks without time. To find Iotazo, it's time to feel him. That's when he was closing in. Mouth of Hinachuju was suddenly playing a painful trick that made him very angry. To find Hinachu travel book. Uzui wanted to run there immediately, but it's blocked by ice sheets. It's even blurred vision. The memory of the past suddenly came back. The 4 of them were watching the sunset in the field, very happy. Hinachudu suddenly suggested, after defeating a great demon, withdraw from the battlefield and live like normal people. They were born fake rings. Even if there is a sword, the lives we took ever came back. But they should still draw their own line. Otherwise it will be forever. You can't live under the sun. And even though they don't have 4, don't be angry. That's what Hinachudu used to say. And now Uzui is very afraid. The fear of losing your wife drives you crazy. Tajizo heard Uzui scream. The body can immediately move and move. A person's life is about to be taken away in front of my eyes. You can't stand this feeling of helplessness. Ryotazo didn't take care of Tanjiro because he despised Tajizo, who wanted to use his breath. The sun but can't get in. But even then Sao. If I can't use the sun's breath, I mix it up. Half the sun, half of the water. The miracle is really a new success. The case of a Tanjiro that saved Hinachuju. He even injured Ryotazo. When he saw that Tanjiro was still flying, he was very upset. Because of this kid, maybe I don't have the strength to fly. But now Tanjiro still can't calm down after the brain hack. To steam combination, the force of attack will be stronger than the breath of water alone. It can last longer than the fire god. This is also how swordsmen used to be. Adjust your breathing to suit yourself, and create your own breath. So the new breath is becoming more and more diverse. It changes in any form. That's how Uzudozaki taught Tanjiro to fight. He couldn't master the breath of water like Tomioka. But Tanjiro insisted, don't let what Uzudozaki taught you. Wasted. The Gyutazo came in front of Tanjizo. Destroy you in one go. But it was at that time Uzui went around the back and slashed right away. Gyutazo. In the meantime, Inosuke and Zenitsu are still struggling with Izaki. Then the belly belt kept flying back and forth. Make both sides avoid. There's nothing we can do to reach her. So that belt is both soft and hard. Inosuke will cut forever. The Ryutazo is about to be decapitated. It makes you more urgent. If you don't take out these two demons at the same time, both of them will never be destroyed. So far, 2 kids. They just dodged the blow and couldn't do anything to hurt the Daki. Inosuke lost his temper, swinging his sword all over the place. Zenitsu had to remind him, you don't have to cut off 2 demons at the same time. Just don't let their heads come back. Tanjiro's side cut off the demon's head. Then they keep attacking. Don't give up your breath and don't panic. Suddenly, Zenitsu says all kinds of cool things. Inosuke is not familiar. In Tanjiro, I thought I'd cut off Ryutazo's head this time. But at the critical moment, he's just a little bit away from touching his neck. Then he stopped it. He holds the sword without 2. They move and test. Develop a wide-ranging strategy as before. Hinata do react in time to pull Tanjiro out of range via influence. Only Uzui continued to fight the Ryutazo. Inosuke and Zenitsu were also strapped. Chased it all the way here. The plan had to change. Tanjiro will help 2 friends handle Daki, and Ryutazo asked Uzui to try to handle it. But Uzui is being poisoned, so you want to solve Daki as quickly as possible. Hinachudu also knows the way, but hide somewhere else without getting in the way. 3 kids. I remember the days of training. Inosuke, I don't want those days to pass by. Tanjiro, remind Inosuke that the fish's neck is very soft. You have to use the fastest speed to cut it. The most important task was given to Inosuke. Tajizo and Zenitsu will be waiting on the flanks. Finally, Inosuke's sword also reached the neck of the Daki. But her neck is too stiff. You use your power forever, so there's only one way to saw it until it breaks. There's nothing worse than you, but it really works. Daki's head was immediately hacked by Inosuke. Sword into the air. You quickly caught it. Then take it away and don't put it back together. With a body like that. Then Tenzizo and Zenitsu can run to help you. No matter how much you protest, Inosuke will kill you. I thought it would stop there. But where did Gyutazo come from? Sex through your chest. Tajizo witnessed his friend being stabbed through Tim. He then turned to see Uzui lying unconscious on the ground. The poison is all over my body. With one side the hand is cut off. When you're not paying attention, they use their technique to destroy where they stood. Zenitsu is in danger for saving Tanjiro. Episode 10 Tanjiro landed straight on the ground, unconscious personnel, and dreamed of Nezuko when she was human. She yells at Tajizo for you all the time. You can't blame yourself all the time, or anyone else. If you tried your best, it didn't go well, then you have to accept it. They're just people and not AI or anything. Everything goes according to their will. Happy or not, it's up to each person to decide. The girl's words immediately woke Tanjiro up. Everything around you is on fire right now. It's a horrible scene, but fortunately, Nezuko was sleeping soundly next to him. I just came back and saw the Gyutazo staring at you, like animals in a zoo, and exclaimed, Tanjiro is high number 2. It's not over, but other than you, no one is so lucky. Inosuke was stabbed through the heart. Zenitsu was crushed under the burning rubble and was tortured slowly, and Uzui lost his arm. It was also poisoned throughout the body. Tim stopped beating. Gyutazo ridiculed them as a pathetic bunch of 7 losers, but suddenly he's turned to Nezuko. The Gyutazo still hasn't killed Tanjiro. Turns out to make fun of you. When you find out that Nezuko is your sister, Gyutazo laughed and sarcastically, Tanjizo makes you miserable. I couldn't protect my brother. Just one sentence. Tanjizo immediately spat, but could not do anything. Your hands are numb. I can't even hold the sword. Gyutazo left his life for Tanjizo just for fu. I want to humiliate those who are weaker and more useless. He punched and comforted Tanjiro. Not stronger than my sister is the devil, but even so, Tanjiro is pathetic. As a brother, you have to protect your sister. Don't let it go the other way. He took Tanjiro's hand. He told me to protect my sister with my own hands. Hey! He just said he broke Tanjiro's finger upside down. The Gyutazo was very pleased to torture Tanjiro. My head jerked up, jerking down and cursing with all the lost words that he can think of. Stop cursing and turn to attacks and challenges. If Tanjiro is good, cut off his head. But your reaction. He and Daki were amazed. Tajizo uses his best. Follow the sword and Nezuko runs away. Like that, it made the 2 Gyutazo brothers laugh. Like playing cat and mouse, Gyutazo tossed a hand. Tanjiro immediately fell into the fire, but you're still hugging the box. Nezuko immediately got up and continued to run away. Gyutazo in the back. Just enjoy Tanjiro's sense of helplessness. Not even the strength to run, but you're still struggling in Vai. Gyutazo is playing more and more fu. On the pillow you bleed, and then gracefully pointed at the scar on Tanjiro's forehead. Compliment the beautiful hottest. Suddenly he wants to turn Tajizo into a demon for fun. Tajizo house fun door has not yet agreed, and he keeps dreaming about it. He even invited Tanjiro. Join your team always for fun. And if Tajizo refuses, he's going to kill Nezuko. Because he doesn't care. Have compassion for your sister. It's all water. Daki didn't like this, so strongly protested. Gyutozo is still psychologically manipulating. I want to turn Tanjiro into a demon like standing in front of the temptation of Gyutozo just raised his head out of helplessness. He thought Tanjiro was holding back his tears. But actually, you're just preparing for a headbutt. You are powerless, so play whatever you want. It's obviously just a normal headbutt. But the Gyutozo didn't wake up. That resistance is always materialized. The body just drinks out. Look at your feet. Have you ever stuck a dagger with poison? Turns out, Tanjiro just pretended to run away to get the dagger. You also pretend to be smashing through the rocks with the lady incense bags to hide the smell of poison on the knife. The moment Ryutazo was poisoned, Tanjiro threw his sword at the risk of decapitating him. Call you. Daki's son makes Tajizo a little stunned. Because you yourself have a sister. You know what brotherhood is. The Tanjiro brothers are lucky to still be human, but the Daki brothers chose to be demons. Tajizo suddenly thought, suppose one day you fall and become a demon. Though, someone in the demon body will come to you to destroy, but even so, you must win this battle. Tajizo used all his strength to decapitate Ryutazo. He did his best to stop it. Daki wants to help her brother, but the Zenitsu doesn't know. Get out of the rubble. From when to attack. Different from just now. This time your speed is much faster. The power is also many times stronger. Daki, there's only a little bit left to be cut off by Zenitsu, but the Tanjiro side is different. Ryutazo has escaped from the poison. And push your sword out. Tanjiro decided not to give up. Right at the moment, it seemed as though the life of Uzui suddenly appeared. Push Ryutazo away. The battle begins again. First time, Uzui knew how to launch Ryutazen's attack. So it's easy to dodge the blow. The two sides are falling into each other. This is the last time I'm fully fit. But Uzui's power will soon run out first. Tanjiro wants to run to help. He was stabbed from under the chin. Just look, it hurts. But at this point, they are not allowed to give up at any cost. Must also win. The scar on Tanjiro's forehead turned into a flame. My hair is also red. You use your best. Combined with Uzui to cut off the head of the legendary High Six. At the same time, Inosuke also awakened and assisted the Genichi. Everyone has blood in their mouths. After a battle of life and death, they finally cut off the heads of the Ryutazo brothers. While Sumo was having Fu jump up for victory, though Shinichiju suddenly realized that something was very strange. Lan raw poison caused Tanjiro. I can't hear what Uzui said. I saw Uzui panicking towards me. And then the body of the Dragon 6 immediately exploded. Episode 11 though being hacked into different locations, but the two brothers' heads fell right next to each other, as God intended. The explosion caused by 6. It was so powerful that it threw them all in the air. The surrounding environment also melts into a cloud of smoke. The explosion dropped Nezuko, who was fast asleep in the raw box. She quickly uses demonic blood magic. Keep them all safe. Tajizo felt that hand clapping on him. I opened my eyes. Nezuko was looking at him with worried eyes. The surrounding landscape has returned to a time when there was nothing. Nezuko runs to make love to you. Want to be praised because she was the one who saved Tanjiro out of danger after rubbing her head. But Tanjiro wants to find the rest. But the legs don't have enough strength. Even standing up is hard. But you realize you can stand up for yourself after the battle before. That's the talent. You're alive in the face of power. It's a miracle. Tanjiro! I heard Zenitsu's cry for help. I want to run right over there, but I can't see it. Nezuko carried him on his shoulder and ran towards him. Let out a cry for help. Turns out Zenitsu slept a lifetime. And when I wake up, my whole body aches. Especially to legs without strength, like wanting to break into pieces. Even if you're complaining of pain all over you. Zenitsu is still worried about Inosuke Cho and tells Tanjiro, go and rescue him first. His heart is getting weaker and weaker. When Tanzi went crazy, the poison spread throughout Inosuke's body. The heart's beating became more and more imperceptible. Right at the moment Tanjiro panicked, not knowing what to do, Nezuko gave Inosuke a bait. The fire of demonic blood. I thought she wanted to cremate him, but she didn't. The parts that are inflamed because they're poisonous very quickly disappeared. You can see with the naked eye. Right after Inosuke immediately woke up as if nothing had happened. Made Tanjiro so happy that he hugged him and burst into tears. On the Uzui side, the poison is almost all over my body. A purple color that doesn't see white anywhere. Suma was so worried that she cried bitterly. Crying and talking like a radio. Don't let Uzui finish his last words. Always makes Maki tiger. Akio scolded Cho slap. She also refused to shut up. It's the last moment of my life. The women next to me won't listen to you. Uzui also ran out of words. I'm worried that I won't be able to do anything. Then Nezuko suddenly appeared and gave Uzui some body fire. It made Uzui's wife panic. Suma thought Nezuko burned her husband, so immediately pull her up and down. Uzui's poison is quickly gone, and the body's back to normal. Turns out blood. Nezuko's demonic magic burned and destroyed the poison, even though Tanjiro doesn't know if it works. After making sure people don't have a danger to life, Tanjiro came to the pool of blood and take a blood sample and bring it back to me. As promised, a cat shows up and takes it away. Make sure to pick it up by hand. Tajizo and Nezuko go around looking for people in trouble. But Daki and Ryotazo are fighting. Both of them blame the other. It is because of the enemy. That's why they were beheaded. Your words are getting out of control. Gradually become insults insulting each other. He even refused to accept his family. They both tried to say the words, hurt the enemy as much as possible, but not to go too far. Tagizo ran to gag the Kyotazo. Because these words are not your true thoughts. I'm just too angry. You two are the only ones, the best of each other in the world. Even if the world is against them, only they always turn to each other. Rely on each other to live. I watched my sister disappear right in front of me. Kyotazo suddenly shouted a dull name, and realized that Daki's real name was Enchanted. The memory of being a man of two brothers suddenly rushed back. Infatuation is the name given to the syphilis that killed their mother. Two brothers was born at the lowest level in the internal trauma clinic. The fact that children are alive is very troubling, because it costs money. Before being born, the Kyotazo was almost killed countless times. After being born, I almost died so many times because of my eyes. But he still tried to live. Even though his body was as weak as a dry branch, Kyotazo still clings to life. Laughing at his hideous appearance and voice. It's thrown everywhere and ridiculed as dirt. As if every libel on De Inner saying raw. It's for him. He's a little extravagant and filthy body full of hate. Head full of dandruff. People who pick up fleas and stink at. Trauma Institute. Where beauty is this measure of human worth. He was hated and treated like a monster. When hungry, his food is dead mice. The only toy was the sickle that the guests had forgotten. But something in him is starting to change. Ever since the enchantment was Burrow, she was beautiful and was his only pride. When you notice the fighting ability, he started working as a debt collector. Everyone is disgusted and afraid of him. It makes him very happy. He began to be proud of this ugliness, plus having a beautiful sister. The self-doubt in him gradually disappeared. Aggie, when he felt that his life would get better and better. More beautiful. He must have seen the scene. The sister he loves the most burned alive. When I was only 13, she used pricks to blind a customer's eyes. Samurai should be punished. She was tied up and burned alive. He was absent that day. I just got home and saw my brother burn. He's crazy. Then embrace the stupor and scream in helplessness. I didn't give him anything left. Take away the only thing he has. But the samurai slashed him in the back. That was the first time he killed. And then he walked around town in his arms. But one AI willing to put out his hand for mercy to help them. Until the two of them met a demon. At that time it was 6. Let's start from there. Two cousins set out on a path of human slaughter. He only regrets one thing. Clearly mesmerized. You can walk a completely different path. He doesn't have to be covered in blood. In a dark and cold space. Go back to form. I was in a hurry to find Kyoto. She doesn't want to be in this place. He insisted on following his brother. Even if Kyoto is harsh or dismissive, I'm still clinging to you wherever you go. She thought he was angry at her for what she had said. I'm sorry and I'm begging you to let me go. But actually, Kyoto, I don't want to go to hell like you. She should have had a better life. But Stupor immediately jumped on Kyotazo's shoulder. Then the two of you go towards the sea of fire. It's finally over. At this time the Obane appeared, but with my mixed mind. He wouldn't spare anyone, not even Uzui. He made his wife laugh with disdain. But by Obama's snake, I immediately panicked and fell back. Uzui wants to retire after this time. If you lose a hand, what do you fight? But Obama is right. High-powered swordsmen were few. The location of Renoku is not yet I love. Manpower shortage up shortage. If you still want to rest, take it. Uzui was determined to rest. Because I believe the Kia kids. I will definitely do something for you. We found a successor. Then DUI can simply retire. The news that the 6-year-old is down very quickly has arrived. He was so excited. Forget about your own health. The battle for hundreds of years finally moved. This is a lucky sign that in this generation, the demon army will surely defeat Muzan. The battle is finally over. The 3 Kia idiots hugged each other and leaned against Nezuko, crying out loud. After a fierce battle of life and death wanted to explode. Desolation is inevitable. The entire crash site is now a pile of rubble. It's hard to imagine just a few hours ago. It's still a crowded place. Vibrant and filled with light. Kakashi are hard to find. The clown trio is leaning on Nezuko's tiny body. And passed out on a kumquat branch. He immediately ran back like a golden sock. This news just then was transmitted to Princess Tai. Hundreds of years ago, only the demons are destroyed by the gods. The situation changed completely this time. This is the sign of the turn of fate. It's just a small wave. But then it's going to make a big wave. Will sue. The demons will enter the lair of Muzan. Even if you use your breath. We must finally lead this generation to destroy Muzan and the only stain of his family. 100 years ago, the more you say, the more you get excited. No matter your own weak health. It's not just the devil's side that gets the news. And with the demons, Akia is suddenly summoned to a strange space. This place is infinite. I immediately understood this. It means one of them was killed by the devil. Make him angry, clench his fists. After a while you're spinning in the dark. Fly back and land and still fly in the opposite world. The scene is finally stable. Turn around a little bit and the front door is too. Also gets to the main space. There's a demonic woman here who's been waiting. Next to it, there is a valve, from which the legendary 5 Kyoko has a bad interface. That's right, my devil, say hello. Akia no Samsung body is bad. But this guy's little hands keep wobbling. Deserves top 1. The scenes humiliate the viewer visually. It's a bad interface, and the mine is a mess. He poked fun at me, thinking Axa was the one who cut it. It makes him cry, but he doesn't care. Next to him is Han Tengu. Same with Kyoko. This guy's interface is also bad, but the other is cowardly. Don't dare to show up and hide in the distance to talk. That was all real bullshit. Oh. It's scary, aka doesn't care about these people. I'm curious who just got executed. So I turned to the demon woman and asked her suspicions. 3 or 5 are already here. Only 2 are left. There is no worse thing. They are dealt with by the devil. Right, Akio just finished. Then a very cynical voice came out. This name appeared. There's also an auxiliary strobe suppression effect. He just came to hug her shoulder. AKA is angry because he doesn't care about him. I only pay attention to the first. Top 2. This Dumo is the one who gave you and Gyutazo into the road, becoming a devil. Different from Akaza. Dumo was much friendlier on the outside. Asked people full without AI always. But open your mouth and say that. Makes you tear blue veins all over your face. Remember to put your hand out, my friend. But don't let the ghost say. The police officer punched this young man in the mouth. It's just that this kind of wound doesn't hurt. Just a few seconds later the Duma was restored to the same. But still can't get rid of the Akaza habit. Makes AKA's face wrinkle like a monkey's ass. To keep these two from running into each other. The devil has 2. The best reminder of Koko Shibo is here. 2 guys with more blood than Kia's brain. That's the right time. The demon lord Muzan humbled to announce. The accused is 6. Gyutazo Downer. I saw the owner turn on puppy mode. Blame yourself. Introduced a useless name Chomuza. Make amends by gouging out your own eyes. But Muzan refused to take Cho's eyes. Do something. Muzan predicted that Gyutazo would be tried. Even if Sao carries more Daki and confronts the demon guilt, it was still worthy of him. If Ryutazo goes to war from the beginning, then the movie is done. The employees don't get a damn thing. Muzan had to go into the research lab by himself. From 7 hopes to turn her into despair. Muzan doesn't expect anything from these useless people anymore. How much blood does it cost to just get these useless things? Make Muzan angry. Increasingly incomprehensible. Why did he create these demons that year? I don't know, from the Ubiyasaki family to the Blue Swallows. I've been looking for 100 years and I can't find it. Others, seeing Muzan's anger, dropped their heads. But the Kyoko is quick to make atonement. I just can't say it yet. The head left her neck and moved to the Muzan hands. But this guy was touched on the head by the idol. Should be high for pleasure. There's no pain. Muzan warned him, if it's really bad information, it's best to keep your mouth shut, and ordered the Kyoko to verify the informatio. If so, take Han Ten go there. Duma smells of drama. I want to go with Kyoko for fun. But aka Ra and Cho flew their heads for the crime of lying. The boss gave the job to you. Just mixed 2 sentences. Akaza hands flew color. In the blink of an eye. This time it was the first Kokoshibo out of Ichi eyes. Overgeneralization of Akir. He doesn't speak out for ghosts. He hates them. The hierarchy is overturned. 3 is always less than 2. So if AKA is spicy, let's start a blood fight to change the rankings. Doma is a geek. Even if it's open, AKA Ra doesn't have a fight door. Based only on the fact that the Duma became a demon long after but now the hierarchy is even higher. Akaya proved that enough. Duma, open your mouth and say Akaza. That made Akaza want to bleed, but Kokoshibo is here, so he can't move. Can only hold down. But to save a little face, he still has a big head. To beat Ms. Kushibo. But the Kushibo craved to put Axa in her eyes. Humiliating face, so aka Rock Whale. Kyoko and Han Tengu also left immediately. To do the task quickly. Let the ghost alone talk nonsense. The devil woman sees. No one wants to talk shit to me. Let him also return to the nest. After a fierce battle at the trauma hospital, while unconscious, Tanjiro had a dream about a man. Also have red hair and scars on the forehead. Like I'm Are You Baby in Sleeper Hands. A man who looks exactly like Tanjiro. Like copy and page. It's just that there's no scar on the forehead. This person is the owner. And the red-haired swordsman Kia was just a visitor. Through the conversation, then know that the red-haired swordsman is the benefactor of the host's So he's with his family. I hope the swordsman can stay a little longer. But the swordsman refused. And then all of a sudden it's very difficult to understand. He said he was just a name. Oh, to complete the task 1 name. It's worthless. This word made Tanjiro hear it was very painful. Open your eyes, I've been crying. From Hui. Kanao stood at the door and found his crush unconscious. For 2 months I opened my eyes and cried, shocked to stand gaping. I immediately asked Han, Crush is finally awake. She was so happy that she also cried. Goto is a member of the hidden team. He's in charge of cleaning up the crime scene. Now he's bringing high-end pastries to give away. Tanjiro is bedridden. Because I've heard your nose is more sensitive than a crow. I don't know if you smell good food. I just walked in the door and saw the fireworks all over. Kanao a few sentences. But of course, it's just a whisper in my heart. I dare not turn Superior. It on. I saw her kneeling by the bed worrying about Tanjiro. So he was reluctant. Help Kanao clean up the broken flower pot. Goto brings cake like every day. And then I saw Tanjiro open his eyes and talk to me. The cake immediately fell out of his hand and screamed. These two heads. When the patient wakes up, let them know. If you have a mouth, don't think your boss. Do whatever you want. Stupid enough for others to be stupid. Goto cursing like a rap shot. Kanao just bowed his head. Sorry. Can't Chen get in? In the end, it's still Goto screaming. Inform everyone that Tanjiro woke up be a Naho girl. Sumikiko immediately appeared and burst into tears of joy. Ali ran a circuit in. I didn't want to take off my gun and cry. Tanjiro asked the situation of others. The genie woke up the next day. You can even go on a mission. Even though the injury is very serious, but I can still walk by myself. I just need 3 hidden wives. The team also noticed because of his strength. Only Inosuke is in the top 10. Birth breed Tanjiro. The poison has spread throughout the body. To stop the bleeding with his breath. Also less. Aoi was crying so pitifully that Tanjiro. It's also sad. I just don't understand. What's that thing hanging on the ceiling? You all raise your heads. Then there's a screamer who wants to break it. Inosuke's voice clung to the wall. Look at them, no one knows. Inosuke lowered the beam and boasted that he had. I woke up 7 days before Tanjiro, and then blamed Tanjiro. Weak, but clearly, Inosuke's body is not human-like. From within his body, he's resistant to poison. So these poisons aren't very dangerous. When he saw Inosuke, he immediately raised his face to the sky. Your father's neck is immortal. Until he was insulted stupid, he went crazy to fight Goto. He can't stop it forever. And remind me that poison doesn't work. So should the medicine. God damn! They're all pulling back and forth, and they can't stand the noise. So much so that Kanao had to shout out order. Let your crush sleep. These unlucky kids. I saw Tajizo unconscious again, so everyone is silent. A week later, Tajizo recovered. Goto was also surprised with that incredible rate of recovery. Not long after that, Inosuke. The way to the next task. Zenichi is on a distant mission, but asked to go home and cry to Tanjiro. Make the other swordsmen fight back. Days of recovery later, Tanjiro also actively training for physical recovery. I was unconscious for 2 months. Woke up a long time ago. I didn't see my new sword coming. So Tanjiro was a little curious and asked Sumi and Kiko. Then I get a stiff smile. Turns out while you're sleeping, Haganezuka has sent a letter. With just a single sentence that he will never forge your sword guy. But the interface looks enough. Imagine how lethal the Haganezuka is. And he said it could be done. The sword forging request has been sent, but the sword hasn't been delivered for more than 2 months. Tanjiro helplessly hugged his head and sighed. It's clear that the level of damage was lighter than last time. It's just a scratch. A who be a girl, not much comment. Tanjiro to the village. Talk directly to Mr. Haganezuka. Let's see if I can convince him. The little girls mentioned Tanjiro. It turns out there's a village of workers forging swords for the devil, with the approval of the Lord. Someone led Tanjiro to the blacksmith village. But before that, you have to close your eyes, cover your ears, and even your nose because you're so deaf. No one can predict. That's not enough. The guide will carry Tanji Jodi. First, no one is allowed to know the way to the blacksmith village. Because the village that created Japan it's always a very important place for the devil. At all costs, don't let the demons hunt Ra or attack that place. Even the guide's sister doesn't know. Just go all the way, Tanjiro. Assigned to the next hidden team member. In addition, the root and hidden team members all changed regularly. Hidden members of this team will be led by the crow to the location of the hidden team member. Even those crows are constantly changing. I heard that the princess's mansion has a way of hiding more complicated. When the cloth was removed, Tanjiro was in front of the village blacksmith village is a small village surrounded by rock with extremely beautiful architecture. Just entered the village. Tanjiro smelled the smell of hot springs. The guide showed Tajizo to the village chief's house. Say hello and go home. The sound of Tajizo echoed through the village. To the point of attachment, Mitsuji is soaking in a hot spring. I heard it in the distance. The village chief is a very small man. The office is the biggest. To greet him, then just blow your head out of respect. When Tajizo heard that, he put his head in a hurry. I know you're looking for Haganezuka. The village chief was telling the truth. They're looking for him too. Haganezuka went berserk and disappeared for days. Tajizo felt sure you didn't break your sword. Back to back, so he made Haganezuka angry. But the village chief was persistent. I think it's all because of Haganezuka. Forged a sword with roots. They clapped their chests confidently. Promise when to find Haganezuka. I will definitely tell Tanjiro. For now, just heal. Young man guide for Tanjiro led you through a smithy. This is the first time gets witnessed scenes of blacksmiths forging the heliocentric sword. You are suddenly so grateful to them. Only by killing the demons can they continue to swing their swords. The guide led him to the foot of the mountain. From here you will see a hot spring. After a flash, a range of effective uses of hot springs. Young guy back down to prepare food for Tanjiro. Suddenly Mitsuji came down from the mountain. It's an extremely dangerous run. Soon, the fruit will drop. Tanjiro had to quickly wrap up the fruit tray. It's hard to pick it up in the middle of the road. Mitsuji immediately told Tanjiro how she was fed carpeted butter. I said hello and was deliberately ignored. Since going to space, she's never had butter in her mouth. So it's super sad and warm. It's obviously very sad. But when I heard that dinner was coming, Mitsuji got excited right away. Like there's never been a nagging before. I was amazed at the beauty of the hot springs. All of a sudden, a front tooth hits Tanjiro in the head. It makes you pale. I looked around and saw a young man covered in scars. One side crab bun hairstyle familiar. Tanjiro realizes that this is the animal boy. I met you on the exam. Finally, Genza called and was insulted. Made Tanjiro. It's not fun to jump down. If you want to get used to it, Genza puts his head in the water. To care. After washing up, it's time for dinner. This meal Mitsuji eats do for fu. It doesn't mean anything compared to every day. Tanjiro saw that. Also want to learn follow her to eat quickly grow. In the meal, Tanjiro has a young man who feeds Mitsuji butter. It is cause he's in the same league as Tanjiro. Mitsuji knows that he is the younger brother of the emperor. But the wind is telling people that I don't have a brother. I have just heard of the discordant brotherhood. That Mitsuji doesn't know how to do so. She has 5 brothers, but she always gets along. I don't understand the family of the devil. I just know the 2 brothers are super creepy. Always see skin jeans don't come to dinner. The villagers told me he hadn't eaten all day. So Tanjiro's going to bring the rice balls to Chogenzer. By the way, Mitsuji came along for fun. Tajizo is curious why she joined the Demon Lord. He had a very embarrassed face. As much as I like to tell, Mitsuji is here is to find a husband to build a family. That, of course, her husband can't be a normal person. So she tried to step up to the pillar to meet the best people. The more you talk, the more embarrassed Mitsuji is, and your face too is numb. The reason is the same as the dreamy pink girl's hair. It was 8 minutes ago that Mitsuji was notified. Her sword has been forged. Need you to watch to adjust. Before leaving, Mitsuji has a word of encouragement for Tanjiro. Her radiant smile. Make the Kamazo brothers writhe around. Mitsuji also revealed Chotajizo. There's a weapon here that makes people stronger. If you're interested in Tanjiro, go find him. So the next morning, while waiting for Mr. Haga Nezuko, Tanjiro carries Nezuko for a walk around to find the weapon Mitsuji mentioned. By chance, he meets Mokio with a boy from the village. Arguing. Next to him was a man who looked exactly like a swordsman you met in a dream before. Episode to Angry Boy screams with Muachizo. Determined not to give the key. Even how to use it all. Everything is not given Chomochizo. There's a fight going on over there, Tanjiro. I can see myself standing here. Listening is not good, but I don't know how to do it. I kept thinking about it until the boy was slapped by a Mokio. She rolled to the ground and picked her up. Tajizo knew rush out facial. Hold the hand of Machizo. But even the power of Tajizo. Don't take the Machizo out. The boy is. Tanjiro can advise Machizo to speak slowly. Even if this is just a child. But Mokizo wouldn't list. I don't remember who Tajizo was. Use a Tanjiro trick. Fell down to my stomach. Be mine. Uchizo hears Nezuko's voice in the box. I knew there was a demon inside and wanted to touch it. Then Tanjiro, straight hands out, warned him not to touch it. It's the first time I've been thrown straight. That made Mokizo a little bit surprised. Until I settled down. The boy in hand was stolen by Tanjiro. But he's still very wary of strangers. Not for Tanjiro. Touching the boy thought Tanjiro. It's because of the key that he holds. Decided not to give. Worried if you continue to use it, the puppet will be ruined. But Mokizo didn't care about the boy's dissatisfaction and threatened the boy. If you don't deliver raw, you will be tortured. That even adults can't stand. The soul knows what. Don't let that head be a decoration. Use it if. If it breaks, do something else. And while the boy is sitting babbling for hours, countless people are dying here because of these demons. Machi. He then forced the boy to hand over the key. But Tanjizo texts in the hand. Your face is so cute. Uchizo's words made Tanjiro very itchy. The hands and the mind are also scratching. But there's not enough words to describe it. I can only say that. Machizo too is indifferent to the people around. Then Machizo's words are mostly not wrong. But the work of the swordsmith, it's also extremely important and precious. Who are skilled blacksmiths that a swordsman could never have. Without the sword they made raw. Swordsmen like them can't do anything. The more Tanjiro says, more and more blood. Machizo didn't have time to list, so I knocked you out. When Tanjizo woke up, did you hear the sound of Haga Nezuko? But when I opened my eyes, I can't see. There was every boy who was there, worrying for Tanjizo. Actually, Haga Nezuko has come, but deliberately dodged Tanjizo. I saw you wake up and run away. That boy Kia also helped Haga Nezuko. Hidden so Tajizo does not recognize, and Machizo took the keys and left. Tajizo feels a little guilty for not understanding. have a literary voice with Mochizo, but the words you say again made the Kia village boy very touched, because Tanjiro spoke out against the universe to protect the water. Like the boy Tanjiro, there was no red-haired swordsman stand with them before. If you ask, it's just a puppet. And it was taken away by the Mochizo. Boy with Mochizo had a fight earlier. It's also the key to launching the puppet. That doll is very important to the boy, but a lot of people want to own it because this doll has power beyond the average human. It can do up to 108 moves. It can also be used for training. I'm talking and suddenly there's a huge garbage flag. The boy immediately stood up and tracked the sound. 2. Where you see Mochizo training with the doll. The speed and skill of both makes Tanjiro. It's amazing. Boy introduced this doll is used in combat, made by the boy's ancestors. Its name is Roji Ichi Prototype 0. It's based on the shape of a swordsman. Yes, but there must be 6 hands to accurately reproduce the movements of that swordsman. The more I see the face of Tanjiro, I'm more familiar, but I don't know who it is. Even the village boy doesn't know the Kia swordsman. Who and where did it come from? About this, it's been passed down by his ancestors since the Warring States. Who can remember? Referring to the war, Tanjiro is also amazed. This doll was made over 300 years ago. Engineering, it's too top-notch, so high that the posterity has not caught up yet. If it's broken, it can't be repaired. The baby's father died suddenly. The boy is an only child. There's a wealth of knowledge that your father left him. Oh, T-Tot. What's that? He doesn't even have a talent for mechanics or anything, so it's getting harder and harder to fix it. That's why even if you get hit, the boy also refused to give up the key. Boo doll. Tanjiro understand for the boy's helpless mood. I looked at the Mokyo and couldn't help but wonder. Even at the same age, Mokyo is much better than you. The talent belongs to the universe. Just finished. There was another arrogant voice above him. Flash much. It's the descendant of the solar breath user. Turns out to be a Mochizo's crow. This crow is proud of her owner, so constantly flash the talent of Mochizo. Flash very much. And then they're asked if they're descended. Why doesn't it use the sun's breath? The crow was silent and became angry. Tanjiro also remembers Ra. I've dreamed of someone who looks exactly like Kier. But Ra was laughed at by the crow because of the illusory nature of the story. There's nothing wrong. Tanjiro knows someone. Lived in the Warring States period. The ice is not so good. He was scolded for killing Tanjiro. You also think you're screwed. But the boy immediately comforted Tanjiro. Maybe it's a genetic memory. Their villagers used to say, organisms don't just inherit physical characteristics. It's also about passing on memories. You know, Tanjiro's dream. It is the memory of your father. Though Tanjiro still sees the reason you're being fooled. It's more reliable. For this reason, the boy introduced himself as Kimetsu, and don't care what this ugly crow says. To people talking without paying attention. Over there, Muchio broke the avatar's armor. Witness this scene, Kimetsu helplessly ran away. But with my nose. Tanjiro, finding him is a small thing. Kotsu escaped to the tree silently. Tanjiro must stay motivated. The boy wouldn't come down either. Just let you climb up. Into the Mindcho province. In Tanjiro's words of encouragement, Kimetsu as enlightened and inviting Horizo. Then cry out determination. Either way, we have to fix the doll. After Mochizo's training. You've just done 8 things. Then glide through the Mochizo like a god. See you again, Kateku. Mochizo borrowed the sword of the body. Just borrow it. Take off his hand, father. Even the arm is broken. Kimetsu anxiously ran to search the doll. Mochizo is as indifferent as nothing. Keep walking away. Tanjiro doesn't smell the malice from Mochizo. But his crow despised him. Tanjiro comes out. At night the village will rain. But Kimetsu, don't look at the doll lying still. Underground cave. Tanjiro runs to both. Ooh, restart. Let's see if the puppet works. Fortunately, I lost a hand. The puppet still works as usual. It's just that Kimetsu has an intention to train Tanjiro until you're stronger than Mochizo. Kotetsu is spicy, but nothing can be done. So he's determined to help Tanjiro train until you're stronger than Mochizo. So Tanjiro's face-eating onions happened. Start. Real swords have been replaced by sharp wooden slabs. But it's hard to beat that first. Tanjiro, they didn't adapt, so they ate more onions than rice. But that's not enough for Kimetsu. Boy wants Tanjiro, must be stronger, to tell Mokyo that he's a seaweed hairdresser. The dwarves made Tanjiro panic. What are you doing, honey? But Tanjiro also wants to be strong. So the days after thanks to Katekyu's analytical skills and toxicity, Tanjiro training is even harsher. I was with Odudaki. If you do not win, you will not be able to eat. Without rain, Tanjiro would have died. Once I was training, suddenly he saw himself dead and dying across the bridge to ecstasy. How to accidentally fall alive. Even though the river is very dark, Tanjiro found a strange glowing stone. Back to reality. Tanjiro smelled the avatar's sword and cut it off the first time. That's all it takes. Kimetsu finally let Tanjiro eat rice. Eating after a long tiring day, Tanjiro practices much more mentally. You've captured the movement of the doll, and there's a chance to cut off his head. Tanjiro was a little hesitant because Kimetsu would be very sad, but Kimetsu urged me to cut off his head. Watching Tanjiro land with his ass, while you're both looking at your ass. The head of the doll fell out. There is a sword inside. It looks like this sword was made 300 years ago. It's the end of the war. Setba discovered that the artifact was also a super cool artifact. Tanjiro and Kimetsu panicked uncontrollably, that hugged each other breathlessly. Just in time for Tanjiro to warn. No one forged a sword for me. Kimetsu suggests you take this sword and use it. Anyway, Metal Warring states, the quality is no less than it is now. It's even high. But Tanjiro blushed and refused. Something worth that. You don't take it for granted. But with Miss Tetsu's encouragement, finally, Tanjiro couldn't help but draw his sword. Both nervous to flushing. He predicted that the sword would break, but when I saw the sword rust all over, there are 7 of them lying on the ground. Kimetsu quickly comforted Tanjiro because he missed him. Even if you say no, but Tanjiro's soon-to-be lost expressio. It's on my face, I can't hide it. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound of footsteps. OT far from them in the forest is approaching. Turns out it's Haganazuka. But the first sighting of the six-pack of Haganazuka. Tanjiro couldn't help but be surprised. Haganazuka wants to take the ancient sword, but with his scary appearance, Tanjiro and Kimetsu is a little coin not dare to deliver raw. They both fell into an inconclusive struggle until the Haganazuka screeched up. Use your power to throw one away. Tanjiro and Kimetsu fall out as straw as rice. Smash your face to the ground. At this time, Kanamugi from Duel appears. Give Tanjiro a trick. The weakness of Haganazuka is in the armpit. It was clear that he would faint from laughing. Just said Mr. Kanamori. Just practicing, let Tanjiro see it. With just a few fingers, he knocked out Haganazuka. Kanamori then explained that Haganazuka is practicing alone in the mountains to make the sword more powerful, so that Tanjiro is not sacrificed. This makes Tanjiro extremely happy. It turns out Haganazuka is making a lot of effort because Tanjiro is the only one. Ask Haganazuka to forge his sword. Make him happy. Haganazuka often does not receive the task by behaving a little differently. Should be trusted by Tanjiro. Haganazuka was determined to make a sword. There is a O2. The Kimetsu on the side also turns on the mixed mind mode. Haganazuka treated people so poorly. Just finished, you also woke up. He asked me to bring the sword back. The #1 sword in the world. But was Kimetsu mind messed up, Cho? It's another struggle. It's hard this time to calm down Haganazuka. He gave it to Tanjiro. Use another sword. He will bring the sword to study. And forged it into a sword, just like new Cho Tanjiro. It makes you so touched. We're going to have to take this to the jeans that night. Let heat the remaining jeans raw. I don't understand. Why is this guy sitting in his room? Food and 8 things. It's like we've known each other for a long time. Tanjiro receiver. He broke his arm and didn't even think about it. That he dared to behave like nothing. Make Genza mad. Tanjiro, just think of the 2 of them as you should be at home. That Genza doesn't listen to as much you as and I have been friends ever since. Genza is more angry. Tanjiro is more innocent as if he can't hear you. Tanjiro suddenly noticed Genza's front teeth. It's clearly fallen out, and Sao can grow back so quickly. To mention this Genza as being agitated, want to tell Tanjiro, I see it wrong, but how wrong is it? Your Genza's front teeth are clearly still here. It's the first time I've ever met such a pervert. To make Genza panic, stone Tanjiro out of the room. Tanjiro has to go to the playroom with Nezuko and make her hair similar to Mitsuji's hairstyle. Your desire to be intimate with Genza hasn't given up. It's even more intense. Nezuko understood everything Tanjiro said, but she can only respond. At the same time, a blacksmith on his way to a spring bath. Hot back. I found a flower pot in the middle of the road. This person comes close. I didn't know it was a trap. This is Kyoko. He got into the village of the blacksmiths, and this poor blacksmith was the first victim. The sacrifice is catastrophic. It's not just him. Hontenga was also crawling on the ceiling impatiently. Complete the task. Destroy all the obstacles in their way. Tajizo was sleeping when Mokizo woke him up. Because the boy didn't kill, Tajizo didn't realize. Mochizo wants to find a blacksmith named Kanamoji. Tajizo guesses he's with Haganazuka. Mochizo wants to find Haganazuka. Tajizo invited the boy to go with him to make Mochizo curious. Why Tanjiro? Or peek into other people's affairs too much? But Tajizo's answer again makes Mochizo enlightened. Tajizo said that things you do for others, maybe it will help me later. This word surprised Mochizo to hear again. But Nezuko wakes up just in time for Tanjiro. I also forgot what I just said. She suddenly got up and ran. Dancing jumpy. That made Mochizo look at her as a bizarre creature. All 3 are leaning. I thought someone was coming outside the door. That's Hontengo. This Nugu goes into any room. I'm going to go into the room with the big cylinder and the main character. 8 lives. Only reincarnation can save this phase. Save Tanjiro. While he was ignoring people, Mochizo reacted quickly. Come and attack Hontengo. He immediately fled to the ceiling and trembled like that. You are the one who is hurt. This time Tanjiro, just in time to react and attack with Mochizo. You dropped it to the ground. Then Han Tengu was kicked into the wall by Nezuko. Mokyo to the end. But it's not that simple. Experience from last time. Even if you cut off the devil's head, Tanjiro is still very cautious. It's coming from an entity. Han Tengu has divided into two forms. Body grows out the head. From the beginning grows the body. Divide each one to handle a demo. It's just one of two things. Take out the fan. Light scales 1. A wind with enormous power came and blew it away. Tanjiro's Muchio. Without Nezuko holding back. It also goes with the wind. The demons saw that and laughed and delighted. They're happy to be separated. The guy with the cane is Sekido, and the guy with the fan is Kakaku. Sekido slammed his staff to the ground. A giant thunder came. It makes my body want to faint. At this time Genzer appeared. Use the flower's breath to shoot the heads of Takia demons. But that's exactly in line with their plan. From 2 has now moved to 4 natures. The more you cut them, the more they separate into different identities. 3 kids on the ground. A child with wings soaring in the sky. He has now beaten Tanzizo. Suddenly I'm flying high. Tanzizo doesn't adapt in time. Nezuko panicked to chase. But Tanjiro told her to stay and help Genza deal with it. Be a name Kia. You're the only bird you can take care of. The bird flies to a certain height. Then let Tanjiro fall free. Based on clinging to tree branches, so Tanjiro logged out. It's just a hole that makes you drop your nails. The head is not over yet. The name of the bird. I'll give you one more, Machizo was blown away. They are quickly returning to the village. The demons have attacked the village and the priority now is... We must save the village chief and the experienced Machizo people. Saw Kateksu being eaten by demon fish. I want to ignore it because the priority is not high. But remember what Tanzizo said. He turned the rescue car Kateksu. A scene this 10 points no but episode 4. With just 1 slash, the fish devil has his head cut off. But its body isn't destroyed. It also grows another head. To destroy this fish demo, the black vase on its head is the weakness Mokizo came across. So the next blow is aimed directly at the vase and the fish devil quickly disappeared. This thing was created by demonic blood, and the demon that made it is still around. I see the battle is over. Kotsu jumped out. Hold the Machizo and thank you and howl. The boy was terrified. I thought the cat had arrived. When he was saved, he cried for joy. And hugged Machizo without letting go. Sorry to call him a seaweed head. I was found to have spoken ill of my benefactor Kateksu. More faces to look at Mokizo. But the situation is now very urgent. Kateksu is safe and Machiro turns the next person. Go back to the village. But Kanamoji is also under attack. Kateksu is calculated to save, but also attacked by monsters. Haganazuka is working hard to restore the sword. This can't be stopped in the middle, so Kanamoji risked his life to stay and protect him. Look at Machizo's indifferent face. Kateksu afraid of you 0. He knelt down and prayed for your help. The word of the Lord appeared. The princess believes that one day Machizo will find it again. I have lost myself. The memories of the past suddenly resurfaced. That surprised Machizo. It was one day when Machizo was very badly injured. The princess and lady came to visit you. He comforted that. Ow! Machizo's job is to think about how to live. As long as you keep your life, then it's all going to end there. The memory is lost and will be restored. So you don't have to worry. And it's actually restored. And a most unexpected circumstance. The fog in Machizo's mind had cleared up somewhat. He accepted Kateksu's plea and was shocked. Boy on shoulder, running like crazy. Never. The boy experienced such speed. So don't stop. Screaming. Mokyo has to threaten to scream again. The boy was afraid to shut up. But on the way, Machizo was confused. Is what you're doing right? If you go protect Haga Nezuko, you can't protect the whole village. Ask yourself and you will answer yourself. They protect the whole village. You can still protect the Haga Nezuko. That's the power of a universe, acknowledged by the Lord. It was on Tanjiro's side. The bird is going to give you an hour, but cut off in the middle. Tanzizo's worried it's going to split into 2. And it's just like you. But this time, it's not just 1, but 2 waves straight in the face. Makes Tanzizo scream in pie. But thanks to that, Tanzizo realized that the power of the attack had compared decreased. To last time. It's not infinite that separation becomes powerful. The words in their mouths are one after the other. Sure, the essence that possesses these 4 is the strongest. If they separate, they get weaker. Of course, these 2 mouths only pierced 1 and I held it. But the bird's name was circled back. They want to attack Tanjiro. This time he dodged but left the mark of the demon. Even the mouths pierced on the swords are gone. 1 on the ground, 1 in the sky. Tanjiro did not know how to handle raw sound. Should have been lightly clawed by the bird. Then there's a chain of Tajizo onions. Too much food, it's time to be wise. Tajizo finally made a cut. In the head of the devil. Don't let him stab the Tajizo one more time. He immediately broke his wings and fell to the ground. Only the speed of his recovery is very fast. Tanjiro running. It's time he recovered and flew back to the sky. Tajizo is in a hurry. I want to get back to Nezuko and Genza soon. But Kuspree, this guy gets in the way and makes you very bitter. On the Nezuko side, right now, Genza was pierced by the bee, a nail of a being. The body is constantly bleeding. Nezuko is also struggling. Fight with the Fa. And he's joking like a toy. Can't run through Genza rescue. Sakido orders Azaku to quickly deal with Nezuko. But he keeps playing. Are you having fun not playing? And chase Sakido and Itsu aside. The downside of a lot of cloning no mother would give up. What mom I? Jesus also demanded the end of Nezuko. But his spear is plugged into the Genzer. I can't get out again. It turns out that Genza deliberately kept them to make it easier for Itsu to eat copper bullets. Even though he lost his head, the Itsu was not destroyed. It's even taken the spear out of the gene. Come out easily. It makes you bleed like rain. Even the 6 demons thought they could handle the raw gene. You're sitting there muttering, Buddhist Devotional Sutra #1 movie. Make a Jetsu and Sakido panic. What kind of pants does this guy live on? This time Itsu will try to smash Genza's head. But missed. Genza disappears like a wind and rings raw. Then he cut it down. But how fast? It's not as fast as Kido's thunder. Genza gets electrocuted and wants to be fresh. It was too painful to cut off the Sakido's staff. Then Ijutsu flew him to the next room. Karku finds Genza more interesting than Nezuko, so he kicked through her body. I want to finish her off quickly. He talked to Sakido about how to destroy Nezuko. I can't believe she kicked me flying a second later. Open the interface and get burned by her fire. His own weapon was also stolen. Lost and blown away by his own weapon. But Nezuko still lacks combat experience. Very quickly was overwhelmed by the staff and of the Sakido. To the power of his thunder. Tajizo is currently in focus, fighting with the birds. You hadn't figured out how to deal with this guy, and they're constantly being eaten. I can't focus, for the sake of Genza and Nezuko. On the Genza side, no matter how they are beaten and tortured, then you can sit up and recite the Buddhist sutra to make the Ijutsu panic. Is this guy still a human being? There are no people like this, but Genza really lives like that. The name is also very cool. Tanjiro had an idea. If you can't beat this Uzuki here, you will take advantage of this guy. To get to Nezuko and Genza as quickly as possible. You can say do it. The moment the bird attacked, Tanjiro ran in the direction of the building where Nezuko is, then pop it up and stab it in the throat. This guy is very light. Just like that, taking advantage of Uzuki's power, Tanjiro broke through the wall and stormed in. I saw my sister suffering from the thunder of Sakido wind. Press can do nothing. Tanjiro immediately rushed to use Uzuki's legs to block Sakido's attack. Because it's the same so you can't send thunder to each other. Tanjiro aimed at their tongues. Because you know that the resilience will weaken, but saved Nezuko, then you're in danger. Nezuko saved us at the last minute. But from where? Haruku also came. Flush fan One Piece to brothers. Tanjiro fainted in front of its tremendous pressure. Outside, the village is also being attacked by the evil fish. Mitsuzi taking orders is on the way. Come quickly to rescue the people. Run for a while. Machizo finally found it. Kanamori is being chased by a fish demon. I had to hide in a tree because the fish didn't know how to climb. With just a Machizo sword that made the fish. Kanamori also applauded. The skill of the universe is not greasy. The scene of escape is touching. Mokio uttered the cold. You only care about your sword. Have you finished forging? The sword is now very strong. If you meet a demon that is strong, you will be healed. Now Kanamoji has the situation. And fortunately Machizo's sword was forged finished. Now just go get it. Turns out Machizo had asked him to forge Machizo's sword before. They even told me in advance. If Machizo says anything that makes him booter, then feel for you. Kanamoji plans to gossip a guy, but reminded by Kitetsu, they must hurry to Haga Nezuka's place. Kanamori remembered the main story, and quickly led the Machizo to the village's blacksmith shop. Just run one more is to go to the bungalow where Haga Nezuka lives. It's also where the Machizo's sword is. If you look around, there is no demon attack. So Kanamoji just wanted to run straight to, then urge Mokizo, if you get a sword, go back to the village to protect everyone. Machizo pulled him to a stop. You can feel something coming. And indeed from the bush. Where did the wallflower come from? Mokizo immediately raised his sword, standing in front of Kitetsu and Kanamori, and then slowly get closer to the vase, out of that Kayaku with a mocking look. At that time in the village, fish monsters were attacking everybody's running around. Chiefs are given priority protection, the sword of the universe. Even if you run, you have to carry it with you, and the village chief had to be escorted away first. The claws of these fish are sharp. The blacksmith didn't know how to fight, so he could only run away. Everyone who came forward was seriously injured and fortunately fainted. Mitsuji arrived in time. She danced a few swords. These fish have been sent to hell. It's the highest house on the mountain. The village chief is being attacked. It's bigger than the others. Just squeeze one and he's gone. Other blacksmiths risk their lives. Protect the village chief, but they're useless. Village chief. He has the most experience in the village. So even if you sacrifice your life, you have to protect him. But their attacks, it's no different than scratching the devil. Mitsuji arrived in time. For the first time her sword was revealed. It's curled up in an incomprehensible way. It's hard to understand how it works and how to create it. But Mitsuji used it very smoothly. There's only one trick. Save the village chief and the other blacksmiths. Beautiful girl hugged the village chief. I was dying a second ago. A second later he woke up full of life. At the same time, Tanjiro's side, Nezuko wakes up holding him and running away from 3 demons. Chasing behind, running, want to separate armpit. Put your feet on your neck and still got hit in the head by the Sekido's thunder. Nezuko was able to fall down. Uzuki from the sky wants to attack the 2 brothers, but Tanjiro, faster hands, hugging Nezuko, rolled to the side, dodging the move, and keep running away. Is the top book just wrong? Just thought of being Sao to strike a fatal blow to the enemy. There's only one trick that keeps them from recovering. If you can run, Tanjiro runs, and behind him, the Karaku kept coming. His power immediately blew the house away. Turned this place into a mess. Nezuko is crushed in the rubble, but determined not to let go of Tanjiro's heat wheel sword. Even though Tajizo begged, but she still wants her blood. Dyed red with Tanjiro's sword. He used demonic blood to set the sword on fire. A memory of his father suddenly appeared in Tanjiro's mind, through which you know that the sword of the swordsman wearing cotton flower ears like his is also black, but when you fight, it turns red. Tajiro's sword is now red, thanks to Nezuko's demonic blood. Tajizo thought he was strong, but the demons, even stronger. 8 people like them. When you suffer a lot of injuries, it's going to get every worse. Time in danger, Tanjiro was saved by everyone. You're not going to let people down. It's best to focus on a single technique. I watched the sword burn, with red hair and the birthmark on Tanjiro's forehead. Muzan's memory suddenly rises among the demons. The memory was hunted and almost lost its head. It makes the demons a little more human. That moment was the time for Tanjiro. The sword kills at the same time. All 3 have only one name. But I turned around and saw a little Skinjin. That guy's head down. But there's something strange about him. Those eyes and fangs of Genzer, no different than demons. On the side of Muchio Kyoko 0T. But also introduce yourself, and showing off the artwork he'd just finished. Those are the swordsmen he captured. Their bodies were twisted together all over them. AI also has fatal wounds. It's a horrible scene, too much to bear. So the Kyoko deliberately tormented them. In front of Kanamoji and Kateksu, made the boy refuse. I was shocked and broke down crying helplessly. No one can calm down when you see your loved ones tortured alive, dying like that. Mokiza looks at this ugly name and itches his eyes. Don't talk too much and attack, but the guy's speed is too fast. Just break the vase. That guy went into another pot. Let Kyoko finish the sentence. Mochizo, just take care of cutting him. But Kyoko isn't just that. You can't attack Mochizo. To attack Kateksu and Kanamoji. Mochizo will protect the 2 of them, no matter how much you hurt yourself. They both know the way to another place. Don't stay a burden for Mochizo. You are using it now. Can focus to fight Kyoko. The more Kyoko said, the more Mochizo remembers the memories he made. I forgot, but because of that, it's too much. So Mochizo didn't want to hear. Hurry up to attack. Who's suspected of being caught in his trap? You are fast. Was covered in a puddle of water and swords. Can't pierce it. Episode 6 saw this form of Genza that made Tanjiro. It's a bit of a surprise. I don't know what happened to him, but there's no time to understand. 3 demons were beheaded at the same time, but it doesn't disappear. There are even signs of recovery. It's just a cut. Make the demons hurt like they're burning and screaming. Tanjiro realized even if you cut off all 4 at the same time, they can't destroy them either, like fighting the Ryotazo brothers. It's not like we're going to attack these delinquents. In that case, let's free Chonezuko first. Tanjiro was just thinking about it now. There's no way she's not the devil's weakness. Thanks to Karaku's fa. The smell of sulfur coming from the hot springs has lessened. Tajizo suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling arising from this fleeting smell. That's the smell of the 5th name. We have to find him. Maybe that name is the original. Looking around to identify the smell of the 5th name. Tajizo was suddenly strangled by jealousy. And then he screamed. The one who can destroy God must be himself. Tanjiro, I don't understand anything. Whatever you like in the afternoon. The location of the universe also gives in my sincere eyes. Tanjiro's sparkling glitter. Genza is stressed also itches people that while. The demons have also been restored. Genza and Nezuko will help each other stop the demons. Meanwhile Tanjiro, I'm going to find the 5th demon. Tell Genza to destroy it. Just focus for a few seconds. Tanjiro very quickly found the location of the original. He's holding his head and crying and comforting himself. Even though he's the one who broke the Kira's. The location of the original. Tanjiro Lao immediately went there and told Cho Genza. Sekido realizes the original self may be in danger. Sayuzuki came to stop Tajizo. You only have one way. Tell Genza the location of the original demo and hold the demons themselves. So Dugo also stopped the Sekido, so he doesn't get in the way of Genza. Even if it's 2 pounds, Tanjiro still determined not to leave the position to save Tanjiro. OTB attacked by the thunder of Sekido, so Zuko rushed in to stop him, but ate the lance of Ichitsu in the stomach and pinned to a tree. Sekido wanted to take that opportunity and was attacked by Tanjiro. Send off the hand with the staff. He recognized Tanjiro, more powerful than the information received from Musa. There is also the possibility of being in danger. My brother is training for the others. My brother plays more blood. Let the enemy burn with you. Just a Karku with a BA fan. is to stop Tanjiro, but still slashed for a few shots. Let's not fight these guys. So Tanjiro screams to guide Genzer to the original being. They should be beaten for blood, but Tanjiro still doesn't care. Risk yourself Genza tutorial until you see the original. The original demon is hard to find because it's so tiny small as a hamster. Now understand why the demon cartel destroyed by this demon. I just fought for Kier. I have to find this little name. From the universe, who can make it? When you touch the devil? Just a little longer to cut off his head. Gen's sword broke in two. Change it to nothing. That the Sakido was right behind causing. Just a little more. Your head can be cut off. At the moment of birth and memories of Genza according to the script that rushed back. Your mother was a little girl. Genza enters adolescence. He was earlier than her. She does all sorts of things, from dawn to dusk. Genza's never seen her take a nap before. Your old man is big, but there's no sign of anything. He's making enemies everywhere with people, to be stabbed to death. That's what happened to your mother and child. I am small, but I always protect my brothers. Not afraid of the monster. With Genza mom is an amazing woman. On a lonely late night, because she never came back. So Genza and Sanemi can't sleep. Sanemi decides to find her mother and makes Ra jealous at home after Sanemi left. The children who were sleeping opened their eyes. Turns out the kids were worried too, so I couldn't sleep. The kids decided to stay awake until mom came home. I've never been so late. So the kids are worried. I heard a noise outside the door and thought I was coming home. The kids immediately ran out. The jean stopped in time. Immediately the glass door shatters into pieces. Fragments cut into the children's bodies. Blood pouring out like rain makes Skin Jean's panic screaming. A black shadow flashed into the house with red eyes. The bulb Skin Jean immediately crumbled. Just as the shadow is about to rush towards the name appears. Push him and himself out of the room. Genza holds the youngest baby in her lap. Bewildered to understand nothing. I saw my brothers. The cold body next to him. Genza rushed out to find the drug. I saw Sanemi with a knife. His body was covered in blood and beneath his feet was his mother's body. Genza painfully runs to embrace mom, crying and angry with Sanami. Screaming at you for being a murderer without knowing that. The most painful person at that time was the new Sanemi. It's time for the high occult to be released. Genza still didn't get a chance, sorry. Sanemi then young fluttered. You said unacceptable things to Sanemi. I did my best to protect my brothers. Fighting the man who attacked his family. Then when you realize that's my beloved mother. Snape was the most desperate. Obviously, you promised you'd protect your family together after dad died, but that promise is like the wind. Genza only regret one thing, not being able to save Jimmy. You're trying to be the universe. It's also because Sanemi, only the universe can meet the universe. I thought it was coming. I thought at that time Tanjiro appeared to cut off the hand intended to attack the Genza of Sakido, but was raided by the Ijutsu. This time Genza protect Tanjiro. Genza uses his body to block a blow for you. Make yourself whole in the wound. The task of beheading Han Tengu was handed over to that Tanjizo. I finally found this Han Tengu fish. The 7 swords of Tanjiro finally touched Han Tengu's neck. He suddenly made a loud cry, his ears aching. But Tanjiro, determined not to let go of the sword, still desperately wants to cut off his head. Tajizo suddenly sensed an AI that was very, very powerful. It's right behind you. It's different from the smell of the 4 angry delinquents. But Tanjiro has no way back. I can only bite my teeth and continue to behead the little guy. But his neck is too stiff. Nezuko's blood was also exhausted, so I can't scratch that guy's neck even a little bit. Genza wants to withdraw Tanzizo, but at this angle, with the breath of flowers, we Tanzizo. Before we put it behind your back, a thunderous drum, up 5 long wooden dragon heads, twisting up from the ground, tugging the Tanzizo in the air. With them too, you're almost eaten. Luckily, Annie Joseph in time to push Tanzizo raw, but in return, she lost her arms and legs. Very fast. Nezuko recovered and glared at the demon. Just appeared. This guy just opened his eyes. Tanjiro has felt the overwhelming pressure. It's the 6th demon that's making you confused. Why is it so physical? The author is too bad for them. Tanjiro doesn't know where this demon came from, but the raw gene knows very well. It's the angry devil. But after absorbing the other demons, suddenly turned into this shape. You can say that this is a combination of 4 demons. Han Tengu, it's been integrated into a wooden ball. That the task of decapitating the original was already even harder now. Combined, so this guy's power is no joke. The one thing that made Tanjiro, stiffness and difficulty breathing. The pressure makes you unable to breathe. Even Genza was overwhelmed by him and couldn't stand. This guy just opened his mouth and yelled at Tanjiro. And his comrades are evil without looking at himself and his hind. What the ultimate crime has been. He's just absorbed in cursing and condemning Tanjiro. It makes you angry. The number of people they ate, it had to be thousands. They're all innocent people. Breathe out of that. The 3 powers of this demon are like a demon. If so, let Tanjiro cut off your head. After a mouth-to-mouth fight, the guy doesn't argue. Tajizo attacked with anger. At the same time, Machizo was in his cell by water made by Kyoko. Stare at the moon. Kyoko. It's refreshing to see Machizo choking. To log out. Pay attention to the wooden house in the back. He's curious what's inside. That the universe like Machizo must come personally to protect. So go away there. Mokizo calculation. With the amount of air left in the lungs, that's enough for you to do another trick. Break this water bottle. But the sword is too blunt, so this trick doesn't work. Mokizo suddenly thought of wishing for help. My god. You need to send to more people to get there. As his eyes were about to rest, Tanjiro's voice. He encouraged Machizo. The future no one knows. But Machizo knows Tanjiro would never say that. So what's this illusion in front of you? Kanamoji knew it was impossible, but still protecting Haganezuka is just your strength. It's like an egg against a stone. Just one stroke injured Kanamori. Helpless on the ground, Kyoko thought there was a village chief in here. It was so well protected. It turns out there's only one blacksmith working on his sword. I don't even care. He found himself in complete butter. Kyoko is very angry that attacked Haganezuka, but even so, he didn't care at all. Immersed in the sharpening of the sword, no matter how it goes around. The more crazy the Kyoko, that Kanamoji also helplessly beside Machizo is still infatuated with illusions and talked to Tanjiro. Think yourself about dying. I see that Kimetsu is using everything boy can think to save Machizo raw. I don't care about the fish in the back, no matter how you might get hurt. Still determined to save Machizo. If you can't break the bubble, Kimetsu will give more Machizo. This time you managed to escape. Machizo finally remembers Ra, someone who has encouraged me so far. It's the father who has the same red eyes as Tanjiro. Episode 8 Get out of the water bottle. The first thing Machizo does is remove those nasty nails. It's all over my body. Kimetsu was seriously injured and fainted, and Machizo can't do it right now. That the fish demons were running to the edge and rushed to attack both. Mokizo suddenly remembered his father's encouragement. When you were alive, a forgotten piece of memory has been unlocked. Machizo's father was a woodcutter. You used to follow your father to cut wood. He was a boy who loved to help his father. It's just that your mother suddenly has a relentless fever. Shamuchiro despite the rain and storm, to pick healing herbs for wife, but slipped down the cliff. That day, Machizo was orphaned by his mother and the father. You were 10 years old, but you're not alone right now. Because Machizo still has a twin brother. Is Yuichizo. My brother always feels like helping others. There is no benefit. Sometimes they even hurt the body. Machizo is not copper. I agree with my brother's point of view. The boy thought, things you do for others. It will be useful to me. That's what the father always told Machizo. But with Yuichizo, it's different. My brother did not believe my word. I lost my life trying to save others. I was so sick that I was 3. Herbs don't work at her. Machizo 0 with views of brother. I have to say, compared to Machizo, Machizo is much more poisonous. For the death of father and mother, the boy remained indifferent and even spoke sarcastically. Machizo can't stand it. That's what my brother said about mom and dad. Should have spoken out against, but it's not significant. He was even scolded and ridiculed. The word mu in Machizo's name means nonsense. This word hurts Machizo very much, but dare not turn brother seems to have lost his memory. Machizo was a little bit like his brother. Living with Yuichizo. Machizo feels very stuffy. You think your brother hates you. Until a year passed and spring finally came. The princess's wife found them for the first time. The sheer beauty of she made Machizo think she was a fairy. Stepping out of the birch tree. One last thing. Yuichizo still used difficult words every day to kick her out. But Mokio knows you're descended from the swordsman. It's very exciting. Excited to talk to my brother. But Yuichio doesn't care about that. Shame on you, go cook. But Machizo still wanted to be a swordsman. To help others. Your words made Yuichizo very upset. Cut radish, break a ballast, and yelled at Machizo for dreaming. If you can't cook your own rice, you can be a swordsman. What pants are stupid is just stupid. It's called a disability. Yuichiu also scolded both father and mother. Boy, for that, my parents died because they didn't listen to my advice. The more Yuichiu says, the heavier the words. Mokio has never been scolded so harshly by his brother. So you help. Stiff glue spray don't know what to do. Yuichiu shot the armor for 10 minutes. Machizo didn't dare to say anything, and then the two of you didn't say anything to each other. There was only one fight. It was then that Yuichi threw water at Lady Aemon. Many times she visited. The two brothers continue their lives as usual. But no one's paying attention to AI. Summer's coming. That summer was very hot. Both of you feel uncomfortable. It's hot at night, so go to bed. The two of you opened the door. Mokio couldn't sleep and got up to drink water. At that moment, a demon appeared. He wants to attack Machizo, but Yuichio came to help you. That's Lash. The girl who had to pay was Yuichio, who lost one hand. Immediately screaming in pie. Machizo panicked, hugged my brother and ran to the corner. The devil is very happy to see your helplessness and your panic. Machizo and mocking their lives is tasteless. Just finished. He immediately touched Muchio's body-dumping regime. There was only one color of blood in front of him. I don't remember what happened. I just remember a lot of screaming. No one could believe that scream coming from the Muchio himself. The devil is broken by Muchio, living without death, and finally burned by the Su. Mokizo wants to get to his brother as soon as possible, but the body collapses from exhaustio. So yes, it took me a long time to get to the house in front of me. It's just when we get there. Mokizo is dying because of too much blood loss. Your mouth is always muttering. May the gods on high keep Mochizo safe. This made Mochizo understand. My brother has always wanted to protect himself. And Mu in Mochizo means infinite. When you understand Ra, it's time to say goodbye. Back to the present. The memories hidden in the fog are now clear. Mokizo immediately attacks the demon, with just one trick. He saved Kateksu and killed the fish demons. But the situation in the bungalow is still unraveling. When Mochizo appeared, Kyoko is still bitter because of Hagen Izukuber beauty. This demon is terrible. Every now and then, there's something in your head that's not there. But his technique is also strange. Even though the bungalow was destroyed, but still can't stop. Passionate sharpening sword of Hagen Izukuber. That's the right time. Mokizo received the sword. That Kanamori grinding for herself. The sword belongs to me. I like hands more. Mokizo thanked Kanamori for forging his sword. Just hold it so you can use it to cut Kia's head off. Give it to Kanamori. The name is not the universe. The devil in front of the Mochizo. It's even somewhat inferior. Every one of his tricks is broken by you. Remembering the one you lost. Make Mochizo multiply by 10 power. Episode 9 Ignore around fighting lice. Hagen Izuka is still grinding his sword. I don't care about my lame pants. Mokio with the mixed mind given by Cho. Constantly pissing Kyoko, even though I tried to be okay. But deep inside, Kyoko is so tempted to eat Mochizo. It's not just a born swordsman. Mochizo also has a 10-seep curse mine. To be a sentence, Kyoko was pierced by Mochizo. Blue veins all over the face. Force him to unleash the demonic blood card. It's 1,000 man-eating fish. Just that much Mokizo slashing a trick is over. But Kyoko is confident, because the blood of this fish is poisonous. After slashing the fish, surely the Mokizo will be stung by their blood. Not to mention, it's a skin-penetrating poison. Even if it is attached to the skin, it will be absorbed so much that this phase is doomed. But Kyoko is naive. Mochizo just swivel 1 or 3. The poison also flew away. In the blink of an eye, Mochizo approached him and beheaded him. If he's not quick, he's naked. I'm already on board with Ryutazo. Mochizo forced the Kyoko name to appear in its original form. Get out of the vase. This guy's face is also ugly. Whatever he says is made up by the boy. This peak ability is something that is not wanted. Okay. He's finally serious, but it looks bad. Vomiting is even worse. Mokizo wasn't even surprised. 3 sentences that made Kyokox mad. But bad is bad. His power cannot be underestimated. This time it was Mochizo's turn to jump up the tree to hide, even though your speed is fast. And this guy's still touching your shirt and it's flying, revealing the dark durian tufts. While Kyoko was exercising, it asked about the proud power of yourself. With just 1 sentence and a friendly smile, Mokizo really pissed Kyoko off. You tried to bring back feelings of helplessness, seeing the only family left. His death. They've got maggots all over their bodies, and they can't do anything about it. Even Joe's Machi body began to appear maggots. You two have fallen into the boundary of life and death. Lady Armani arrived in time to save Uchizo's life. Under the devoted help of Lady Machi, Mokizo survived the following days despite the sun and Rai. Even if the body has not recovered, Mokizo still frantically training. Even though I lost my memory, but your body still remembers the feeling of anger. Even if you die, you will never forget, so you did your best. Cultivate yourself to the level of blood. Destroy the faction of demons. Confronted with Kyoko wriggling a wiggle everywhere, Mokizo didn't flinch. It's not even a single phase of compression. From beginning to end, you all overwhelm him, and the victory came very quickly. Less than a minute, Kyoko was dealt with quickly. Can't stand it. To be destroyed in such a wasteful way. Kyoko was in the last minutes, and made every swear word he could think of. Mokio is disgusted not to list. Cut Kyoko into 100 pieces and make him vanish, without even thinking about it. The memory of a river god suddenly appeared. He advised Mochizo, don't be too thoughtful when considering things. When I decided to find myself again, Mochizo will get stronger and you did it. When you know who you are, and decided to stand on my feet, there will be no more hesitation or loss. The rush will also disappear. There are no more demons. Can escape the blade of Mochizo? Mochizo wins. Doesn't seem to be in any trouble or hurt. But I just caught a sentence. Your body has trembled. The poison is now entering the body. Then the mouth frothed and passed out. Hagen Izuka came to this country. I still don't care about you. Makes Kanamori very angry. He does not know how to first aid Chomuchio. Finally, still have to rely on the profound knowledge of Kateksu. Kanamori thought the boy was dead. I was horrified to see the boy speak. I thought the devil was evil. Boy has to explain my kana. Moyu believes you're not dead. And this is the flesh and blood man, father. So loud that Mokizo doesn't need first aid and still wakes up. It always turns out that the blood from the boy's stomach is sticky. Hands in, you didn't get stabbed in the stomach. How can you die? All thanks to the sword. The way Tanjiro asked for help saved the boy's life. When you see Machi, you remember Rengoku. Then there's the illusion. When I see family members again, they praise the boy for doing well. Tanjiro sighed. Dealing with the 5 dragon heads was difficult. You still have to watch the distance of the collective name Kier for not being able to escape. Tanjiro was hit by a sonic attack that punctured the eardrum. Spinning mind can't stand up. If you don't get up quickly, you'll be eaten. Not only you, but Nezuko and Genza are also struggling. Let's fight the remaining dragons. Tajizo dares to eat a lot. Straight inside the dragon's head. They want to attack from the inside out. It didn't work. If Mitsuji doesn't arrive in time. Tanjiro was crushed by this dragon a long time ago. The universe has arrived. Mitsuji encourages you. Leave everything to her and rest. Even Nezuko and Genza Mitsuji save them. Episode 10. Mitsuji's sword strokes were beautiful and skillful. There's only a few basic lines. She has dealt with the dragon Hedzo. Angry Mitsuji. I want to say reason. And ask this demon to release the Ra and Nezuko Ra genes. But in the face of a beautiful girl like her, this guy is still straight. The first time I was yelled at was sexual. Mitsuji very agitated and people are confused all over their heads. Even if it looks cute. But as a universe, no AI is trivial. The dragon heads. The Tanzeros are too difficult to handle. They were hacked by Mitsuji. Tanzizo is not free right now. Immediately find the original. Are being protected in a wooden cuckoo. Mitsuji dancing some way. You have access to the demon. And wrap the sword around his neck. Tanjiro wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it. Mitsuji eats right the roar in the face. The mind has lost consciousness, but the body is intact. That's what makes the devil so amazing. Mitsuji tried to build his whole body muscles just before his hit. He doesn't believe humans can do this. Come to the place to see Mitsuji Rasao. He wants to eat her. Because if you're someone who's physically special, it will help him increase his power significantly. When the memory is unconscious, from kissing because of the strange ridicule about Mitsuji's power. Suddenly rising, this guy doesn't just reject you but as also beautiful. Very cruel words. That she had not yet met such an unattractive AI. So I don't know how to deal with it. Right from a young age. She's only 14 months old. Mitsuji lifted the big rock over his head to scare his mother. She was pregnant and her brother was terrified. She's had a habit of eating a lot since she was a child. Eating healthier than sumo is normal. Oh, little old girl. She struggled to win sumo professionally. It's just growing up. The more she feels different from normal people. And worrying, no one will ever marry someone like her. Mitsuji's parents love their daughter very much. I comforted her that even if you live with your parents all your life, it doesn't matter. But Suji still wants to be like normal girls. Is to find a wanderer like you. She dyed her special hair color black. Just like everyone else. But is that really what she wants? She doesn't know either. Hearing the screams of the Tanjiro, Mitsuji woke up from the past. He used his best to protect Mitsuji, because she's our only hope. That makes Mitsuji very emotional. The demon's attack didn't hurt the kids for being knocked out by Mitsuji. She has realized her mission. And sorry kids so much for letting them worrying. From now on, she will fight. I lost this demon, she's a long way off. When we meet, the princess praised Mitsuji's natural ability. It made her very emotional. The princess wants. She is always proud of her strength. People who say bad things about her, they're afraid of her power. This consolation made Mitsuji cry. Members of the evil guild. I also love Messi. Not only that, she was given a gift. This is the life she's always dreamed of. So long to be yourself. And being recognized for their talent with their teammates. Not afraid of your power. She had no doubt. And suppress your own power as well as the universe. Mitsuji will stop this entity name. The mission to destroy the original was given to Tanjiro. Miss Suzy is here. Don't let AI get in the way of kids based on smell. Tanjiro very quickly found the location of the being. That Mitsuji over here. It also activated the demon seal. I will fight this demon too. Tanjiro's group has found the location of the body. It's now encased in a wooden sphere. It can move itself. Tanjiro's group found the sphere. Immediately increase the speed and use the power to kick them out. But life and death do not let go. If you can't use a sword to cut it, then Genzer will chew it up raw. It's based on Nezuko's demonic blood. To burn wood outside. Tansy had no chance to cut the wooden ball in two, but there's nothing inside. It turns out the demon has snuck out. And when did you run away? Episode 11 hit want to separate armpits. Blood, mouth, legs, pain, wanting to leave the body. What to do when you get to the final body? There is to something. Let that occultist escape so easily. Tanjiro holds the pig launch chase like flying. Breathing is slashing. This little fish comes to work with you. The legs are short and running is faster than chasing ghosts. Han Tengu take advantage. My small body. It's wriggling around under the trees. Want to cut off Tanjiro. But think of the pain that the swordsmiths had to endure. Tanjiro gets more and more mad and chases Shu. Hanten ducked into the tiny rock to stop the Tanjizo sword. But you're using the memory power skill right now. His teammates were sacrificed. The losses cannot be recovered, and your own helplessness makes you even crazier. Also, in the meantime, Genza used all his might. Pulled up the tree on the side of the road and threw it straight at Hanten. The more scared this fish gets, the more its ass curls up. Nezuko also fell from the sky. But this demon is so small, it was easy to escape her attack. After a long battle, everyone is exhausted. Keep chasing me like this. They'll get exhausted and lose track. Hanten Gulas Tajizo is estimated to be coming to Da. You're worried. If you keep pushing hard like before, Mitsuji couldn't stop himself. By the time the sun rises, the demon will have escaped. Time is running out and Tanjiro, increasingly in a hurry. But Hanten Go want to run away until they are exhausted. Just nailed. We can't let the four of us escape. Tajizo has a big bag that slows down the speed. It must have been. His left leg was injured. It's getting harder and harder for you to chase Nezuko and the Rajin. Suddenly he thought of the words that Flirty Chu had said. A bit of a thunder requires the most conscious focus on the feet. But the surprise they themselves don't know. Measure with the shape of each muscle bundle on your body. When you realize, then that's really possible. Full focus. Tanjizo immediately retain mulling and start to acquire knowledge. With just one try, Tanjiro have successfully tested someone else's breath. He threw the catapult straight up to Hanten Go and slashed it down. Tajizo uses all the energy left in his body. Hold the sword. Suddenly this Hanten Go turned into a giant, angrily returned and squeezed Tanjiro's head tightly. Because you're bullying him too much. He ran like that and chased after me. It's tough as a leech. Hanten Go tightened Tanjiro. I can't breathe and slowly pass out. Just in time Genza ran to try to remove Hanten Go out of Tanjiro. But you've done your best and you still can't. And eat a smelly roar straight in the face. Nezuko arrived in time. Used his demonic blood to burn Hanten Go. Combining the power of Genza, it hurt him to let go of Tanjizo Ra. But Genza is also a little bit sharp. Nezuko's fire must be quickly extinguished. I can't help Tanjizo cut off Han's head. Which Tanjizo is using now is very new. Just made him scratch a little. So scared Hanten Go ignore the sword on his neck. Turn head pull follow Tanjizo run along. Then plunge into the abyss. So do go for protection he also jumped down without thinking. Falling down from such a height. I haven't killed Hanten Go yet. He only lost 2 hands. And recovery is slowing down. Hanten Go now desperately needs human flesh to replenish energy. He's been sniffing lately. It smells human and it's not wrong. Behind the rock, not far away, there's a blacksmith hiding there in a panic. He was trying to escape when Tanjiro detected and threatened as a threat. Hanten Go panicked and ran away. The blacksmith sighed. After getting out of the tree that's holding me, Tanjiro wants to keep trying, using the technique of thunder breath to catch up. Hanten Go heard the call. I don't even know where the sound is coming from. There is a sword in front of you. It turns out that Muchio Haganaka's is also there. Strangle the boy. Because of the Kia sword has only been sharpened to stage 1. There is no guarantee of anything, Tajizo. He used it to knock him out. But it's getting late. The situation doesn't allow them to think. Counting back so much. Dose a lot of food for God's sake. When he finished, Machizo fainted from exhaustion. Make others panic. Especially Hagen Izuka just put one in his head. The will of every member of the Order of Demons. It's all put in. That sword. Put on Tanjiro. Put all your energy into a single move. Tanjiro finally managed to cut off Hanten's head. When the head falls from the neck, the sun appears. Tanjiro panics with 3 legs and runs towards Nezuko. It's not in the shade right now. Nezuko also panicked. No matter how bright it was, he rushed towards Tanjiro. You think she wants to run towards you? So he hugged her and stopped her from running out into the shade. Without understanding that, she's worried and panicked about something. Behind Tanjiro, something more important than her life. It wasn't until Nezuko screamed furiously pointing behind her. Tanjiro looked back. Even though he was beheaded, Hanten Go's body is still maddening, chasing the demon blacksmiths. I'm about to catch up with 3 of them. I looked back at the head I had cut off on my tongue. Tanjiro understood that this is just the essence. Hanten Go is actually still alive and touched somewhere. You want to rush if you want to cut back the right way. The sun has risen from the mountain. Nezuko was immediately scorched by the sun. The pain screams. Tanjizo panic turns car-hugging sister into lap. Nezuko shrank into his brother's lap. Try not to expose yourself to the sun as much as possible. But the burn wound, it still hurts her. Turn to the other side. Hanten Go is also burning, but he's about to catch the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths will be eaten before he disappeared completely. The situation is extremely difficult. Tanjiro can't separate. I just want to take care of my sister and kill Hanten Go. You want help, but Genza's a long way away. Mokizo passed out. No one is capable of coming right now. Help you all. Tajizo is required to make a choice of 2. But that's too cruel for Tajizo. Each side is important. One side is the only one. On one side is the mission. Tajizo can't make a decision. Nezuko knew his brother was wondering about him, so she used her last bit of power. kicked Tanjiro towards Hontengo. The moment the two brothers' eyes met, Nezuko tried to dance Tanjiro. I have to complete this mission for her. She's willing to sacrifice herself to Tanjiro. Complete your mission. Every moment the two brothers are together, they come back. The more Tanjiro, determined to destroy it. This damn Hontengu fish sauce. Full focus. Tanjiro can smell it. The core is hiding in the heart, in the sub-body. Slash to stroke squeezing the main body. Hontengu just popped out his head. Eat the sun's breath into your neck. The last moment of life. The memories of when he was a man came back. As a human being, Hontengu is as ugly as he is now. He's stealing things and faking blindness to receive pity. The old man tried to close his eyes, but others don't. They go to the top and let the top handle Hontengo. He still feels that he is not to blame. It's all his own doing. Not because of him. Not to be accused. He cut off the blind man's hand. That's why we met earlier. Oh, matter where you are. He's also robbing people, making them angry. In front of the big guy, he still pretends to be blind to look pathetic. As if this person were an upright official. He exposed his lies and cut off his hand as punishment. He was later found by Muzan and turned into a demon. The first thing Hontengu did was kill the official. Condemned him in the morning. But his sins must be atoned for. Today there are. How much power Tanjiro put it all in one final blow. Although he cut off the demon's head, he was not happy. I fell down crying. This victory made by your sister's sacrifice. While obviously Nezuko was the reason for him to enter the demon cores. She's the driving force behind your madness. Exercise and become stronger. The blacksmiths immediately called Tenjizo up. Stop crying and turn your head back. Look at my great-grandfather. Tenjizo came back. And roll your eyes. When I saw your sister standing there. Standing under the eyes of one burn should be. Duko bewildered. He looked at Tenjizo, who was in shock and could not speak, and say good morning. The more people at the scene are getting in the picture. Tanjiro wants to rush to Nezuko, but is unable to. The blacksmiths must each hold one hand. Tanjiro can stand up and walk slowly. To see my sister not only not but you can also babble. Tanjiro stuttered without a word. He jumped up and hugged Nezuko and cried like a child. The pain is like a stone weighing down. The mood is immediately removed. The others, to see the Tomato family reunited, also moved to cry. The burden has been lifted. Tanjiro collapsed in pain and fainted. I finally feel safe enough to sleep. At the same time on the Mitsuji side, she's been holding this guy all day. It was almost eaten. She sometimes panics and cries, but the hand doesn't stop swinging the sword. The moment the wooden dragon caught her, then the substance that controls it also dissolves. Mitsuji just escaped from the box Life One Life to shout for joy. News Nezuko can walk under the light, very quickly transmitted to Taimuza. He's in the form of a child. The room he turned into a mess. The mother asked Han gently. But that's why I flew my head for a second. The maid next door didn't even understand what was happening. His brain won't line up because it happened so suddenly. Muzan no longer keeps secrets about himself. Nezuko job can adapt to the sun's rays. For him, it was very offensive news. Muzan was delighted because he doesn't have to look for the blue-eyed bee anymore. Just eat Nezuko. Just to find the blue-eyed flower that for 1,000 years, reluctant. We have to constantly increase our species. Nezuko's physique is rare. There are number 12 demons. Muzan is determined to eat Nezuko. After dealing with the people in the house, Muzan walked away. He remembers when he was a human, from thousands of years ago. It was still Heian time. Muzan was always tormented by disease and had to keep taking medication. Everyone said he couldn't live past 20. There was a doctor who showed up and promised to cure him. No one could cure him, so Muzan only. How to bet on this doctor? This guy gave Muzan a pill to extend the service life, but the more you drink, the weaker you get. It makes him want to destroy everything. And then finally, a knife to death, the only doctor who could save him. Not long after killing Kier, Muzan recognized his medicine again. It seems to have worked. Muyan's body is filled with incredible energy. There was also an extraordinary physical. It's just a problem, is he can't walk in the sun. They can even die if they're exposed to the sun. And himself, he also began to crave human flesh and blood. He ate human flesh to his delight. If anyone dares to hinder, they were all killed by the scammer. He was given the power of eternal mind and invincible. Should feel just as angry. It's humiliating to have to limit travel during the day. Muzan longed for a body, can be exposed to sunlight. They don't die either. He saw how the Kia physician made the medicine, but it seems to be new in the testing phase. He couldn't find a way to create it. The remedy of the green scoundrel. And that method uses a real blue gummy flower. And only the doctor's name is Kier. I know where this plant is grown. Muzan squeezed him himself. He had to search all over Japan to find the green wild beast. To truly achieve the power of immortality, he's put the search for the blue-eyed bee first. And he who can physically subdue the rising Su. Priority number 1. Nezuko finally appeared. Muzan doesn't need to increase the number of demons anymore. Now eating Nezuko meat is a priority. Machizo is very worried about Tanjiro. I saw you breathe a sigh of relief. Machizo is very fond of Tanjiro because thanks to you. But Machizo found something very important. Machizo doesn't say anything. Tanjiro, I don't know what this kid is talking about. Machizo is also curious. I don't know what happened to Nezuko. But no one here understands. The only person who understands her is her. I can only talk. That's good, that's good. Haganazuka reappears with deadly gas surrounded. I was very angry when Tanjiro dared to take his unforged sword and slash the devil. That's so I don't remember the bar. The sword is not broken. People in the village keep it with them, but Haganazuka wouldn't list. Just text Tajizo. Ignore. You're so injured that Nezuko has to carry you on his back. People can't listen to advice. Mitsuji also ran out from the forest. I hugged the kids and cried. Fortunately, there is no one to sacrifice. And he really defeated two demons. He burned the fleas and cried for a while. Mitsuji just realized Nezuko isn't just hanging out in the sun. It's cool to talk about. She was so shocked that she stepped back immediately. Turns out it's good to get the momentum to hug Nezuko. We finally won on the Tamazo side. Thanks to Tajizo Nezuko's blood supply and 12 moon demons, Tamazo has made great strides in research. The young man who was turned into a demon by Muzan in Asakusa has restored reason and escaped Muzan's control. Changes in Nezuko's blood. That surprised Tamazo. She guessed that she will be very fast. It can be adapted to sunlight. And her prediction was right. The letter was sent to Tanjiro very quickly, after a battle with two demons. The house was hit. There is no place left intact. But the people very quickly began to build a village. Tajizo was injured, so he was put back on the trailer. On the way, they met the village chief and greeted him. The village chief thanked you for protecting the village. But Tanjiro thought, this battle is won. It's thanks to everyone working together. The village chief realized Haganazuka was stealthily looking towards them. So I called him back. Just arrived. Haganazuka again began to prick Tajizo's cheeks endlessly. Tanjiro is very grateful to Haganazuka, though. I've been making swords for you all this time. This word made Haganazuka very afraid. I was so pissed off by Kimetsu. The rest of the way, many hidden team members bring Tanjiro back. After walking for a while, the Tanjiro blindfold was removed. I want Tanjiro to see this. The whole village of the Blacksmith Village goes out into the street. Parties warmly thank Tanjiro. Thanks to the devil. The people's enthusiasm touched you. Hidden team members decide to let Tanjiro salute. When people leave the village, they close their eyes. Episode 1 While Tanjiro are living and dying badly beat to the blood and urinate casually. Playing with Death-O. String with Upper Thunder and Upper Thunder 5. In the Blacksmith Village, the other members are not free. Snami Cylinder and BAS Cylinder led by some disciples. They're on the trail of demons to an abandoned city. After the Meiji Restoration, this place is thrown away and forgotten because it's built in a place where there's no land. The demons see this as their home. Makes Snami itch all over the apricot. 3. You dare to put yourself on the same level as the Lord. Obama confirms information that people in the village come here again with your brother. My brother is very sure. And recount the details of the process of tracking the devil. The demons suddenly disappear. This is a Canadian ghost. Makes Snami turn on mixed mind mode disappear. How to wear pants Bakayazo. You should be distracted, you idiot. I see the scar is too strong. They don't dare ho-he anymore. Today the villagers have another missing village girl. Stand here for a few minutes. There was a demon on my shoulder. There's a good girl they just mentioned. Fortunately, it was saved. They are chasing the devil. He ran close to the door, and the devil had a premonition. Someone is chasing me. Turn your head and look back. I realized that the body of the devil was in your presence. What the hell is that? Know that. I chewed their heads yesterday and called for help. When you walk into the castle, everyone is on high alert. I don't know why this place is full of demons. Enemies are numerous and teammates are new goo. Just a little bit, I almost lost my life. Obama is not quick. It's the guy who goes up and doesn't know when. The scar next door is not free. One demon after another comes. Make you slash your hands. Obama is not inferior either. Your sword's lines are twisting like lame pants. With just one trick, a series of demons have come to Pluto. Meanwhile, the two boys are struggling. Cut off the head of a demon and go into the corner. You look so cowardly and useless. Obama was also unable to let his two brothers go. Stay a while longer. Get out of the movie and watch it. Obama, keep it down. Let the juniors get hurt. But the scar is not. You just curse straight up. You don't respect the AI. Both boys understand. Staying alone is a burden for the two universes, so be very obedient to leave. Obane felt that this city was a bit strange. Unusual. It's more stressful than they think. A sense of discomfort and mystery, because I can't explain what's going on. Suddenly, there was a cry for help upstairs. Sanemi quickly rushed forward. And what's waiting for you? It's a series of bloodthirsty red eyes. Never before have the demons concentrated in the Middle East like this. The name is not the universe. Sanemi didn't flinch for a second. Only with the second one. This little unknown demon has been cleaned up. But some of these people have others. But Abanai also came after Tsunami Lao to recite the spell. The breath of the fifth serpent. The demons rushed up just like that. The demon who kidnapped the girl saw that the situation was not right, so it's good. He hugged the young woman and ran off in the smoke. Tsunami chasing following. Who the hell is going to get in your way? The demon jumped out of a hole in the wall and soared up. Fang Scar also chased. A group of demons took human form. There's no roadblock. This crowd is amazing. Obama has already caught up. The mission to save the girl was given to Sanemi. Obane will cover him. Tsunami excited to rush away. But these people with Obane are just mosquitoes. You just need to use the third one that's been destroyed. But Tsunami also caught up with the evil Kia. The wrong hands need only one. Has been wiped out. I see the situation is not good at all. The devil threw the village girl away. Fortunately, Aba 9 appeared in time to catch her. When I saw that Kia was going to run away, I immediately chased him. Appeared before their eyes. It's a very strange scene. It's a giant building block that's nowhere to be found. This place is the hiding place of countless other demons. That makes Saname amazing. About to be driven to the castle immediately disappeared and left the scene. It's a normal abandoned city. It turned out to be exactly what the two boys said. The demons really just disappeared. Leave Obama and Saname sitting there. If you understand what just happened. Kano also completed the mission, and on the way back to the government, the first thing you have to do is to say hello to the captain. Shinobu is the girl's teacher. Shinobu told her about everything that happened in the sword-making village. Even if you go on a mission, Kano still has the current situation. Because Nezuko has conquered the sun, there will be a big change from now on. Muzan will surely order the demons to search and snatch Nezuko from the hand to kill the demons in order to monopolize the only demo. The sun. Explain the current situation. Show Kanao grasp. Shinobu must hurry to the seat of the peacock to attend an emergency meeting of the great powers. She asks Kanao to take care of Chonezuko. That surprised Kanao. But now Tanjiro is awake. After the battle with the gods, you're in hiding. Tell the team what happened. While Tanjiro passed out, the blacksmith village's base has been moved in case the demons attack at night. The villagers built an empty village. If anything happens, I'll run there right away. Even though their opponents are two heroes. It ended like this. It's a miracle that people can't imagine. Then he remembered the battle. Tanjiro had also seen the illusion. The enemy is terrible, but you're not seriously injured or struggling as before. Fainted for 2 months. This time it only took 7 days. It's healthy and continuous. Cylinders and cylinders. 2 to 3 days later, it's gone. Made Tanjiro. I admire it without noticing. The hidden team members' eyes were also looking at me. It's so deep. You yourself are gradually reaching the world. You didn't realize it. This hidden team is assigned to the task. Bring food to Tanjiro, but I like to be thin. Everything from Tajizo to Nezuko. When she knew she really could walk under the Su. I can talk again. This news is truly amazing news. But there is still more investigation. No one knows she's turning back into a human or become an evolutionary demon. Tajizo accidentally mentioned Tamazo and was asked the opposite. I realized that I had just been cooking rice. Cough want to brawl. Hidden team members also revealed because of Nezuko's story, we can kill the demons. High alert command. The council also held an emergency meeting after Tsunami and Obama returned from duty. Full of people. Mitsuji and Mokio were able to defeat the emperor. Very quickly transmitted to the ears of two Obama. Tsunami is a little jealous, because I have never met any of the gods. It's just fighting with the rats. But actually, in these great universes, outside Mitsuji and Uchizo, no one has ever met the Lord. Zone worried if he lost another universe. The Legion of Demons will be in danger. So this time it's a really big deal. There's a lot of questions that come up. They are waiting for the Lord to answer. As Tomioka finished speaking, Lady Aemon appeared. The universe immediately became serious. The General Assembly this time. Lady Aemon will attend on behalf of the princess. Because of the princess's condition. It's getting worse and worse. Everyone was surprised to hear this news. They can't predict the health of the princess. It's getting so bad. They are also bewildered not to speak. Only the Rome Tower is a reflection. Answer quickly to Lady Aemon. The meeting officially started. Top news: Nezuko walks under the Su. Who also knows? And Muzan certainly will not from every trick to get. Little girl, a full-scale war is about to break out. One more report received about Mitsuji and Machizo having eczema. There is a strange pattern on the body. Lady Ama wants you to. They told the story, as well as the process of the appearance of that because eczema. In the warring state when the swordsman used the breath of initiation and almost cornered Mu Ran in the end, they all show up with eczema. Like the devil. This is only known through word of mouth. It's hidden, because some people are concerned when the eczema does not appear. The legend of eczema has many unclear places. Maybe it wasn't taken seriously at that stage, and the Legion of Demons has been destroyed many times. In the past, maybe the legend is broken. Only one thing is clearly recorded. When a person with eczema appears, then the people around, there will also be bruises. It's like resonance. Now in this generation, the first person to have eczema was Tanjiro, but he doesn't understand himself. Due Sao to appear eczema, so the only hope left is Mitsuji and Muchio. He was suddenly given this great responsibility. It made Mitsuji a little embarrassed and confused. She tried to remember, but it's all crap. Speak without letting others understand. It only makes people deny their faces. Obama also broke down with his little crush. Mitsuji dropped his head to the ground. I want to wear 10 pants. The only hope is Mokyo. Lucky. Do you notice some differences from the usual? When the eczema appears. So maybe you know the conditions for the appearance of a scar. Mokyo summed up the situation he had at the time. Heart rate must be over 200 a minute. Your body is as hot as a fire. Body temperature must be above 39 degrees. Into that situation is extremely life-threatening. But that's the critical distance. It's a chance to move into the new eczema. Seinusi, if only that is so simple. Tomioka made the brain boil. The appearance of eczema is extremely urgent with the Great Universes. So Lady Main proposed training for the Great Universes and other members of the Demon Lord. After Lady Armin returned to the government, Tomioka also wants to leave, but blocked by glaring leprosy. Who gave me this boy? Tomioka has to stay to discuss the upcoming universe. How will they train? But Tomioka didn't care. Assume that this has nothing to do with me. Makes the other universes very angry. Shinobu also voiced reconciliation and advice. Tomioka still thinks you're different from other universes. Makes Saname very itchy eyes and crazy. I want to talk to Tomioka. But with just a clasp of his own lava cylinder. A stream of powerless pressure Even the other universes can't stand it. But stunned, Zome asked them all to sit down and talk nicely. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, how much has been on the plate? I don't know. Even though you also have to enjoy this time to rest and recover. Nezuko and the other children in the government run out. Let you rest. But thanks to that, Nezuko talked more than before. Everything is very peaceful. Now, as long as Zenitsu appears, it will be broken. I just mentioned that Cao is coming right away. Zenitsu is happily back. After completing the task, then a bamboo pinwheel fell on its head. When Kaizu sees you, tell everyone immediately. The remaining two children very quickly ran to welcome Zenitsu back. Zenitsu found himself welcomed. I started complaining about the mission this time. Danger Raw Sao. You don't know how many times. And then you're stuck on your own, and everyone's a mess. So there's no crease. He was doused with cold water in his face. There is no mud, father. Then come, baby, run out under the falling bamboo pinwheel. Zenitsu came to say hello. Then I saw Enidugo sticking out his head. Your eyes are out too. Nezuko even welcomed you back. The little heart of Flirty Sao that can bear. You immediately shouted in amazement. Breathe out. Nezuko's cute, thunderous breath. Zenitsu immediately rushed to frantically ask to marry her. Express his chicken feet. Makes Aoi helpless. They don't pull forever. Who expected the next sentence Nezuko causing said? The atmosphere to suddenly fall into the two-legged canoe. It turns out that welcome home is for Inosuke. Zenitsu immediately broke green Tendo. I want to find Inosuke. It turns out that while Tanjiro passed out, so Duko had Inosuke stuffing everything in her head. Let's make her remember her name, for example, and call myself the CA. But Tajizo doesn't have that much to say. I just want more plates of food. Suddenly Haga Nezuka appeared. He came to the sword spikes Cho Tanjiro. His face trembled with his nervousness. Makes Tajizo soulless. Tanjiro's new sword. There's a way of Renaku. Haganaka was eager to see the blade. Should urge Tanjiro straight out for hot. Even if it's black. But the blackness of this sword, it's completely different from other bars. After his restoration, Haga Nezuka guess. The owner of this sword. He must be a very skilled swordsman. The blacksmith cast this sword. He created it to destroy the demons. He didn't carve his name. That only engraved the word death on the body here of the later. Sword. This sword is just starting to have a hierarchy. And only the universe is engraved with evil slaying lines. Haga Nezuka still spicy last time. He just sharpened to Spike's part 1 Tanjiro. He picked it up and cut it all over the place. From the beginning with a body full of wounds. The more you say Haga Nezuka, the more bitter immediately it gets. Out hand pinching Tanjiro. Rubber people, I don't listen to others remind me of my wound. He asked for Tajizo later. Every day you have to give me a piece of honey. Just go home. Fortunately this time Haga Nezuka restrained. It's not like chickens or flying dogs barking so all loud over that it wakes up the skin genes. He's healing next door. Tanjiro just assured me all the visitors are coming. Inosuke flew in from outside the window. Like hiding without anyone Kia's hidden team member startled why died. But Inosuke also wants to hear it. The noise was so loud that Ra was jealous and accepted it. Turns out, Inosuke came to show off the upcoming training. But if you ask more closely, Inosuke knows something. On the other side of the universe at the same time, content of the special training plan for members of the organization is almost done. And of course, Tomioka didn't attend this training. The training will begin in 3 days. Now they have to capture every moment as possible. These days the demons have become less active, so the universe can go full throttle. Improve the whole organization in a short time. I agree with the thought of Rome. The whole organization must participate in this special training. Tomioka alone is not involved. Zenitsu came to Tanjiro to complain about the special training. Tanjiro, I think this is a great opportunity to get stronger. Enhance your ability. Make Flirty crazy. Because no one agrees that this training is a hell on earth. just like him. So he chopped Tanjiro's head to vent and walked away in anger. But Tajizo called back to thank. In the battle with the four, where Tanjiro's legs are barely usable, thanks to the trick of using Thunder Breath that Zenit Chushocho, you just cut off the head of this demon. It made Zenitsu angry and exasperated. Special training begins immediately. The warm-up is done by Uzui. It's just running through the mountains. It also makes other members breathe. But that's not even possible. Then to the training of the other great universes. It's even harder. Have Uzui's 3 wives also contributed to improve the health of the members. After a tiring day of training, Uzui will take charge of physical development, then increase the speed of the attack with Hatsu Muchio. Next is to train the terrifying toughness of the Mitsugi cylinder. The Aguzo will bend the sword. Winsnimi. Cho has no time to breathe. And finally, the fitness training of Rome's pillars. This time the universe will be very serious. The training will also be tough. That day, Tanjiro, I also received a letter from the Lord. He was very ill. I can't even sit up on my own anymore. Body bandage. At the same time in Tamazo's Mansio, she's focused on research. The king's messenger came. It's amazing. It took a long time for the crow to find the place of the Tamazo, and the only purpose that the princess came to Tamazo is to invite her to the government of the Demon Slayer, combined with Shinobu Cylinder, the study of demons and the poisons of Musa. The princess wants both sides to work together to destroy Musa. Tamazo never thought he'd get this offer. Invite a demon to the Legion's governor. I have seen the ghost of Canada. Episode to Yoshizo is cleaning the bookshelves. I have a feeling that Lady Tamazo is in trouble. Immediately throw it all away and run to find her. The Tamazo's not over yet. When receiving the messenger's offer, trust between the devil and man. It's not easy to build. Tamazo trusts Tanjiro. It's not about killing demons. Tamazo is worried about what happened to Yoshizo. But after hearing the boy's footsteps, are going crazy. Don't worry about running here. When Zushi ran to the 2 sides, the discussion was over. The messenger also flew away. Only Tamazo stayed in the room, slowly closing the door. The location of both was discovered by the demon. Zuzu hurriedly wants to move house, but Tamazo is not in a hurry. She's considering the princess's offer. Since Nezuko's subjugatio, the sun has made a big change. This transformation has been accumulating for a long time. We finally reached Muzan. Both will still move, but not to a new house. It's the government of the demon lord. Tamazo immediately packed the results of his research. Bring along. Suddenly received a letter from the princess that made Tanjiro surprised, sir. He asked you to talk to the water heater instead. Tomioka knows this is hard. So he encouraged Tanjiro. Let's try to be lonely and pessimistic like Tomioka. Become more optimistic. Receive the Lord's blessing. Tanjiro was delighted to agree. The next morning, even though the leg wound hadn't healed, Tajizo is still carrying heavy Theo out of the infirmary. When I walked out the door, I met Aoi sweeping the yard. Aoi thought Tajizo was hiding out to practice. Should be strongly opposed when you know you have someone to talk to. Before going into special training, Baby Pond immediately agreed to Tajizo and left, but he called her back to ask for her opinion. Tajizo doesn't know how to say to a lonely person, they know they are not alone. Aoi did not understand the question, because if it was her, she'd leave me alone. But before Tanjizo left, she's still preparing a box of rice balls for you. Whatever you do, if the stomach is full first, then we can talk. Tanjiro didn't think of this. Aoi thought of it and was very grateful. Babe, take the lunchbox and go to Tomioka's palace. The door is closed tightly. Tanjiro shouted hello. I never saw anyone answer. Tomioka's actually in the house. But I don't care what Tanjizo says. If you don't answer, you'll give up and leave. But Tomioka had underestimated the tenacity of Tanjizo. I never saw you answer. Tanji opened the door and walked in. Tomioka thought he heard it wrong, until the door moves. Then Tanji's head came laughing. Tomioka's a clown. This code is terrible. Long time no see. But between Tanjiro and Tomioka still seems to have no distance. Literally always. Tanjiro and Tomioka didn't leave. Even though the words were a little round, Tomioka still realized, I'm here to convince you to join the academy. So he flatly refused. Tajizo is still pretending. Or maybe it's just too stubborn to ask. Tomioka didn't want to answer. That made Tanjizo smell Tomioka slowly rising up. It's always new, but it turns out the real reason. It's because Tanjizo doesn't understand the breath of water. Tomioka mandatory Tanjiro. You have to be the water to succeed you. If it's because of this, Tajizo feels very guilty. But you talked with Uzudodaki. Change the breath you are using and create a new breath. It's not uncommon. Especially the wind of water. There is a basic compliance, so there's a lot of breathing. But that's not what Tomioka meant. You revealed that. In fact, the Hydro position is still missing. Someone should be in that position soon. This word surprised Tanjiro. It's clear that Tomioka is still a Hydro cylinder, but Tomioka thinks he's not a cylinder. That's all I said, and I sent Tanjiro straight away. But remember the Lord's call. Tajizo is far from giving up. He went to Tomioka's bedroom. But this time it didn't go straight. Tomioka didn't want to see me. So Tanjiro just put the rice balls in front of the door and left. Until it gets dark. Tomioka just scratched her face in the living room. I saw Tanjiro sleeping here. Tomioka ate all the rice balls you brought. That makes Tanjiro happy. But Tomioka doesn't want to talk to you. Just turn around. Even so, Tanjiro insists on following you. Where are you going, Tanjiro? My mouth doesn't stop moving from morning to night. All around Tomioka was a face and some shit. Tanjiro, no matter the time. Whenever it scares Tomioka, you can be haunted for the rest of your life. What does this kid eat? The more Tomioka dies, the more excited Tanjiro gets. The spirit doesn't even decline. The same innocent face. Finally, Tomioka also had to say, "It's my heart. I hope Tanjiro doesn't follow you anymore." It turned out that year, Tomioka didn't pass the final exam. It turned out to be the same year as Sabio. They were both 13-year-old students of Uzudozaki. Two kids the same age. You should have been very close to each other very quickly. In Tomioka's eyes, Sabito is a kind teenager and lived very justly. In that year's examinatio, Sabito was the only one who died. He almost killed all the demons on that mountain. Tomioka was encountered by the first demon, injured to the point where the mind is stunned. If it wasn't for Sabito, you'd be dead right now. Then Sabio gave Tomioka to the other teenagers, then run to save the others. When you wake up, the exam is over. Tomioka did survive for 7 days. But it didn't destroy the demon, just waiting for someone else to save you. This makes me very ashamed and embarrassed. When you step into the Hydro position, I was also honest with the Lord. You don't deserve to be a pillar, or on a par with other great universes. That's why you think. It is not like other universes. Tomioka always felt there was no room for herself. In the Legion of Demons, you're not going to participate in special training. And you can't have eczema, just like the others. I want Tanjiro to leave me alone. Just wasting my time with you. These words of Tomioka makes Tanjiro weep with tears. You yourself understand the feeling. An important person who wants to be alive more than myself. He died before me for protecting me. My meeting with Sabito for Tanjiro is a very strange experience. If Sabito was alive, she'd be about Tomioka's age. It can even become a powerful universe. Tomioka always feels guilty because it should have been you. And Tanjiro understood that because he thought the same thing. That's the feeling. When Zen Goku sacrificed himself to protect him, Tanjiro also wanted to die for Zen Goku, but Inosuke's words pulled him out of his mind. Because if you are trusted, the job of the living is to try. Not to mention Ren Goku, you shouldn't think like that. No matter how sad or ashamed, the living must also continue to live. But you don't know how to communicate to Tomioka. Just ask Tomioka this. Tanjiro limping chasing, but I won't stop. Just the next word from Tajizo. It startled Tomioka again. As enlightened, boy asked Sao. I didn't tie up what Sabio entrusted me with. To continue his will. This word has just arrived. A wind passed over Tomioka's face. Makes me stunned, hugging my cheek. The memory of Sabio he'd forgotten suddenly resurfaced. Sabito himself also agreed. When Tomioka always thought, if you can die for someone else, good. Even in the wake of you. Then Tomioka was dried by Sabio. And Sabito's words are like Tanjiro. It's very deep and thought-provoking. The pain of losing your best friend. The same guilt that made Tomioka forget the important words that Sabio said. Tomioka suddenly fell into silence, causing Tanjiro to understand what and I'm worried about making you angry. So Tanjiro tried to distract us by inviting Tomioka to eat fast. If Tanjiro wins, Tomioka must participate in special training. If you lose, as if you hadn't asked for anything. The more I think of Tanjiro, the more I see this idea, the better. Apparently Tomioka was going to agree. But listen to Tanjiro ask for food exam. Even though it's silly, I agree. It was just eating when Tomioka was curious. What skills does Shinobu teach if he participates in training? But Tanjiro hasn't heard of this. At the same time in the government, Shinobu is trying to stay calm and maintain the industrial smile. Suddenly Kanao appeared. I want to practice with her after training with Magma, but it turns out that this special training, Shinobu also did not participate. This surprised Kanao. Suddenly Shinobu called her eye. It's about the demon that killed his sister Kana. BA is just the first training. And a lot of people are tired. Paleface cannot overcome. Uzui is always with the encouragement and urge each member one by one, so they're motivated to complete the task because it's a physical enhancement. So Uzui's exercises aren't so easy, but they're all the basis of the basis. Not able to improve physical strength are a long way off. The next stage, AI hunched it tired and not keeping up with others. Uzui immediately held a wooden sword and warned him. If so, then comes the training of wind and wind. Long before they can bear it, break down for a while. Finally released. Make the swordsman Kia understand it's better to bend to death. It's better than a DUI. There's a mountain or a rock, but these swordsmen want to lie still. I can't move anymore. Put you DUI slapped repeatedly in the ass. Suddenly there was a happy voice calling you DUI from a distance. Turns out it's Tanjiro's. It's nice to see you, Uzui. The two brothers haven't seen each other in a long time. So it's called grinning. Tanjiro went to training as if to receive a gift. Laughing, I can't see the sun. Uzui heard that Tanjiro had just encountered Master's Eye and come back alive. Congratulations to you. Back to life is also called the top. If you've been here, let's do some basic homework. Give it hot after playing for static. Just nourish it. Tanjiro is ready. While the other swordsmen were miserable, to get to the top of the mountain, Tanjiro was running around like this was his way. Even with a push-up, you carry a basket of stones behind you. While others struggle, it's not done forever. Tanjiro from beginning to end, they all have a happy smile on their lips. It's like these 3 exercises are just mosquitoes, while others rest. Tanjiro also enlists to train and heat the tendo. It's finally time to eat. Tanjiro enlisted to greet Uzui's wife Ba. Since the fight with the Sky 6, they never had a chance to meet again. At the same time, UDUI on the Kia side is urging others. Eat quickly, eat hard. Anyone who doesn't eat, here you are, chose training tighter than the strength. They made the swordsman panic and eat. 3 wives also broke down. The way my husband cares about others. Why does it force that it's patriarchal? Take advantage of meal time to rest. 2 swordsmen secretly exchange with each other. See a night watch also schedule. Wants to spend the night. Let the next day rest. Doesn't need training as good as bait. So who is lucky to be able to drink and be stupid? This conversation was heard by UDUI, but I didn't want to talk much to them. As usual, every 2 swordsmen will pair up and patrol at night. No demons have appeared recently, so they're both off guard. 8 things about baby Nezuko. The demons are looking for a girl named Nezuko. They've all been notified, but I don't believe it. I met the devil to ask. I don't know if it's all a guess. Are wandering off guard because the patrol hasn't seen a demon lately. The yellow light suddenly disappeared, just leaving the swordsman with a quiet night. My partner was walking next to me, disappear in the blink of an eye. One sound. It makes the rest of you panic and fall on high alert. Then suddenly from behind him, the other guy suddenly appeared and make the devil's face. He's scared. What are these people playing on the ground? I know people are scared all the time. They both heard a strange noise coming out of the alley next to one. People who are scared to go home and sleep don't go on patrol anymore. The reason is that we've been on patrol for a while, and there's nothing suspicious. The 2 of them brought each other back without noticing. There's an eye that's silently following them both from behind. The next morning, Uzui's training went on as usual. The next exercise is to swordsmen pairing up and carry each other to the top of the mountain. Tanjiro choose to carry the strongest pair, but you're also the fastest. This makes you DUI not ask proudly. When others are tired, take a breath and lie down on the ground. Tanjiro continues to practice. The other swordsmen feel the difference between those who can fight with God and ordinary swordsmen like them. During the rest period, the other swordsman who wants Tanjiro a guy. Tell me about the times you fought the gods. Tanjiro also answered honestly. But like that, the more that other swordsmen see the difference between them and forced laughter. After a break, before the end of the training session, Uzui ordered them to run around the foot of the mountain, then go back to rest. That's a tough word, but actually Uzui is very easy. This is what you are afraid of, and I have confirmed it. It's not an unfounded rumor. There was a time when the last swordsman had not returned. Uzui decided not to eat first. Then we went up the mountain and carried them back. Uzui heard all these words and did not deny them. I feel the princess gave you these swordsmen to train. At least, I can't let them fall in my place. Tanjiro realized deep in the depths of the universe, everyone is so kind. I remember eating with Tomioka before. Even though I'm about to break my stomach, Tanjiro insisted that Tomioka join the special training, so I called for more. Tomioka knows that, so after calling another part for me, I've called for Tanjiro in part, and for Tanjiro motivatio. As long as you get to the second part, just 1 bite, Tomioka will surrender and join the special training. Tanjiro knows Tomioka can eat a guy. But you gave up on me, so I appreciate it. In the meantime, Obama and the cylinder Snami is sitting shitty and helpless because the level of the other swordsmen was inferior. They didn't make much progress with their training. Keep this momentum. Kill the devil. They will not be strong enough to fight the enemy. Let's not talk about Muzan. Snami was always wondering about the city they met while on duty. Abanai also thinks about that place all the time. They suspect it's a den of demons that they don't know about. Then Sanemi went to the castle to check a few times, but I couldn't find anything. Obama also noticed. Then the demons disappeared from every street. Like that, it was confirmed that their target was Nezuko. Obama says something big is about to happen. This piece as a sign of the strongest storm. If so, they must also be prepared to fight. Training this time, it's not just for other swordsmen, it's also for the universe. If so, Obama and Sanami has a little training. After training is done, Tanjiro also helps Uzui's wife clean cooking utensils. That's a child. The wives of Uzui, thank you for protecting them at the trauma center again. They all survived after that. It's a real miracle. Without Tanjiro, with the help of 2 friends, the miracle will never happen. That's what happened. But now, Uzui is very sad and blames himself for retreating and leaving his comrades behind. All expectations are on Tanjiro, and he promised he wouldn't let Uzui have 7 hopes for him. Outside, Uzui Cho cancels the practice run around the mountain. At the end of the day, it's a special battle. All the swordsmen were summoned to the mountain. A hypothetical battle takes place. The battle with demons always takes place at night. This exercise is for them to improve their fighting skills. In the dark, Uzui will play the devil from now on. It is everyone else's job to survive. And Tanjiro, it's about protecting your teammates and stopping Uzui. Uzui, though retired, but skills and abilities have not declined. They are from the fake Ring family, so this environment is perfect. Let me use my full potential. Everyone was defeated by Uzui. The others panicked and withdrew, even in the will. Only Tanjiro, he refused to give up and fought Uzui hand in hand, even if it's a little underdeveloped. He was able to stop Uzui's attack. Others are Tanjiro. It's inspiring, so it's coming back and join forces to attack Uzui. Even though you still beat me up. Uzui tried to scold the whole bunch, but it turns out we all know we're flawed. And promised I'll try harder to practice. Even if you can't beat the gods, but you have to be able to help Tanjiro, and the universe defeats them. This word makes Uzui very touched, so let's have the whole group practice until the next morning. And Tanjiro, then get through to the next round. For the next universe to try. The next round of special training is that of Hotyu Muchio. Episode 4 just opened. Tangizo saw that Mokizo was training other swordsmen. Only this man is still standing. The others were flat on the floor, immobilized from any light. With just one trick, Uchizo has hit 3 times, directly into the person of the swordsman and said coldly, if he had met the real devil, he would have died 3 times. The game has a network. There's not so much revival armor. The sword is hurting. Words are sharper than a razor, and it hurts even more. After enough rest and being able to stand up with a sword, the other swordsmen continued to fight. Before starting the chicken onions, Mochio reminded them first. Even if you get hit, don't stand still. Their story stops at one point. Was chewed up by demons. Say it like that. Whether the Kia are in the ears or not, then you don't know. Machizo's movements are very fast. I want to show everyone that's right. Because you are the universe. Others were dropped by Machizo. Swords are never good, not even time to react. The sword fell from his hand and the pain came. With just a few simple movements, Machizo has defeated them for the 7th time. Others saw Mochio stop raising his sword. I thought he must have left me. The back rope is also hit by Mochio. He told me not to stop moving. But these guys keep on wobbling. People get beaten up and I'm stupid. The string in front of you is as tight as the string. As cold as a 1,000-year-old ice. When I saw Tanjiro Mochizo, I immediately laughed. The speed of this flip made Tanjiro laugh. The words of Mochizo. It's not as harsh as your messenger crow. This crow breathes, it's itchy. I especially like to annoy you. The other swordsmen went mad and married the whole. That hasn't changed the chaos. After the training, Mochizo led Tanjiro to the little house, next to the water well, where the other swordsmen are wiping. The person inside is Kanemoji, who is working hard. Saw Tanjiro coming. He was also surprised to see you recover. Quickly Mochizo invited Kanemoji to come here. Just saying that, though, Mochizo tested the sharpness of the sword in front of him. Let Tanjiro admire. Paper plane flying through the delicious sword without any obstacles. That's why Kanemoji was invited here. Every time we go to the battlefield, he always wants his sword to be at its best. Lord, give you full control. You can do whatever you like. Then there's nothing like Machi. Invite the blacksmith to his seat. Give him credit. The real princes always put the universe and their desires first. Make Mochizo love and respect him very much. After resting, continue to fight until dusk. The swordsmen aren't getting any better. All Mochizo had to drop the sword with just a few basic lines. No matter how many times he holds the sword, the result and attacks, it was still the same and was scolded by the boss. Mochizo's words are razor sharp. Cut each piece. It was the mood of the other swordsman. But he's right, too argumentative. Even Tanjiro. When you look at Mochizo's training actions, also reface the end of training. After Mochizo left, the other swordsman begged Tanjiro, I want you to convince Mochizo to speak. A little softer. Just like that, their souls will be damned. Before the training is over. But Tanjiro saw it. Mochizo spoke more softly than before. Moreover, the miserable person here must be a Mochizo, because he's training all the time, and there's no AI to teach him. This made the swordsman think again. And it doesn't need to be adjusted. Standing by the well washing his face with others. Suddenly, Mochizo was quietly leaving the castle. According to those who came before, Mochizo's out here every night. But I don't have to go to dinner. It's the temple where Sanemi and Obama went. When you get there, the two of them were practicing their swords, and there was everywhere there are traces to prove this place has suffered countless terrible battles. Mochio wants to participate in training. If you like it, Sanemi and Obama will do it. That is, a friendly battle between the great universes took place. The carpet has more carpet. After fighting for breath, the universe is sitting 8 pieces of shit together. When Tanjiro got to Muchio's place, Obane came up with the idea of feeding his mouth. Even Senemi wanted to gently remind Tanjiro that, stand up and get a little power. I thought I was on par with the universe. AI also wants to cultivate for Tanjiro. The next day's training was a series of days. Over and over again. The Mochio onion chick. The swordsman didn't progress at all. Mochio doesn't feel tense enough. I want to switch to a real sword. In front of sharp swords. It's a slippery way to cut it. Swordsman Kia was not dominated by emotions. It's like a burnt animal. You know how to lose because there is a way to win. But it was his wisest decision. And then he started crying out of fear. But he knows it himself. The hardest person here is Mokyo. You go home all night every day. When the head is injured and I promise to practice hard. Mokyo also told me the truth. He can be strict, but it's all about wanting others, not killed by the devil, and live for a long time. But the next day under Machizo's training, Tajizo has gradually caught up to the speed of Machizo. OT only I can fight back and solo for him. Mokizo teaches Tajizo how to hold and tone muscles. SAO for flexible. To save physical strength. Tajizo finally made it to the next universe. I've only had 5 days of training with Machizo, so Tajizo was surprised. But Machizo's expression was not a joke at all. Because Tanjiro, very good at listening to hard work, so it's obvious that progress is inevitable. When you talk to Crush, you are happy. Turn to the others. Machizo attitude facial. They make others dare not ask anymore. This makes Tajizo very awkward, but you think of a way. Tajizo wants to throw paper airplane competition with Machizo. If Tajizo wins, Machizo has to speak softly with others. Tanjiro went to investigate and heard Kanemoji say, Muchio loves paper planes, so you thought of this. Machizo agreed and promised. Tanjiro only needs to win one of 10 times. Machizo will meet his conditions. This makes Tanjiro very confident because 10 times. Maybe you didn't win once. And it's true that Tanjiro never won. At first it was full of hope. More about Tanjiro. The more you hold your head, the expectations and hopes of my teammates. Tanjiro lost miserably, but others have taken turns wanting to fight. Launch paper airplane with Muchio. With just one game, the connection between people has been significantly enhanced. There was no training that day. It's just a paper airplane test. Before leaving, Tanjiro and Muchio sat down to talk. Nezuko is being trusted by someone that Tanjizo trusts. Oh, other AI protection is Uzudozaki. Mokizo and Tanjizo promised each other one thing. We must defeat Muzan. The next training place is Mitsugi's. She's happy to see Tanjiro. I will immediately take you to the cake house. That makes Tanjiro stupid. The year is obviously coming for training. But Sao, suddenly you're drinking tea and eating cake like this. But this cake is delicious. Tanjiro can't resist it. And then I was able to hold the beautiful pillar in person. You can serve without enjoying it. To practice something, maybe later. Who expected to finish? It was given by Mitsugi for the lotus flower color suit. Face caught wearing eye. What's that? He's got bow all tied up. Go 6 packs outside. Only Tanjiro is full of energy. Others were afraid of having nowhere to hide. I have to say Tanjiro's a genius. Every skill is learned in the blink of an eye. Even the latest. But only Tanjizo is keep up. Bending movement of Mitsugi. 2 muscle relaxation exercises. Not everyone can do it. For Mitsugi to do this, it is called a blur flag, and when Tanjiro saw that, he also turned his face and forged all the fluff. This is torture, not relaxation. It's scary, but it's AI's turn. There's no escape, son. The pain was quickly transferred to Tagizo. It's hard. You just got into the serpent's training. Abanai just said hello and didn't say anything. Abanai has risen up with Tanjiro. You don't need him to introduce himself. As a headquarters heard me, Duji introduced Tanjiro in the letter. The more Opanite says, the crazier. When Sao Crush wrote to me, it's all about this kid. Obviously, I saw her letter as giving up everything to receive it, and in return, it's a kind of jealousy. Tanjizo knew greeting. Needless to say, he was hated by OpenEye. It makes you shiver. What did I do to OpenEye? But only sympathy. With a little love, there is no normal AI. The training for Tanzazubanai is ready. The view inside makes you wonder. Fellow soldiers are hung up as obstructions without pity, and Tanjiro's missio is to swing the sword while avoiding these obstacles. This exercise will help improve your swordsmanship, but the way is a bit too much. This place is no different from the law school, but with Abanai. The men tied up here have committed a major crime. The sign of weakness forever without finishing. Forgotten, and the biggest crime is Obama. Wasting my time in this shithole. I haven't seen this before, pick it up. Give Tanjizo a wooden sword, Obama. Go ahead and model once. Your speed is fast, but can swing a sword precisely into the gap. Among the swordsmen, when Tanjizo tried, the eyes of my teammates are begging you, don't hit them. In an intense way, he glared at Tanjiro with all his might. Extremely pressure. The move also became slower, making Obama. He became Tanjiro's direct opponent. Every time you hesitate, you get a hangover. There is no other way but to focus. Even in these gaps, he believed he could still swing the sword, but the sword hasn't swung yet. Tanjiro's been fed a lot by Obanite. Abadir also not for Tanjiro. Take a break and make you get up and practice again. In the face of a teammate's plea, Tajizo doesn't know how. Even a wooden sword, when you hit, you can't avoid injury. Abanai will attack into the slits among these poor swordsmen, and so your sword is curled in a strange way, made Tanjiro unforesee. That's it, Tanjiro. It's still psychologically. When I hear the voices of my teammates, every time you target the gap, please don't hit them. It hurts my heart. So the more he hesitated, the more Tanjiro ate onions. Since the beginning of training Tanjiro, it's never been this stressful. My hands are shaking. One is to hit a teammate as if playing. That's why after training, Tanjiro stays on his own to practice more. When I know you're trying so hard, do not bother them. The rest of the swordsmen were surprised, and it's driven by you. They stood up and practiced together. So the price is a hot shower that night. They're all screaming because of their wounds. More than being rejected by Crush. On the second day, Tanjiro got used to it. Tuesday and the days after, you're used to the intensity of training. Even though the face was swollen like a cow's head, Tanjiro rushed to attack Obama and tore a piece of fabric from his robe. You finally got through the Obane. But even when you leave, Tanjiro still doesn't understand. Why does Obane hate me so much? He was cursed to death by Tanjiro. Very sad on the way to the temple of Sen-Nini. Where is Tanjiro finding his way from? The pale face of Zenitsu appeared menacing, both screaming for standing Tim. This is Tanjiro, Zenitsu excited as stockings get. Gold hugged him for help. Please take me out of the place. This hell on earth. Zenitsu had to crawl on the wall. It's no different than the lizard that escaped here. But I haven't said a few sentences. There was a rough hand sticking out holding the Zenitsu head. Recapture the cylinder. Sanemi appeared, warning Zenitsu for running away. He immediately clung to Tanzi for help, but failed. He was eventually knocked out and brought back to the government. Vak Tanzir. Zenitsu on the shoulder enthusiastically greeted the wind cylinder very nicely. That it's a long time since you recognized Tanjiro and Nezuko. Tanjiro replied that it didn't fit. I don't recognize you either. Kusanami blocked throat spray. Special training of space Snimi strike. Tanjiro understood at Sao Flirtichu had to escape. It's just combat training. Simply trying to attack the Snimi. But they're all chewed up to the point of vomiting. OT allowed to rest. Until I had to stop because I was knocked out. When Flirtichu wakes up, he looked at the Tanjiro as if he were a mortal enemy. It's hard for you to know what to do. Sanemi especially strict with Tanjiro. As long as you ignore. It's just a little bit of bruising. Then back to treatment. Ow! On the first day, Tanjiro was beaten into a pig's head. Have to pause for treatment. On the way back to the training ground. Tanjiro! I heard a conversation between Genzer and Shimi. Genza always mouth-call Shimi is you, but Snimi refused to accept her relatives. The tone was extremely harsh, even repelling. It's not like the fractious brothers Tanjiro imagined. It's not just getting genes out of the carcass, but also insults. Genza didn't give up though. Persistent want to talk, and I'm sorry Snimi for earlier. Just as Saname crying out for care make Genza so desperate. I have to tell you that I ate the devil. To be able to stay close to the demons. This made Sanemi stop, but let the back rope low to want to pierce Genza's eye. Without Tanjiro, then Genza is now blurry flag. But others are resting in the yard. I saw someone coming from the house of Ra. I thought she wanted to pretend to sleep. When I looked closely, Tanjiro irritated Sani. This scene is even scarier than before. To protect Genzer, Tanjiro spoke out against Sanemi. It makes me mad at Tanjiro. OT sang many words. But Tanjiro is not the same. I even beat back Sanami. But then everything got messed up. Fighting until evening. You can separate the two of them. Your training session with the windshield was interrupted, and you're forbidden to go near him. Then Tanjiro and Zenitsu will come. The last training of Rami Lava. It's deep in the forest. To a stream, they both saw Inosuke and the others standing and reading Buddhist sutras under a waterfall. I don't think this waterfall is the right one. And lava pillars. The clown next to him was meditating in the middle of a fire. On his back, he carried some large and long trees. Threatening Flirtichu shouted, "What happens suddenly, Dad?" Episode 6 with these two new people. Cloud gave a lecture during one of his training sessions. The focus is the most important thing. The first exercise is to practice standing under a waterfall. And then there's 3 giant logs. And finally, push a rock a few times bigger. They went all the way the size of a street. They are on fire, but it is dangerous. So Rama Chomina? Just heard that Jinichu has passed out. Rama ordered Tanjiro to bring Zenitsu soaked under the living. Once awake, that is, of course. The water this winter is something. It's very effective at waking up short-circuited brains. Less than a minute, Zenitsu woke up from the cold and ran to the shore. But it's colder. It's been taught by our predecessors to stick to warmer rocks. So Zenitsu stuck on the nearest stone. It's as warm as my mother's. Tanjiro tried to endure the cold. To get underneath the waterfall, AI training has also given up. Only Inosuke remained in his position. It's not swayed. Only the sound of the Buddha is not seen. Turns out you've been fainting ever since. If Tanjiro is not detected early, then the whole comedy tree died. Artificial respiration finally forever. Awake. This waterfall, compared to the one who trained with Uzuto Zaki it's before, on a completely different level. The continuous recitation of the Buddha draw focus, just so that if I faint, the person next to you will find out. To save both cold and heavy water. But it's the Buddha that Tanjiro kept repeating. Repeat the Buddha's mantra over and over next again. To him difficult to understand. Standing under the waterfall. It's like hell, Tanjiro. I can't believe the water coming down from above is so Relax heavy. A little bit and break your neck like But playing. On the first day of Tajizo, it was so good. The others forever. Later, I got used to the weight. After practicing Tajizo, grilled fish for the whole group. Inosuke. They eat it because its taste is out of the question. I just looked at Inosuke. The devil is the strongest of the demons. Now Inosuke has revealed his Zome for the first time. I don't need you to show skills. Tanjiro also realized that because the smell of lava is completely compared to everyone else, to people that others don't understand. So they choose to eat delicious fish and more is trying to understand the stories of people who get promoted. As Tanjiro and Inosuke is flirtatious. Chu is still shocked. After listening to the exercises, I don't believe in Rome. You can push a rock that big. Until I just finished. The magma pushed the stone even bigger. How many times they came? Zenith T, are you screamed more and more in panic. Desperate and vent your anger. Tajizo, I know Suke just finished eating and went to practice. T, are you minutes cannot stand immediately washed away by the water. Tanjiro had a hard time chasing him to pick him up again. Then they both kept practicing to the wood mold exercise. Tanjiro blush. TI8 Tai tried until the sunset. In the end, there's only one kick exercise left while everyone is training. Without anyone knowing, Muzan is trying to find the location of the princess. Thanks to Akaime's skills, there's thousands of eyes scattered all over the place. Muzan's got exactly 6 parts. The government of the demon lord. Nezuko's only location is that he hasn't found it Demonic yet. Akima's technique is extremely beneficial in this situation. Just sit at home and ask the wrong people to find you. Muzan had all the information. The devil wants to know where. It's just that Aki loves to get 10 pieces of news for him. Ow! When I saw a member of the demon lord walking by, Muzan ordered Aki to follow him. Very fast. He's almost found the location of the princess. Tanjiro at the time. I'm doing my best to complete my final assignment. Even the sandals broke, but the stone didn't move. Then put the slippers back on and calculate later. Tanjiro. Suddenly I saw some of my teammates give up down the mountain though. They still encourage and inspire hope, as well as my motivation. For Tanjiro, it gives you more motivation to complete the task. Ramame delivered to. They don't fight directly, but I'll be back for Tanjiro. This makes you very emotional. Morning practice is over. Tanjiro, back to the workplace. Make rice balls for teammates and be praised. Tajizo nothing is not know how to do. I can't wait to get down to the kitchen. Up to the living room. It's not just rice balls, but the miso sauce is also good for armpit pie. This cozy scene reminds Tajizo of his family. More motivation for you to try. To the evening. I can't move the stone forever. Even a little. Tajizo on the ground. If you think otherwise, you're caught by Genzer. Genzer realized the eczema on his head was darker than before, without anyone noticing. After the fight with Shimi, Romy scolded Genza for slapping. I told you not to go near Steamy. In the moment, Genza would like to thank Tanjiro for. Then he stood up to protect himself, even though you might be pinned by Sneemy. Let's talk about eczema for a while. Genza suddenly mentioned training. It turns out Genza has moved the rock. I see Tanjiro is stuck. Give Tajizo some advice. To push the focus to the extreme, you have to take intentional action. For example, Genza is training. To get the guidance, Tanjiro immediately began to practice, but still can't move the rock. Even though I tried my best, I didn't succeed. At the same time, his teammates called him back to Tanjiro also put training on hold to fill the stomach first. There is a new religion. That night Tanjiro and Genza were talking again. The words of Genza made Tanjiro very enlightened. That night he practiced again. John squeezed all his explosive emotions in and focused the pitch. After several roars, countless painful memories came back. Tanjiro finally managed to move the rock. That shocked Inosuke and flirted true to the eye. Episode 7, where this repetitive action is not stopped. Stop is off. They lose power too. So Tanjiro went crazy, pushing the stone with all his might. Rush forward as long as possible, not just using hands. All of your own power must be used. Inosuke doesn't want to lose. So let's start practicing. Inosuke also managed to push the stone. Now only Zenitsu is left behind, panicked hiding behind the tree. Stunned to look at my 2 friends. Suddenly Kentaro came to cut into his leg. Force you to pay attention to yourself. It turns out that a recording was sent to show Zenitsu. When completing the kick-pushing Tanjiro was also exhausted and breathing hard on his stomach made you lose water. I thought this was a lucky man's life. Rome appeared water supply in time. He kept making Tanjiro. I thought I was dead. Then Rama poured some more. Then recognized Tanjiro. And Nezuko is a member of the demon-slaying order. By doing the right thing in the blacksmith village and Tanjiro's will, when on duty, Tanjiro prioritized the lives of more than my sister. Rama feel that Tanjiro is a swordsman's role model. To imitate Theo, but Tanjiro corrected. The one who made the choice was your sister, but then you wonder forever can't choose. Tanjiro does not expect Rama. I can recognize you so easily. This is from Tanjiro. You make Rama feel special. The following words made Tanjiro to be more special because your 3 officials are right. The more Zome recognizes you. Before becoming a member of the Demon Slayer, Zome used to adopt orphans at the temple. Life is lacking enough sugar but very happy. The kids are good. especially the youngest child, always want to give Zone the best. What's good is good, you're a good kid. People who have no biological relationship, but still very harmonious, help each other and live as a family. I've been meaning to live like this my whole life with the kids. But then one night, there was a child who didn't keep his word. Return to God before the sun goes down. So I met the devil. To save ourselves, the boy led the demon to the temple to eat cloudy meat and 8 other kids. The land you live in, associated with anecdotes about the dangers of demons. That's why we have to burn incense at night. Death over there. Kia child extinguished 8 and invited the demon straight into the temple. In the blink of an eye, 4 children were killed. Zone tries to protect the remaining 4 children behind her. But among them, 3 kids won't listen to you. You can go out and be killed by the devil. The kids chose to run away instead of trusting Zone. I ate very little back then. The body is thin and the spirit is weak. Even the big ones can't. Maybe as a child, they all have common thoughts. That a blind man like you is useless. The only one who listens to you is Sazo. He was also the youngest of them. Only she is hiding behind you. Rome was determined to protect the Sazo at all costs, so he went into battle with the devil. The feeling of hitting a creature. It's like being tortured in hell. For Rome, that horrible feeling. I'll never forget all my life. It was the first time in my life. He swung his fist with all his might. The power of strong fists. So much so that I'm afraid of myself. If you weren't attacked by demons, you'd probably spend the rest of your life. Neither do you know yourself so strong. Zone can punch the devil in the head until dawn. On that night, I've lost a lot of things and I've been injured. You're risking your life to protect Zo. That is, when people come. She told them that Zone is a monster. Everyone was killed by that guy. Maybe she was a little girl. I panicked after seeing the tragedy. The clouds don't blame her. The demon's body was reduced to ashes. Only the bodies of the children are left, so Zomi was thrown in jail for murder. If you hadn't been saved, you would have been executed. Since then, I've become very skeptical. Even Tanjiro is not to blame. No matter how honest you are, the moment of decision will reveal its true nature. But in the village of the Tanzizo blacksmiths, they didn't run away. Look away. They're not lying, they're honest. Listening is easy, but there aren't many who can do it like you. Not in any situation. John may have seen countless people with my own eyes, and he claims that Tanzizo is a special child. I'll support you from now on so you're not wrong. The lost way. That's how Rome's training is done. After completion, Tanzizo comes to eat one last session with Genza and Inosuke. To keep on going, the training process turns out Genza was adopted by Rome as successor, and Inosuke just kept eating. I want to eat too. To the flirtatious part, Tanjiro had to stop. It's not that he ran out of food before going to Tomioka. Tanjiro came by to give food to Zenitsu. But I saw him meditating on the rock, extremely thinking about life. Tanjiro afraid to bother, so just leave the food and leave. Never. The Zenitsu is so serious and cool. Making my way to Tomioka, Tanjiro heard the sound of wooden swords. Run so fast. Then Ra is Tomioka and Sanamei are fighting. They want to cry out loud. What the 2 sides of AI have is to launch that trick. The speed of both is very fast, but Tanzizo can keep up. Breaking the wooden sword. Sanemi demands solo hands, not but Tanjiro. Stop at the right time, or you will be afraid of hitting the wall. Sanemi is still itchy with Tanzizo and wants to kick you out. Suddenly Tanzizo curious. The 2 of them fight over red bean paste. Or what Sanemi? Say this sentence, but Sanemi is even more harsh. But Tanjiro really asked, you think Saname loves red bean paste? Because in training, Tanzizo always smelling red bean paste coming from Sanami. The more you talk, the more Sanami becomes. Get angry and Tanzizo flies always fainting. When he woke up, he found only Tomioka standing by. Sanemi is angry and has left. It turns out Tanzizo misunderstood. I thought you 2 were fighting. Should be in the can. But it's actually not. The 2 of them were just practicing their swords together. It's also part of the training system. But if Tanjiro doesn't show up, I don't know what to say to Sanemi. Because Sanemi doesn't like Tomioka. That night while cursing Tanjiro while on patrol, Sanri caught an eye of a kime. I immediately felt close. The demon has been attacked, and of course Muzan had already arrived. Here episode 8. The biggest villain of the movie appeared. Of course it has to be different. Where does Muzan phone go? The smog multiplies the image. Every mist follows every step. And his movements look cool too. Thank God, the public sensed that Muzan was coming. Turn around and wait for him. It's just a short walk where the studio does slow motion. It took Muzan 2 minutes to get in front of the princess. Lady Amin is taking care of her husband. I was not surprised by the appearance of the Muyan. The princess is not surprised because he reads Muyan like a book. This is the first time the front meets the boss of the village. Muzan, open your mouth. That's a lie. But God is not. I just want to know the name of the devil, and his family's been searching for thousands of years. What does it look like? Lady Amma for her husband's eyes. Detailed description of Muzan's appearance led him here. Even though they lived for 1,000 years, Muzan still has the appearance of a young man, about 30 years old, but his eyes are red. and the pupils are as long as a cat's eye. The princess predicted it. Muzan will come to destroy himself because his hatred for the Yubazasaki clan was so great that the princess's appearance made Muzan turn off. She always wears a cool 7 claw ball. It also has to be slow motion. I thought the enemy was chasing me. 1,000 years ago, he was a very strong man. Not a terminally ill person. Just a little breath. Unsightly beyond his imagination. What's that? The smell of rotting corpses is from the princess. With the words body Samsung by Muir, the princess wasn't angry because he was right. Half a year ago, he was diagnosed by doctors. Only a few days left. But the miracle is that he lasted for half a year. It's all because of his determination to destroy Muzan. The princess coughed up blood when she said a sentence. Poor health to tragic. Even the eyes don't stop bleeding. It turns out that this disease of the princess, it's a curse. He's Muzan of the same blood. But he was born 1,000 years ago, so that relationship may also be blurred by time. And to lose a monster like Muzan, so the family has every blood relation. That Yubazasaki was cursed. All children are born weak, sick, and die early. When the family stands on the brink of extinction, God gave him the head of the family at that time. A piece of advice. Then they knew there was one. The demon was born from the blood of their family. And the family's job is to give it all. You can destroy it. Only then will the family not perish. The Yubazasaki clan can persevere. That can live until now by marrying the Lord's family. Though, still no AI in the Ubuyasaki family lives past 30. But Muzan doesn't care. His career is left to other families. I'm just stuck with what the princess said. And shit is stronger. Muzan doesn't believe in the law of cause because now God has come to punish him. He ate hundreds of thousands of people. It's still tolerated. Your father is not the main character. That big nape. They are different from each other, so they can't talk to each other. The princess is tired of talking. Or maybe it's because the blood is all over your throat. So let's just say syrup. Ma'am, I have to stroke the back of the new princess. No more syrup. Suddenly the princess was curious about Muzan's dream. It made him have a very strange feeling. Obviously, the leader of the demon carcass is always obstructing him right in front. But he doesn't hold a grudge against God. Suddenly there is no place next to him. 2 kids are playing ball. The 2 girls were playing and singing a familiar knife song, but the view just keeps getting weird and creepy. This scene, that makes Muzan feel strangely familiar. But that's why. Muzan was disgusted by his own emotions. There are only 4 lords in this house. Lady Amma and his 2 children. There's no big universe next to the guard. That surprised Muzan. The princess couldn't wait for Muzan to answer. You should always answer your own question. What Muzan dreamed of was always eternity. He doesn't deny it either, because his dream is about to come true. You just need to absorb Nezuko. Then he will become the most powerful being. No one in time. But God doesn't believe it. Muyan can do that. It's not that you're confident about where Nezuko is hiding. It's that he knows. Eternity is a human emotion. Only it is immortal. Because for thousands of years, the legion of demons doesn't disappear. So many poor children have fallen. But there's also a lot of kids going on. Those who kick. That's the biggest proof. For human emotions themselves, that Muzan sees as nonsense. It is immortal. And Muzan challenged that powerful emotion too many times. So when he wakes up, he will be the one destroyed forever. Children whose happiness was ruined by Musa, their feelings are what Muyan should be afraid of. The kids will never forgive him. The princess also added, if he was murdered by Musa, the demon army will not disappear. He's not that important himself. If he's sacrificed, though, it only makes the children's emotions go higher. Night of the Legion of Demons. It will reach its peak more than ever. This Muzan will never understand, because we just need to destroy Muzan. The other demons will also disappear. He's all alone. I don't understand the connection between human emotions. The Lord has said everything he wants to say. He didn't expect Muzan will listen to me until now. But Muzan's not going to be patient. He was eager to destroy the princess. Without knowing that, news that he broke into the Yubazasaki government has arrived. The ears of the universe. You're running at full speed. Run like never before. Use your feet to reach the princess at the fastest speed. Tanjiro was nervous and turned on the press to Aryu. There is no universe. Guard and protect the princess. Because he was determined. Don't want to use the universe's precious strategy for Mayao. In the meeting between the universes, they want to stay and protect the princess. But they're not allowed to do this. Zomi persuaded and talked to the princess. For the past 8 years, all 7 failed. The former chiefs of Yubazasaki. No one has their own guard. Until we got the news that the Yubazasaki government had been raided, the universe is more alarmed than ever. Use all the speed you have to get back to the princess. I finally saw the shadow of the princess. There's just a little bit more to go. But the fire was raging. An explosion with explosive turning Yubazasaki into a heap of ruins. In the blink of an eye, it's aftershock that the great universes also have to support themselves. The kingdom of God is like, it is in front of the eyes of the gods. They can't believe it. What's going on in those lame pants? Muzan burned more than 3/4 of his body. It burns to the bones and organs. Make him growl, rolling on the ground to recover. Most of Muzan's body. I can't believe that Buddha-like gentle smile. It's such a big conspiracy. The princess and her family used themselves as bait. Lured him to get hurt, to slow down his ability to recover, even for a second. In other words, there's still something coming. This made Muzan immediately alert. Of course, he just recovered. The demonic blood of some fish has appeared. He rushed to pin it to Muzan's body. Even the ends are pierced by sharp bars. It made Muzan unable to move. The spines are branching and crashed into him. They couldn't escape, so Muzan chose to absorb them. It's not over yet. Where did Tamazo come from when he used occultation? Put your hand through his stomach. It panicked Muzan. Why is this fish here again? It turns out that this demonic blood belongs to a young man. Muzan turned into a demon on the street in Asakura. And inside of that, it's about turning demons back into humans. Even in Tamazo's fists. Muzan panicked. I can't believe there's drugs in the world. But the truth is different. He thinks Tamazo and Shinobu actually made the drug. Make the world change dramatically. Tamazo pissed off Muzan, so he retaliated and squeezed his head. Without pity, Muzan sarcasm Tamazo's past. It was she who ate her husband and children. In an interesting way. And now we're going to blame Muzan. In a ridiculous way. But Tamazo's not psychologically manipulated. She wants to be the devil. Stay with your daughter and husband longer. If you knew that beforehand. It's been a long time since she accepted Muzan's offer. I would rather die of disease. Tamazo knows. Your own mistakes are inexcusable, so she'd do her best to make it right. But she's limited in strength, and she can only make it to this country. Everything else is thanks to the lover. Not like the others. The princess has been trusted. Tell me all about your plan. The princess has assigned the task of taking the head of Mu Ranchozo. I know if other people know. Will OG. I have no idea how you do it and I don't understand Only the universe understands. Why does God do that? We can only rely on Zome. The Lord made such an adjustment. Zome did not refuse. The Lord also predicted Mu Yan would not die if he was beheaded. Only the sunlight can destroy him. So when I slapped Muzan on the head, but he's still recovering quickly, Zome is not surprised. Continued to rush to fight Muzan relentlessly. Muzanov means using demonic blood magic. Rome's very easy to crack. The other universes came soon after, to see the desolate scene, and Muzan in the middle of the battlefield. People immediately understood what had happened. The universe is concentrated as predicted by the princess. Was also immediately present. The pillars screamed. Let the other universe know the name in front of them. It's the demon lord Muzan. The universe is immediately angry. They rush to him at the same time, but underneath all of a sudden there's a hole. It's not just the people at the scene. That all members slay demons. They all fall into the same situation. Kill the devil. All are summoned to infinity into the lair of demons. This battle is one life. Both sides poured out all their resources and power to fight.